After rebirth, I awakened an artist development system and turned a working girl into a top superstar. Jiang Yang, reborn in 2015, awakens the Starlet cultivation system. As long as he trains idols, he can plunder their attributes. So, he picks up the dropout worker Yang Chaoyue and turns her into a top star, starting with Calorie. He signs the Beijing Dance Academy beauty Liu Haocun, watching her struggle and grow between guilt and ambition. He snatches up Tian Xiwei before her debut, molding the nation's sweetheart into his secret girlfriend. But Jiang Yang slowly realizes Yang Chaoyue's gaze toward him is growing dangerously intense. Chapter 1. Discovering a potential trainee Yang Chaoyue. Hey, hey, hey. You can't park here. I clearly pulled into the parking spot. Jiang Yang had just parked his Corolla in the textile factory S-lot when an old parking attendant with a work badge started slapping his car window. Jiang Yang pulled the handbrake and pushed the door open. I'll leave soon. You still gotta move. Why? I'll pay the parking fee. Your back tire ran over my foot. Jiang Yang quickly adjusted the car, apologized profusely, and pulled out his phone to scan a red packet for the old man only to realize it was 2015. Mobile payments were still in their infancy, not yet widespread. Even parking fees were paid in cash. After slipping the old man a crisp 100 yuan bill and a pack of soft China cigarettes, the attendant finally cracked a smile. Being reborn 10 years into the past had its perks. Society wasn't as rotten as it would become. In his past life, this kind of situation would be ended with him getting extorted for tens of thousands. The old man grinned. Here to pick up a girlfriend, young man. Not a girlfriend, a girl group. Jiang Yang exhaled, his breath visible in the cold air. It was November 1st. Even in Shanghai, temperatures were dropping close to zero. He already layered up in thermal wear. Just putting up a recruitment ad across the street looking for a pretty factory girl to join a girl group. Girl group? What was that? Some kind of militia? The old man didn't get it. The world was changing fast, and the slang young people picked up from the internet left folks like him baffled. Seeing Jiang Yang light a cigarette for him, the old man offered a tip. Early last year, a batch of seamstresses came in. One girl stood out real pretty, sweet talker, always smiling. Brought me spicy braised pork knuckles a few times. What was her name again? Something you. Yang Chaoyue. Yeah. That's the one. A Jiangsu girl. Her pork knuckles were so spicy my lips blistered. Bingo. The pretty girl he spotted at the Sha County eatery at noon was indeed Yang Chaoyue. Thankfully, the system had alerted him in time. If he waited until Yang Chaoyue became a star, he wouldn't be able to plunder her attributes. After all, his system was called the Starlet Cultivation System. Once bound to a trainee, improving their skills would grant Jiang Yang multiplied returns abilities in music, acting, dance, and more. How effective was it? Jiang Yang wasn't entirely sure. Yang Chaoyue was his first target. With a printed A4 sheet and glue in hand, he walked to the recruitment board, already plastered with yellowing ads for jobs and rentals. In one corner, a curled and grease-stained flyer read, high-paying KTV hostess positions available. The textile factory's machines roared in the background. The air smelled of cotton and engine oil. Is 5,000 yuan a month too high? With the 100,000 my parents gave me for startup capital, plus expenses, I might not even afford her salary. A year from now, she might end up back in the factory. Whatever. Just sign Yang Chaoyue first. After posting the ad, he passed an internet cafe plastered with League of Legends LPL posters. A few bleached hair teens squatted outside, eating box meals while blasting my skateboard shoes from their phones. Next to them, a Sha County restaurant's glass door had a peeling sticker, Wi-Fi password, 88886666. The bass from Little Apple rattled the ceiling fan. Jiang Yang pushed inside, sat on a plastic stool held together by tape, and ordered braised pork knuckles. He wiped glue off his fingers with a napkin and waited. The recruitment board was visible through the window. Shift change was coming soon. Any worker looking for better opportunities would spot it. His steaming meal arrived. 2 bites in, a flood of uniformed women poured out of the factory gates. Their sleeves were frayed from thread and lint. The hum of assembly lines drowned out street vendor shouts. Most ignored the recruitment board. A few paused, called Jiang Yang's number. He hung up every time. None were the girl he wanted. This waiting for a rabbit to bump into a tree routine lasted 10 days. By November 11th, news feeds were flooded with Daobao's Double 11 sales. As the workers trudged home at sunset, Jiang Yang returned to Sha County. His ad was now sun-bleached and peeling. Then he saw her. Girl lingered by the board. She stepped from the factory's shadow into the golden light. Petite face, delicate nose, faded work pants frayed at the knees. She clutched half a stale bun, probably from her last meal. Her hair was tied back haphazardly, cotton lint dusting her fair skin. Jiang Yang recognized her instantly. System prompt flashed. Potential trainee detected. Yang Chaoyue. Bind. He immediately selected no. He only had one binding slot. The system required him to train Yang Chaoyue to a certain level, at least plundering 2 attributes before unlocking the next. What if they didn't T-click? What if he couldn't T-extract anything? The recruitment board's metal surface gleamed coldly in the dusk. Yang Chaoyue stared at the 5,000 yuan month on the ad, fingers nervously picking at her pants holes. Meals and housing covered advance salary payment. Middle-aged female supervisor scoffed nearby. We break our backs here for 3,500 a month. This ad promises 5,000 plus benefits? Total scam. Probably some nightclub recruiting hostesses. Yang Chaoyue hesitated, then turned back. Maybe I should call? With her education, good jobs were hard to find. At the factory, after rent and food, her 3,500 yuan barely lasted. Sometimes, she had to ask her struggling father for money. Her parents divorced young. Her mom had a new family now. Growing up in a migrant worker's home meant suffocating financial pressure. Love was a barren wasteland. Her dad raised her alone. Dropping out showed her the city wasn't the glamorous paradise idol dramas promised. Only the rich lived comfortably here. Money was hard to earn. She wanted to send her dad something, just enough so he could work less, worry less. Every new year, she hated seeing his hunched back, the grey hair under his construction helmet. Yang Chaoyue reread the ad's promises. No experience? We train. Her fingers hovered over her peeling Hello Kitty flip phone. Shoulders hunched, knees pressed together, a posture of hesitation and longing. She knew what a girl group was. In this era of K-pop invasion, groups like EXO and Big Bang had already blown up. Her co-workers styled their hair like Girls' Generation. If she could join, even just appear on TV once, she'd be her village's pride. Her dad wouldn't get yelled at by foremen anymore. No more groveling for overtime pay. No more circling job ads like a vulture. No more lying about her struggles in the city. She just wanted to tell her dad, honestly, I'm doing well. The setting sun stretched her shadow long like an endless assembly line. Hello. Jiang Yang's rose gold iPhone 6 rang. Yang Chaoyue's voice, sweet but laced with nerves, mixed with honking cars and street vendors. I saw your ad at the factory recruiting for a girl group. Is this the right number? Jiang Yang's first thought. If I sign her, I'll need to fix her accent. Jiangsu village girl's dialect tangled her Zhikai she sounds. Zhao became Zhao, she became Sai. Not that he could judge, he had the same bad habits. Hello, he said, spotting her fidgeting by the board. I'm the HR manager at Sunshine Entertainment. It's noisy there, hard to hear. Sunshine Entertainment sounded legit. HR manager, impressive title. Oh, sorry. One sec. She scurried to a quieter spot. Really, no singing experience needed? I'm tone deaf, bad at dancing, but I can move boxes. Jiang Yang almost laughed. Girl groups didn't need box lifters, but Yang Chaoyue could move traffic. We have one spot left. Hard to explain over the phone, looks matter for girl groups. I'll need an interview. If you pass, I can advance your first month's pay. Advance pay? 5,000 yuan upfront? Too good to pass up. Could we meet today? I learn fast. I'll clean, scrub floors, anything. Our office is closed now. Please. Just a quick chat. Fine. You pick the place. I'll bring the contract. After hanging up, he watched her sprint back to the factory, probably to change into something presentable. She chose a Starbucks 2 blocks away. Smart girl. If he picked some rented office, she might smell the scam. For now, his shell company would hold. Chapter 2. You're an adult, right? Yang Chaoyue had gone back to the factory to change for the interview. As the interviewer, Jiang Yang naturally needed to suit up as well. He drove to his rented apartment in Fuli residential complex, where the elevator walls were plastered with posters for 100,000 bad jokes. Just as the elevator doors were about to close on the 6th floor, a flash of blue rushed into view. Jiang Yang held the door open. Hungry Panda delivery guy, hauling a blue canvas bag, squeezed in with a grateful nod. Thanks, man. How's the delivery biz these days? Jiang Yang made small talk as the door shut. The rider grinned. Not bad. 6 or 7 yuan per order after subsidies. Hungry Panda and Mate One are going all out, throwing money at campus promotions like it's nothing. Burning cash for market share. Lucky us riders, though. This was the era before monopolies took over group buys, food delivery, and e-commerce. Capitalists were still in the burn money to dominate phase. In a few years, once the dust settled, the real harvesting would begin. Jiang Yang wasn't oblivious to these golden opportunities. But if he was reborn just to grind for money again, what was the point? His parents ran a thriving supermarket in Chongqing. Not Walmart or RT Mart scale, but sizable with decent brand recognition. If not for the Starlet cultivation system, he'd have happily leached off them forever. Keys in hand, his mom called. Her thick Chongqing dialect blasted through. Get the cured meat I mailed YA. Fridge. Too damn salty. Been a month since YA left. Find a job yet? Where YA at? Songjiang District, Shanghai. Factory zone. Failed a few accounting interviews. He rebirthed during his teenage rebellion phase, storming out after a fight with his dad to make it big. Pathetic, but classic 2015 him. His apartment 2,000 yuan month, 2-bedroom wasn't luxurious, but it had the basics: gas stove, AC, fridge, private bathroom. A first-gen Xiaomi air purifier hummed in the living room. Grave Robbers Chronicles paperbacks piled on the coffee table. Sunset bled through Fu character window decals, painting the room gold. Supermarket jingles leak through the phone. Scan Alipay for red packets. 5 yuan off 50. His mom, multitasking at the store, still job hunting. Nope. Good. Relief dripped from her laugh. Stop fighting with your dad. Come back, finish high school. His don't return till you're somebody crap? Just hot air. Should V encouraged YA instead of pushing YA into the grind. Pause. Business is booming. Study biz admin take over the store. His parents wanted him home. Past him. Boring. I'll make my own fortune. Generation gap clashes made teenage him allergic to their plans. Not fighting. Give me time, I might actually get on TV. Make YA proud. YA joking. Dead serious. Started a company. Signing a future star today picked her from a textile factory. Oh, so YA are joking. His mom exhaled. Her son. Running a business? The kid who couldn't even fill out a receipt properly? Last semester, his teacher summoned her 3 times for dating incidents. Now he is scouting factory girls to be pop stars? Bullshit. More like he failed at job hunting and went factory girl hunting. Jiang Yang opened his closet. Mom, if you love me, wire me 100K. Payroll less tight. Another 100K. Dream on. Blew through the last 100K already? Your dad LL slap why silly if he finds out. Her scolding softened. Your sis Mrs. YA. Come home. And wrap it up, no surprises out there. Be back for New Year S. I'll take the Gaokao too. Love YA. Truth. He deregistered for Beijing Film Academy, Central Drama, and Shanghai Theatre Academy exams weeks ago. His scores depended on how many attributes he could plunder from Yang Chaoyue. The call ended. CHA Ching notification 100,000 yuan deposited. So much for financial independence. His dad's don't come back was just tough love to scare him into studying. His mom's no more money. Instantly reversed. Jiang Yang knew his family's soft spots. Harsh words, soft hearts. His wardrobe's crown jewel, a 20,000 yuan custom suit brought from home. Originally for job interviews. Now, to dazzle a factory girl. The wool silk blend draped perfectly. The tapered waistline hugged his frame. Sleeve buttons slid into place, his 18-year-old biceps flexing under crisp cotton. 1.8 meters tall. 0 booze or sig damage. A straight-backed poplar of youth. Being young rocks. His mind was still 20-25 old. His body. Prime. Forever a sucker for 18-year-old cuties. As he buttoned up, the cracked full-length mirror split his reflection 2015 versus 2025. Left side, sharp jawline, youthful tension. Right side, the slick, jaded gaze of a man who survived too many boozy client dinners. Familiar. Foreign. Meanwhile, Yang Chaoyue side. Back at the factory, she scrubbed off machine oil and changed into a borrowed pink chiffon dress, her roommate's clearance rack special. Thread still dangling. No thermal leggings. Beauty over warmth. 30 minutes early, she stood outside Starbucks, her reflection warped in the glass. This wasn't her world. Her usual haunts. Street stalls. Shah County joints. Green-aproned barista glanced at her. Inside, MacBook-toting white-collar workers sip lattes. Rose gold iPhone 6s glinted on tables. Her flip phone SQQ felt ancient next to their WeChat green bubbles. She slid into a corner seat, knees locked. The piano cover of All of Me oozed overhead. At the counter, she squinted at the menu. Do I need a Starbucks card to order? Cash is fine. Relief. Then sticker shock. 35 yuan for the cheapest black coffee. 2 small hot Americanos, please. We only have medium for hot drinks. Oh. She shrunk. 2 mediums, then. 70 yuan. That S300 sewn seams at the factory. But for this chance? Worth it. She sipped. Bitter. Worse than Waraha. Why do rich people like this? Envy prickled. Envy of their salaries. Their vacations. Their unbroken families. Her flip phone rang Manager Jiang. I'm at Starbucks, she whispered. Wave if you see me. She stood. The door swung open. Man in a suit. Not just any suit, something out of a K-drama chaebol scene. Over 1.8 meters tall. Broad shoulders. Slicked back hair. High nose. Sharp eyes. A jawline that could cut glass. Wait, he looks my age. But a HR manager at an entertainment company? Surely mid-30s? Unless he just looks young? No time to admire. Panic set in. Miss Yang Chaoyue. Why, yes. She tugged her dress, hiding loose threads. Jiang Yang extended a hand. I'm Jiang Yang, HR manager at Sunshine Entertainment. Your interviewer. His smile was blinding. His aura. Polished. Unshakable. Nothing like the factory guys. She shook his hand, clammy-palmed. You're an adult, right? Yes. Here's my ID. She tongue-flicked her teeth, smiling. When his eyes scanned her birth date, her eyelid twitched. I'm basically an adult. Company policy goes by ID age. He pulled out a matte blank pen, its nib gleaming as he wrote her name. The ink seeped into the paper. His handwriting controlled, precise, made her pulse spike. She nudged the coffee toward him, wrists revealing factory calluses. For you. Thanks. He sipped. Let us begin. Height. 1.68 meters. Weight. 100 kilograms. Jiang Yang's pen paused. Kilos. Factory food that good, young overweight. Chapter 3. I am a professional and usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. It's 100 kilograms. I'm sorry, I was too nervous. Yang Chaoyue reacted vaguely and waved his hands hurriedly. A few strands of hair hung down from his forehead, brushing past the tips of Yang Chaoyue's frozen red ears, like winter cherry blossoms trembling on a branch. Jiang Yang smiled and looked up to take a closer look at Yang Chaoyue. She tied her hair into a ponytail with an elastic band, and had delicate features and a palm-sized oval face. Her cheeks were flushed with the redness of a winter girl due to the temperature difference. The chiffon dress had faded threads at the neckline, and the hem was covered with white cotton wool stuck to it by static electricity from the textile factory. Even so, her appearance is still very good. In her previous life, Yang Chaoyue was criticized by the entire network for her poor business ability. People criticized her from all kinds of angles, but they couldn't criticize her appearance. It can be seen that Yang Chaoyue is very nervous. Jiang Yang felt a little reluctant to trick such an ignorant little girl, but he had to act like one. Excuse me, why do you want to apply for a girl group? Because I've dreamed of being in a girl group since I was a kid. The words fell. Jiang Yang looked at him with a heavy gaze. Tell the truth. Because the income is high. 5,000 yuan a month. Yang Chaoyue's throat moved rapidly as he added hurriedly. I work on a piecework basis at the textile factory, 5,000 yuan. I have to sew so many threads every month. Even if I sew my sewing machine until it smokes, I still can't make that much money. Jiang Yang could sense Yang Chaoyue's uneasiness, and he looked at him carefully. Don't say that, don't say that. The way Yang Chaoyue pursed his lips nervously looked very much like the Yang Chaoyue on the night of the talent show in his previous life, who was mocked by the whole network for slacking off, but stubbornly refused to cry. Even the redness on the tip of the nose in winter is exactly the same. Next, let's test your voice, stage, and shape chart. Do you know what these 4 words mean? What is the soundstage shape table? Yang Chaoyue rubbed his hands nervously and responded positively. Is it talking, lifting things, posing, performing? I can do all of that. I practice it often in the factory. He got one of the 4 answers right, and it was obvious that Yang Chaoyue was just guessing. Jiang Yang finally reacted. She didn't even take the college entrance examination, let alone the art examination, so how could she have any idea about this? If Yang Chaoyue were asked to talk about the textile processes in a textile factory, such as cotton cleaning, carding, drawing and roving, he might be able to talk for an hour. Jiang Yang changed the subject. Where are you from? Yangcheng, Jiangsu. What's your Mandarin proficiency test level? Yang Chaoyue's heart tightened when he heard this, and his knees shook slightly under the table. What level? The Mandarin proficiency test is divided into 3 levels and 6 grades. Which level are you at? Jiang Yang asked seriously. Have you ever taken the Mandarin test? No. Yang Chaoyue pursed her lips and shook her head, the tassels on the cheap chiffon skirt trembling slightly. Do I need to take an exam for Mandarin? Never heard of it. She has no use for this certificate in her life. Is the interviewer evaluating her potential business capabilities in a girl group? Just like the confusion of children from mountain villages when they first learned about IELTS and TOEFL. From this moment on, Yang Chaoyue felt the professionalism of this interview. Don't be nervous. It doesn't matter if you haven't taken the Mandarin exam. You can take a temporary test. I just need to have a good idea of what to do. Jiang Yang put down his pen and glanced at the Meituan delivery rider in a yellow vest speeding past the glass curtain wall. He took a sip of the hot American coffee on the table and said with a gentle smile, I'll write a few words and you just read them out. Yes. I know how to read. Yang Chaoyue's slender fingers wrinkled the chiffon skirt as she watched Jiang Yang pull out an A4 paper from his briefcase and write with the golden matte blank pen. The strokes are completed in one go. The horizontal strokes are slightly thin, the vertical strokes are slightly thicker, and even the left and right strokes have clear variations. The strokes end neatly and have a return stroke. Every character is as skillful as Jiang Yang's appearance. This is exactly what made Yang Chaoyue even more nervous. Jiang Yang pointed to the first sentence he had just written and said, Use what you consider to be the most standard Mandarin. Read these 4 words again. I support you. I love you. Yang Chaoyue subconsciously pressed the tip of his tongue against his lower teeth as he spoke. Read this again. Are you a teacher or a student? Are you 4 elders thinking of returning to the 4 apprentice monks? Jiang Yang wanted to laugh, but held it back. He continued pointing to the words on the A4 paper and reading. Sleep. Fragmented sleep. Taxi. Rough rental car. Pork. Zulu. What are you laughing at? Is my Mandarin not standard? I'm a professional. Normally, I don't laugh unless I can't help it. Jiang Yang laughed out loud. There is a lot of room for improvement in Yang Chaoyue's Mandarin pronunciation, and Jiang Yang is very satisfied with this, because he himself cannot pronounce the front and back nasal sounds in Mandarin standardly. So he only tested Yang Chua's flat and curled tongue part. Girls from the countryside inevitably have a hint of dialect in their Mandarin. In addition, the textile factory where Yang Chaoyue works is equivalent to a dialect cluster, so the test results were within Jiang Yang's expectations. It just so happens that if he signs Yang Chaoyue and improves her Mandarin level, his own Mandarin level will also be improved accordingly through system feedback. After all, I want to be an actor in the future. Actors pay attention to voice, stage, shape, and performance, and the stage here refers to the lines. Since getting the system, Jiang Yang has done enough homework in this area and knows what areas he needs to improve. Lines are an important means of communication between actors and the audience, and are also one of the key elements in shaping a character. The prerequisite for making the lines vivid and lively, with appropriate tone and intonation, reasonable pause, and emphasis techniques, is to be able to speak fluent Mandarin. Yang Chaoyue didn't understand why Jiang Yang was laughing, so she also laughed dryly. But the next second, she couldn't laugh anymore, because she saw Jiang Yang holding the matte blank pen that reflected golden light, and lightly wrote 3 words in the Mandarin proficiency column on the registration form. Unqualified. Yang Chaoyue's pupils contracted instantly, the knuckles that were gripping the hem of her skirt turned red, and her earlobes quickly became swollen and red. Steam rose from 2 cups of hot American coffee on the table between the two of them. Do you know the song Little Apple that was popular last year? Jiang Yang asked. Yes, I saw the Chopstick Brothers performance on the website, and my roommate often played this song on his phone last year. Can you sing a few lines? Yang Chaoyue lowered his eyes and saw Jiang Yang holding a pen, hovering over the singing level column on the registration form. The warm light from the white Starbucks chandelier penetrated the strands of hair by her ears, casting a tiny spot of light on the bridge of her nose. Yang Chaoyue hummed softly, I planted a seed, and finally it grew into fruit. As soon as he opened his mouth, Jiang Yang could tell that the voice was out of tune and had gone to northern Myanmar. The pitch that should be raised is not raised, and the pitch that should be lowered is not lowered enough. The melody sounds chaotic and the voice sounds hoarse and dry. That's great. There is great potential in singing. Jiang Yang wrote 3 words. Unqualified. Do you know how to dance to the chorus of Little Apple? Yes, a little bit. Yang Chaoyue bit his lower lip tightly. The man sitting next to me who was browsing Weibo on his Xiaomi 4 looked over. The female customer at the front desk who had just completed fingerprint payment with her iPhone 5S was also looking over here. She glanced at the curious eyes in Starbucks, stood up timidly, walked to the table, and jumped up. "You are my little apple." The coordination of limbs is chaotic. When they should raise their hands, they stamp their feet, become flustered, and even synchronize their hands and feet. Then the movements become distorted. The iconic movement of raising both hands and swinging them to the left is uneven, with varying amplitudes, unnatural arm bends, and a lack of rhythm. A clumsy effort. That is great. There is a lot of room for improvement in dancing. This was Jiang Yang's first reaction. "I'm sorry, I may not have met your expectations." After dancing, Yang Chaoyue sat down again, holding the slightly cooled hot American cup in his hands, his eyes a little red. While she was dancing just now, she noticed that other customers were looking at her. Even laughter was heard. The shame of public executions. Although the application requirements state that there is no experience required, training is included and no foundation is required. But Jiang Yang is obviously a professional interviewer in this field. With such a poor foundation as hers, can she really get the job? Thinking of the criticisms from his female colleagues when he borrowed a skirt in the dormitory, Yang Chaoyue felt very embarrassed. Yes, if she can get such a good job, then all the female workers in the textile factory can do it, right? It's okay. I can see that you tried your best. Although your foundation is poor, I appreciate your sincerity. Jiang Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue raised his eyes. Jiang Yang wrote 3 words in the dance column: unqualified. The scratching sound of the pen tip scratching across the paper can be clearly heard. A voice denied by authority. Yang Chaoyue's eyes drooped again. I failed all the tests and I am sure I failed the interview. I spent 70 yuan on 2 hot American style dresses, and I gave my colleague a 30 yuan bribe to borrow his chiffon skirt. 100 yuan was wasted. My stomach is still empty now. If I had known this earlier, I would have listened to my supervisor in front of the recruitment column and not made the interview call. With this money, I can comfortably eat 10 bowls of spicy sour soup noodles. There is something I must tell you in advance. After becoming an artist, you cannot find a boyfriend, let alone fall in love. Can you accept this? Jiang Yang asked. I can accept it. It's not a big problem. Knowing she had failed the interview, Yang Chaoyue simply opened up and became more talkative. 5,000 yuan, with food and accommodation included, I can find a boyfriend if I want, but such a good job is so hard to find. I have no education, and there are thousands of college graduates competing with me for jobs. How can I snatch one? Jiang Yang felt familiar with this kind of self-deprecation. Students from third-year universities are afraid to submit their resumes to large companies due to self-imposed limitations. When the young people from small towns saw the words recruitment only for 985 universities, they turned back silently. Weak and awake. Okay, I understand almost everything. That's all for today's interview. Jiang Yang put the cap on his pen, stood up, and extended his hand to Yang Chaoyue with a professional smile. Ms. Yang, you passed the interview. Yang Chaoyue's body seemed to be frozen for a while. He looked up at Jiang Yang and then reacted. He stood up, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Jiang Yang, and lowered his eyes to look at the registration form on the table. All test sections failed. The column for interview results only had 2 words written on it: passed. The hot air from the Starbucks central air conditioner whistled in her ears, and the reflection of the word passed burned her pupils. I performed so poorly. Do I still have the qualification to pass? Chapter 4. Get the attribute, dialogue skills +1. As Jiang Yang pushed open the glass door of Starbucks, the cold wind made his legs tremble, and Yang Chaoyue gradually woke up. Did you really pass the interview? When Yang Chaoyue saw Jiang Yang take out 5,000 yuan in cash from his leather bag and said it was an advance of 1 month's salary for her, she was completely stunned. The 5,000 yuan note smelled of ink, mixed with the sandalwood scent of the leather briefcase, giving it a very complex smell. I thought of my father who worked on the construction site and his fingerprints that he repeatedly counted when collecting cash at the end of the year. This money can be used to buy medicinal herbs to treat my father's back injury at the construction site. Most importantly, she got the job. As if she was afraid that Jiang Yang would take the money back, she quickly glanced at the contract Jiang Yang took out and signed it. Then Jiang Yang led her out and said he was taking her to her dormitory Fuli community. She knew this community, which was a few streets away from the textile factory. It was neither a factory area nor an urban village area. It was full of commercial houses with gardens. Yang Chaoyue had tried renting a house before. He had looked at many rental houses in urban villages and was satisfied with them. However, when he asked about the price, He backed off and finally chose to live in a factory dormitory. Although the noise from the machines in the factory was heard all day long, the air was filled with the smell of engine oil, and the space in the dormitory was so crowded that it felt oppressive. It was a good thing that I saved money. She didn't even dare to look at the houses in the Fuli community. Nowadays, Jiang Yang's silver Corolla is certainly not considered a luxury car on the street, but when Yang Chaoyue came to the car, she didn't dare to open the passenger door. After sitting in the back seat, she felt very cramped. There is no car at home, but my dad has a second-hand Suzuki motorcycle that he bought 3 years ago. Sometimes when I go home, I try to save as much money as possible on the Greenskin train, and usually take the bus. It was her first time riding in a car. As for the brand of the car, of course I don't know it. As long as it is a car, it is a good car that can protect you from wind and rain and keep you warm when you sit in it. As if afraid of dirtying the leather seat, Yang Chaoyue used the hem of her skirt to cushion her buttocks in the back seat, with her knees pressed together in a pigeon-toed position. The stiff back is the memory of material scarcity engraved into the muscles. I didn't dare say a word along the way. Looking at Jiang Yang's handsome profile in a rearview mirror, I silently listened to the music Ordinary Road playing on the car radio. I have crossed the sea and walked through the crowds of people. When Jiang Yang drove into the underground parking lot of Fuli Community, the car radio changed to a news broadcast. The two-child policy has just been implemented. How to balance family pressure. Until he followed Jiang Yang into the elevator, entered Jiang Yang's 2-bedroom, 1 living room rental apartment, and came to the empty side bedroom. There was a single solid wooden bed inside, which was an arm's width wider than the 1.2-meter wide upper bunk in her factory dormitory. There are also bedside tables covered with beautiful wood grain paper, simple-shaped LED table lamps, wardrobes that separate the hanging area and stacking area, and a window that can be opened to see the scenery outside. The glossy tiles on the floor were spotlessly clean, and the air was so good that there was no smell of engine oil and no sound of machines. The space was larger than her 12-person dormitory. Yang Chaoyue asked tentatively, "Is this really the room I can live in from now on?" It may not be the case in the future, but it is like this now. As the company's business develops, the dormitory may change, but the living conditions will not be worse than this. Let's just make do with it for now. Jiang Yang responded, "Just make do with it? Is this what you call living together?" It was simply the best room she had ever lived in. Manager Jiang, do I really not have to pay for the rent at all? If you can come up with one. Oh no, I was just kidding. There was no sheet on the solid wooden bed, but Yang Chaoyue was already lying on it happily. Watch and enjoy this kind of satisfaction, which is the minimum configuration for yourself. Jiang Yang was not in a hurry to go to the textile factory with Yang Chaoyue to move the luggage. Let Yang Chaoyue walk around the house excitedly. Jiang Yang leaned on the sofa in the living room and carefully read the admission brochures of the Beijing Film Academy, Shanghai Theatre Academy, and the Central Academy of Drama. The registration period for the 3 colleges is between January the 6th and 16th next year, and the art examination time is from mid-February to early March. As far as I can remember, the candidate for the Beijing Film Academy's art exam was Guan Xiaotong and Zhu Yi. Among the candidates for the Central Academy of Drama's art examination is Zhong Yinging. There was Tian Xiwei at Shanghai Theatre Academy, and Wang Rongran was a year later. As for Liu Haocun, he was admitted to the Beijing Dance Academy with the first place in the art exam this year. Jiang Yang knew very well that with his current level, if he really took part in the art exam, he would not be able to pass the skit test or the non-property performance in the 3rd round, and he would not even be able to pass the poetry recitation in the 1st round. After all, his Mandarin is not standard. Fortunately, it has been bound to Yang Chaoyue. Manager Jiang, is there anyone in this room now? Yang Chaoyue pointed to the closed door of the master bedroom. That was Jiang Yang's own room. There's no one in that room now, but you can't live there, someone else is living there. Oh, I understand. Yang Chaoyue understood what he meant. She must be another member of a girl group signed by the company, and she will be her roommate in the future. We must have a good relationship, like sisters. Chaoyue, are you in a hurry to go back to the factory to move your luggage? If not, practice your Mandarin first. I'm not in a hurry. Now that Yang Chaoyue has been bound as the training object, you can now try to extract attributes from Yang Chaoyue. Jiang Yang took out a piece of A4 paper from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. Write 4 words on it. Eat, socket, no, uncle. Chaoyue read it again. Eat the rice, wipe the seat, zidao, susu. After following Jiang Yang through the lines a few times, Yang Chaoyue gradually discovered the characteristics of his pronunciation. It's true. I didn't make any retroflex consonants. All were flat consonants. People in the Jianghuai region generally have this trait in their speech. It can be changed. Start by practicing on the word eat. Jiang Yang patiently taught, When pronouncing the retroflex sounds ZH, CH, sure, and R, the tip of the tongue should be raised and pressed against the front of the hard palate to block the airflow. Then the airflow will push away the obstruction of the tongue tip. Try it and have a meal. Yang Chaoyue followed the technique Jiang Yang had taught him, curling his tongue and clumsily correcting his pronunciation. Zufan. 5 minutes later. Stab rice. 10 minutes later. Female rice. 15 minutes later. It's really hard to teach. Jiang Yang's tongue was numb from teaching, and Yang Chaoyue was still talking about this meal. Jiang Yang felt hungry. Eat. Yang Chaoyue suddenly said cautiously. Jiang Yang was stunned when he heard this. Are we eating? How's my pronunciation this time? Did I read the retroflex sounds? Yang Chaoyue asked tentatively. Jiang Yang came back to his senses and nodded. The reason why I was stunned just now was not only because Yang Chaoyue finally pronounced it correctly, but more importantly, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's dialogue skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your dialogue skills have increased by +1. Got the attribute. Jiang Yang clearly felt that his understanding of the lines and the tone of the lines seemed to have changed. There's progress. Your pronunciation is correct this time. Let's continue learning. While Jiang Yang felt the change in himself, he did not forget to encourage Yang Chaoyue. Just finished speaking. Yang Chaoyue suddenly raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yang. Hey, Manager Jiang. How? Your speech seems to have changed a bit. It's become more pleasant. Yeah. Jiang Yang was a little stunned. He had just spoken because he had used the system's enhanced skills to feel the changes in his lines. Now he tried to speak in a normal tone. Didn't I speak like this during the previous interview? It seems there is no difference. Maybe it's my illusion. Yang Chaoyue was a little confused. Jiang Yang pointed to the water dispenser in the corner of the living room and said, I've been teaching for too long, and my mouth is a little dry. Chaoyue, go get a glass of water. There's a disposable cup on top of the bottled water. I see. As Yang Chaoyue stood up obediently, her ponytail swung in an arc, and the ends of her hair brushed across Jiang Yang's neck. It was like the electric shock moment when your high school deskmate's ponytail brushed against the back of your hand when he turned around. It feels numb and ditchy. He looked up and saw Yang Chaoyue pulling out 2 disposable paper cups from the packaging bag. Manager Jiang, do you want hot or warm? She tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear, her eyelashes casting butterfly wing shadows under the ceiling light, and turned to look at Jiang Yang. Warm. Okay. Yang Chaoyue pressed the water-filling button on the water dispenser. The porcelain white neck is faintly visible among the scattered hair, and the calves are stretched out in flexible curves. The waistline is narrow and the back is graceful. A glimpse of a youthful body. An ordinary chiffon skirt has a unique youthful flavor when worn. When you take the cup of water, you can feel the subtle warmth. I could smell the unique scent of hand cream used by female workers in textile factories on Yang Chaoyue's fingertips. It's the taste of childhood memories. Like the classic Pachoin model. It's more like the scent of shampoo wafting from the collar of your first love school uniform. Cleanliness and decency in a life of material scarcity. Today's Mandarin pronunciation training ends here. It's getting dark. Go to your factory and move your luggage. Oh, okay. Yang Chaoyue had just stood up and was walking towards the door reluctantly when he heard some movement behind him. Looking back, Jiang Yang picked up the car keys on the coffee table and asked, Is there no traffic jam near your factory now? There's no traffic at this time. Manager Jiang, are you planning to drive and help me carry my luggage? Yang Chaoyue tucked her hair at the temples, seeming to understand the meaning behind Jiang Yang's words and looking a little surprised. Do you want me to pay for the ride? Why pay for the car? It's so cold. If you get sick from the cold, the company will have to pay for your medical expenses. Put on your long johns later. Manager Jiang had such a serious and cold face during the interview, but now he can say such warm words. Gummy care. Yang Chaoyue felt warm in his heart. The company is so good to me. I can't wait to report to the company tomorrow. If you want to pay for the car fare, that's not impossible. Jiang Yang opened the door and said with a smile, Just pretend I didn't say anything. Yang Chaoyue followed Jiang Yang out like a little follower, and did not forget to take Jiang Yang's briefcase. As she entered the elevator, she muttered, The factory withheld my salary for last month. I don't know if I can get it if I quit. Take the salary if you can, forget it if you can't. The company will compensate you. There's no need to argue over such a small matter. Just think of it as buying wreaths for the factory. Your time is precious. Jiang Yang's rough words were filled with consideration. Really? That's great. Get a good rest tonight. I'll make a regular training plan for you later. I'll start training you tomorrow. After getting in the car, Jiang Yang looked at the central console rearview mirror and saw Yang Chaoyue sitting neatly in the backseat. By the way, don't call me Manager Jiang anymore. It sounds awkward. We are family now. My real name is Jiang Yang. Okay, Manager Jiang. Meeting Jiang Yang's gaze, Yang Cho's throat suddenly seemed to be stuck, and he struggled to change his words. I understand, Jiang Yang. As the car started, Yang Chaoyue looked at Jiang Yang's handsome profile. Jiang Jing. Yang, you look really young. You must use skincare products regularly. Jiang Yang's bony hands rested on the gear lever, the light from the street lamps flickering across his cold white wrists. His Adam's apple trembled slightly as he chuckled softly. Your compliment is a bit awkward. What kind of skincare products do I use? The secret to staying young is eating lots of snacks and staying up late. TSK, you're kidding. Yang Chaoyue laughed, with a faint dimple at the left corner of his mouth. They all work as entertainment managers in the company and must be over 30 years old. Just by looking at Jiang Yang's face, Yang Chaoyue could imagine that if Jiang Yang changed his mature-looking suit into a sweatshirt and let his slicked-back hairstyle down, she would believe that Jiang Yang had just graduated from high school. How can you stay young if you don't use skincare products and stay up late every day? After chatting for a while, Yang Chaoyue was still curious about Jiang Yang's age. How old are you this year? I've been 18.5 years. Jiang Yang replied casually. Chapter 5 Farewell to my past self. You're not telling the truth. As a man, why would you hide your age? I'm really 18. You can call me brother from now on. Uncle, you are so humorous. Jiang Yang slowed down his car, and through the windshield he could see the cracked concrete road forming a network of cracks, as well as the job recruitment banners hanging on the camphor trees beside the road. Yang Chaoyue stopped joking with Jiang Yang and turned his head to look at the familiar street scene outside the window. Arrived at the factory. Because she smelled the sour and rotten smell unique to this factory area floating in the humid air. The smell of burnt oil wafted from the Longjiang pork trotter rice food stall diagonally opposite. A few young people in navy blue work clothes were sitting on plastic stools, holding counterfeit mobile phones with cracked screens and playing Pray to Buddha out loud. The streetlights on the roadside suddenly lit up at a certain time, casting a warm light and startling the flocks of sparrows on the high-voltage wires. Several lights flickered on and off for more than half a year. The dark green cast iron gate was open, with 4 peeling red characters Safe Production welded on it. A whitened fire inspection certificate that had expired almost a year ago was stuck to the right doorpost, and the card slot of the electronic gate on the left was stuffed with chewed betel nut residue. Looking at this familiar street scene, Yang Chaoyue felt complicated and indescribable. In news interviews, it was seen that the children of miners missed the smell of coal slag after leaving the shanty towns. Medical students finished their night shift internship but missed the early morning smell of disinfectant. I now feel suffocated by the smell in the factory, and I feel inexplicably reluctant to leave, especially because of my work badge on the assembly line. 2 hours ago, she was a female worker in a textile factory, but now, just after dark, she has become a member of a girl group. A salary of 5,000 yuan, living in a commercial housing complex with a garden, free food, and training. The treatment is so good that I couldn't even dream of it. After I officially start working at the company tomorrow, I must work hard to keep this job. By the way, the other female group member in the master bedroom should be back at night. She must be a beauty prettier and more professional than me. I should get close to her and get to know the company's situation. It would be best if we could become good sisters or best friends. Pushing the car door open, the cold wind blew in along the collar of her chiffon skirt. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the car was so great that Yang Chaoyue's legs broke out in goosebumps and he exhaled wide air. Jiang Su, I can finish it in half an hour. Thank you for your help. What did you call me? Jiang Yang turned around and glanced at Yang Chaoyue, who was standing in front of the recruitment column with white air coming out of his mouth. Uncle. Uncle Jiang. The word uncle is pronounced with a retroflex tongue sound, I remember. Yang Chaoyue imitated the pronunciation method Jiang Yang had taught her before, with the tip of the tongue raised and forming an obstruction with the front of the hard palate to produce the sound. Why call me uncle? Call me brother. You're calling me old again. Uncle, you are pretending to be young. Yang Chaoyue smiled. Sister Chaoyue has a very strong stereotype about herself. If it were his age in his previous life, Yang Chaoyue would have no problem calling him that, but his current body was really 18 years old, and it always felt a little awkward. Keep the 5,000 yuan I gave you in advance safe and don't show off your wealth. Jiang Yang didn't argue much with Yang Chaoyue. He left this sentence and it depended on Yang Chaoyue himself whether he could understand it or not. He turned and drove toward the textile mill parking area. Yang Chaoyue heard the news broadcast gradually fading from Jiang Yang's car speakers. Rumor has it that Chen He cheated on his pregnant wife Xu Jing. His image has collapsed from a good man to a scumbag. Who is Chen He? Don't know. When talking about good men, Yang Chaoyue thought of a TV series called Love Apartment. That was a TV series that she loved watching before she dropped out of school. It brought her a lot of joy. Zheng Xiaoxian in the series called himself a good man. I heard it's already the 3rd or 4th part. I can't remember. I haven't had time to watch TV series since I started working 2 years ago. My aesthetic taste is gradually failing to keep up with the times, and I can't even sing popular songs anymore. Entertainment memory cannot keep up with the times. After get off work, I can't bear to sleep even though my eyelids are drooping, because this is my only free time. In the vicious cycle of time poverty, between survival and entertainment, we gradually lose our expression. Yang Chaoyue raised her hand and looked at the raised nail on her right index finger. This was caused by the nail being accidentally pierced by the machine when she was cutting a zipper in the factory. I have seen welders in the factory with a black spot of metal chips on their palms that can never be washed off. A female worker in the factory next door had her eardrum damaged by the noise from the machines, which caused her to suffer from tinnitus for life. Yang Chaoyue has seen this kind of permanent body symbol shaped by labor so many times that he has become accustomed to it. He tore off the recruitment advertisement posted by Jiang Yang on the recruitment board, folded it up and put it in his pocket. A ritual farewell to one's past self. The dark gate was lit by the dim ceiling light of the security booth, and Yang Chaoyue stepped in. The familiar smell of engine oil from the assembly line hit her nose, and she subconsciously shrank her neck. I used to think this smell was suffocating, but now I actually miss it a little. I no longer have the usual mentality of finally taking a break after a busy day. I finally don't belong here anymore. Seeing Yang Chaoyue walking towards the female workers' dormitory, Jiang Yang drove the car into the parking space. Then he saw the old man with his work badge in the security booth walking towards him with a smile. Here you are again, young man. Why are you wearing a suit? Is it safe this time? Don't keep bringing this up. It makes me look so embarrassed. Jiang Yang opened the car door and lit a cigarette for the old man. The old man exhaled smoke and said, "You kid, you're so cunning. You even talked about joining a girl group, but you're obviously just looking for a date. I saw you and Yang Chaoyue coming together. That girl is pretty. I remember her. They really are forming a girl group. The recruitment advertisement is still posted, right in the middle." Jiang Yang pointed to the recruitment column outside. "Where?" The old man squinted his eyes and looked over. "I didn't see any advertisement for recruiting a girl group. I don't know which idiot tore it, and specifically tore mine. Never mind, I'll just park my car for half an hour." Jiang Yang paid the parking fee and followed the old man into the security booth. The window glass was covered with a poster of Zhong Bishan from The Voice of China. Jiang Yang sat on a small stool, waiting for Yang Chaoyue while chatting with the old man. At the same time, Yang Chaoyue walked up the stairs, and the voice-controlled lights lit up one floor at a time with the sound of his footsteps, but the sensor on the 3rd floor of his dormitory had been broken for a long time. Arriving at the iron gate of the dormitory in the dark, Yang Chaoyue touched the 5,000 yuan in her pocket and remembered what Jiang Yang had reminded her before. "Don't show off your wealth." When I opened the door, a warm air mixed with a musty smell hit me in the face. Someone in the dormitory secretly connected an electric blanket, and the aging wiring caused the ceiling light to flicker. Faded blue painted iron beds filled the 12-person room. At the end of the bed were piled grey work clothes issued by the printing and dyeing factory. There is a 2014 movie poster of Tiny Times on the wall, with the corners curled up. The old ceiling fan was covered with dust, and the loom downstairs was humming continuously. "You're back." The female worker lying on the lower bunk at the door was reading Fireworks magazine. When she heard the door open, she didn't even look up. "Have you eaten yet?" "No." Yang Chaoyue replied. "It's really you, Chaoyue." The female worker put down her phone, tilted her head in surprise, and said with a smile, "It's rare to hear you speak with a retroflex consonant. I almost didn't recognize it was you." "Really?" Yang Chaoyue laughed. She was about to say that she wanted to take the Mandarin language test in the future, but she swallowed the words and clenched the recruitment advertisement in her pocket. There are quite a few good-looking female workers in the entire factory, and many of them speak Mandarin more standardly than hers. In other words, many colleagues were able to apply for membership in girl groups through Jiang Yang. It was just that she was lucky. She applied first and was selected. If someone competes with her, she will most likely be eliminated. She looked around the dormitory environment, and then thought about the environment and treatment the company rented for her. Yang Chaoyue tried hard to suppress the joy in his heart, and ultimately did not intend to share this with his colleagues. If it were my old self, I would talk about any happy thing. Did you get recruited into the girl group? Yeah, asked Sister Yang, who lent Yang Chaoyue the chiffon skirt. Yang Chaoyue looked up and found that several female workers in the dormitory were looking at him. She came to her bed in the dormitory, picked up her autumn clothes and walked to the bathroom. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. It's not that easy to get a job. The supervisor is right. Thousands of college students will compete with us for this good job. It's impossible for someone like us to get arthritis in our knees. Suppress the joy in your heart and cover up the truth with self-deprecation. I feel guilty that I don't deserve this luck, but I'm also wary. There was a burst of laughter in the dormitory. When I opened the bathroom door, I immediately smelled the familiar scent of Liu Shen floral water mixed with toilet cleaner. 3 beige tiles fell off, revealing the words Wang Li visited here on the 18th of June, 2013 written in ballpoint pen on the cement wall. The plastic shelves held clean clear facial cleanser and bee flower conditioner. The old-fashioned bolt was inserted with a click. When she took off her chiffon skirt, static sparks exploded on the back of her neck. She stared at the mold and the cracks in the wall, took a deep breath, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. This was the first time I lied to a colleague. No one should have noticed. Take out the recruitment advertisement posted by Jiang Yang from your pocket. Tear into pieces. Flush into the sewer. It took the 3rd flush to flush everything clean. There was a burning feeling in his eyes, trying to eliminate traces. The teasing voices of the female workers echoed from the dormitory. Did Yaya fall into the pit? You flush the toilet so frequently. I caught a cold and have diarrhea. Yang Chaoyue's quick-witted lie once again made the female workers burst into laughter. Wait for the blush on your face to fade away. Yang Chaoyue changed into his long underwear and trousers, pushed the door open, and changed into his casual clothes. He carefully folded the chiffon skirt and returned it to his colleague. The fabric rubbed against his fingertips, and a fine static electricity appeared. Sister Yang, thank you. If it weren't for the chiffon skirt Sister Yang lent me, would I have been able to pass Jiang Yang's interview? I really couldn't say for sure. Just put it by my bed. Sister Yang held a small round mirror in her hand and squeezed the pimples on her face. We share a dormitory. What's there to thank me for? You haven't worn it for a day, so you're giving it back to me? Or you can wear it for a few more days. You gave me 30 yuan. I feel embarrassed. No more. I'm leaving. Let's go eat. Let's go together. We are tired after a day and we just went back to the dormitory to sleep. We just woke up and went out to have a bowl of sour soup noodles. No, I want to resign. Yang Chaoyue's voice ended with a breath, his fingers stroking the corner of his clothes, and his eyes lost focus for a moment. I wrote a letter of breaking up with my roommate and embarked on another lonely road. I feel empty inside. Chapter 6. Pack up, take me away. Resign. Sister Yang looked up at Yang Chaoyue. The other female workers turned their heads to look over. Yang Chaoyue felt very uncomfortable as his colleague's eyes suddenly turned to him. To be more precise, what was even more uncomfortable was that she didn't dare to speak out her true thoughts. Yang Chaoyue started packing his luggage and added, My father's back injury has become more serious. He's often scolded by the foreman on the construction site. I feel sorry for him and want to go back to Yangcheng. His fingers brushed across the crack in the bedboard, where a half-broken zipper tooth was still stuck. That's where the bloodstain was caused when he dozed off during the night shift last year and got pinched by the machine. The trauma of having your body mortgaged to the assembly line. When she stuffed the work gloves issued by the printing and dyeing workshop into her luggage bag, the indelible smell of indigo dye suddenly made her nose sore. Every time I go to the barber shop, I can always smell the chemical scent of hair dye lingering on the barber's fingertips. When my father came back from the construction site, he could see cement dust caked between his fingernails. Just like my job at the bottom of society, the taste of my profession is engraved into my pores. The female workers were talking at once. Some people advised Yang Chaoyue to stay, saying that if he left and came back, he might not be able to get into such a good factory. Some people are reluctant to part with Yang Chaoyue. Someone shared a folk remedy from his hometown to treat Yang Chaoyue's father's back injury. Everyone knows that Yang Chaoyue is a filial child. Whenever I call my dad, he keeps calling me Daddy, Daddy. We all come from all over the world and live in this cramped dormitory in Shanghai, working together every day to clean cotton, spin yarn, weave cloth, and print and dye. I go back to my hometown for a month or so during the Chinese New Year, and then gather here again in the spring of the following year to repeat the same thing. Every year after the spring festival, the same group of people return to the same factory. The reason on the resignation form is always written as family matters. Everyone saw that this little girl Yang Chaoyue had grown several centimeters taller, so how could they not have any feelings for her? In the end, He failed to convince Yang Chaoyue to stay. This kind of thing is not uncommon. The mobility of female workers in textile factories is inherently high. Sister Yang, who had lent Yang Chaoyue her chiffon skirt, helped pack her bedding and stuffed it into a snakeskin bag. She then escorted Yang Chaoyue, who was carrying his luggage, to the lighted stairwell on the second floor. If you change your mind in the next 2 days, give me a call. I'll talk to the supervisor and keep your bed. You have my phone number, right? There's a phone number for you, Sister Yang. Hey, wait a minute. Sister Yang hurried back to the dormitory. After Yang Chaoyue sent her resignation text message to her supervisor, Sister Yang took out the folded chiffon skirt and said, "Yeah, this dress is for you." That's not good. It's too expensive. Yang Chaoyue didn't take it. What's the big deal? I'm not as young as you, my figure is out of shape, and I don't dress as well as you. Sister Yang laughed heartily. It's good to go back to my hometown, find a good man to marry, live a down-to-earth life, and then give me wedding candy. Yang Chaoyue refused again and again, but Sister Yang still stuffed the chiffon skirt into the snakeskin bag. In the entire dormitory, Sister Yang has the best relationship with her. According to Sister Yang, she is very similar to her younger sister from her hometown, beautiful, timid, and optimistic. Unfortunately, Sister Yang's sister was abducted by human traffickers. When she called the police, they only found a car with a cloned license plate, and the family was helpless. The only things at home were my younger sister's old children's clothes, which she had worn when she was little. A missing person notice was forwarded in the hometown group, and the pixels of the photos became increasingly blurry. Let's take a picture together, sister. I just bought a CoolPad, it's second-hand, and the photos it takes are much clearer than those of Nokia. Sister Yang took out the CoolPad F2. Okay. Yang Chaoyue raised his scissors hand, took a photo with Sister Yang, and stuffed money into Sister Yang's pocket. Sister Yang, consider it as the money to buy your chiffon skirt. She did not touch the 5,000 yuan salary Jiang Yang gave her, and used her own savings. You don't understand anything. Why give me money? Your feelings will fade if you do that. Sister Yang returned to the dormitory laughing. The cuffs of her sweater were pilling. She hunched her shoulders in the cold wind and touched the money in her pocket, feeling something was wrong. When I took it out, I saw there was a full 300 yuan. Enough to buy 2 of the latest chiffon skirts from her hometown county. You have a bump on your head, that's why I gave you so much. Sister Yang was deeply touched and quickly put the money in her pocket so that other colleagues wouldn't see it. The generosity of the poor. Worthless affection. In the security booth at the factory entrance, the old man was very satisfied with the young man. He not only lit 2 cigarettes for him, but also chatted with him. First they talked about the labor dispute in a nearby factory, and then about the progress of the Jiang Yang explosion accident a few months ago. They even talked a little about the Asian men's basketball championship. The old man had a strong desire to talk, and Jiang Yang just listened without interrupting. Another reason is that I hear the voice of the system in my head. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. Have you received the reward from the system? The old man finally brought the topic back to Yang Chaoyue. If you ask me, you should change your target. Yang Chaoyue really has no interest in falling in love. How did you figure that out? Jiang Yang asked casually, thinking about the system rewards in his mind. When did you cultivate Yang Chaoyue's acting skills? It is clear that I have only trained Yang Chaoyue's lines, and that was only in terms of flat tongue and curled tongue sounds. Or is it that I don't understand the system's reward rules? After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Yang had an idea. It seems that Yang Chaoyue had understood his earlier reminder not to show off his wealth and put it into practice. His learning ability is very poor, but his comprehension ability is not bad and his attitude is also good. First verify your current acting skills and see to what extent they have improved. There was a fight between 2 young men with dyed blonde hair at the factory next door. They both wanted to date her, but the girl worked on her sewing machine all night just to get 30 yuan in overtime pay. She didn't even notice the 2 blondes were fighting at the door and throwing bricks. I was the one who called the police. The old man poured hot water into an enamel cup. The walls of the cup were covered with brown tea stains. The steam formed circles of light under the ceiling light, reflecting the yellow calluses between the old man's fingers caused by smoke. You are different from those 2 yellow-haired guys. You have good intentions. Those 2 yellow-haired guys just want to sleep with her, but you simply want to fall in love with her. How do you know that? Maybe I want to support Yang Chaoyue. While speaking, Jiang Yang tried to get into the acting state. The old man laughed out loud when he heard this. At my age, it's not like I haven't seen rich men who deliberately support factory girls, but it's not like you. When they talk about the girls they want to support, their eyes are different. That's what I just said. The old man looked along the rim of the shaking enamel cup and saw a pair of eyes covered with steam. The ceiling light cast a swaying spot of light on Jiang Yang's face. Jiang Yang lowered his eyelids to cover his pupils, and when he slowly raised his eyes, his eyelids were half closed. He loosened his tie with his fingers, and slowly stroked his lower lip with the tip of his tongue. His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he swallowed, like a snake spitting out its tongue. If you want to support a factory girl, you have to choose someone with a soft waist and a sweet voice, right? Yang Chaoyue fits the bill perfectly. With a click, the cigarette ash between the old man's fingers fell on the duty roster. His fingers, like dead branches, gripped the rim of the cup, his knuckles turning bluish white. The cloudy eyeballs reflected the completely different expression of the young man in front of him. It was exactly the same as what he had seen before, when rich men talked about the girls they wanted to support. His eyes were filled with lust, as if he was measuring the waist and hip curves of the female workers with a sticky gaze. In a daze, the old man didn't even bother to open the plastic door of the security booth when it was knocked. Just by looking at the old man's reaction, Jiang Yang knew that his acting skills worked. Jiang Yang stood up, pushed open the plastic door, and saw Yang Chaoyue standing at the door in a pilling rose-red cotton jacket. The faded snakeskin bag he was carrying was tied with a hemp rope, and his red, frozen hands were clutching the canvas bag strap. The canvas corners were frayed and white, and the zipper was stuck with sewing thread. Her cheeks were red from the high altitude, her breath was hazy under the light from the security booth, her hair was stained with cotton wool, and she smiled sweetly at Jiang Yang. "I'm ready, take me away." Chapter 7. 100,000 yuan liquidated damages. Put the luggage in the trunk and get in the car. Jiang Yang stepped out of the security booth and led Yang Chaoyue to the parking space. The old man finally reacted and came out holding an enamel cup filled with hot water. The hot water in the enamel cup splashed onto his skin, but the old man didn't feel the burning pain at all. His fingers, like dry branches, gripped the rim of the cup tightly, his knuckles turning pale. "Yang Chaoyue, what are you doing? Pack up your belongings and leave to work for a new boss." Yang Chaoyue jumped and stuffed his luggage into the trunk of the Corolla. The old man recalled the look Jiang Yang had just given him, and he knew what was going on. "I'm old now, and this isn't the first time I've seen something like this." The old man chuckled a few times and said, "I was mistaken. I really didn't see it at first. What a pity." Sister Yang returned to the dormitory and continued to squeeze pimples with a small round mirror. At first, people in the dormitory were talking about Yang Chaoyue, but soon they turned to the topic of the wedding of Huang Xiaoming and Yang Ying in the entertainment industry 2 months ago. No one mentioned Yang Chaoyue again. Everyone knows that a new factory girl will soon move into the empty bed. The Foxconn employee who jumped from the building had his workstation replaced by a new person on the same day. After the delivery riders left the group, the chat history was immediately flooded with orders. "That's life, I'm used to it." After squeezing the pimples and feeling hungry, Sister Yang made an appointment with a friend to go out for dinner. When they were almost at the factory gate, they saw a silver Corolla driving out of the parking area. There is no privacy film on the car windows. The light from the security booth illuminated Jiang Yang, who was dressed in a suit and tie, and Yang Chaoyue, who was smiling brightly, in the car. Sister Yang walked over and looked at the taillights of the Corolla. Chaoyue even called a taxi. No matter what the car is called, it's probably kept by someone. The old man exhaled smoke from his mouth. A female college student returned to school in a luxury car, and rumors of her being kept appeared on the bulletin board the next day. A working girl used her first month's salary to buy a brand-name bag, and the whole village spread the rumor that she was a prostitute. Sister Yang has heard a lot of this kind of thing. She laughed out loud and clutched the 300 yuan Yang Chaoyue had given her in her pocket. "You are so old, and you are making such a joke." Chaoyue went back to her hometown to take care of her father. "Don't spread it nonsense." Jiang Yang had just driven the car out of the factory when he heard Yang Chaoyue in the backseat say, "Uncle Jiang, can we stop by the ATM business hall up ahead?" Jiang Yang clicked his tongue. He really is called old. This is not Yang Chua's fault. After all, when I tricked Yang Chaoyue into signing the contract, I just wanted to act more mature. I've already signed the contract. There's no need to keep trying. It can be seen that Yang Chaoyue is very satisfied with the salary and the house he lives in. Yang Chaoyue shouldn't care too much about the company's size or how many employees it has, right? I'll confront Yang Chaoyue later. If he can accept it, he will continue to cooperate and provide Yang Chaoyue with accommodation, food, and salary. At the same time, by cultivating Yang Chaoyue, he can gain his attributes. If you can't accept it, then just break up, unbind from Yang Chaoyue in the development column, and then find other development targets as soon as possible. At this time, Yu Shushan had just entered the entertainment industry and played the minor supporting role Greensnake in New Border Town Prodigal Son. Zhong Jingyi is at Changsha Shenghu Experimental School, preparing for the college entrance examination and art examination. There are many objects to choose from. These little flowers have not yet become famous, and they can all become targets for you to cultivate and extract their attributes. Jiang Yang slowed down the car and stopped steadily at the curb of the ATM business hall. We are here. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. It will only take 5 minutes. Yang Chaoyue pushed the door and got out of the car. Jiang Yang sighed again, leaned back in his chair, faced the warm air from the car's air conditioner, and checked the system panel. The street light poured down, dividing his cheek into 2 parts of light and dark. The fluorescent tubes in the business hall hissed in the twilight, and a faded 24-hour surveillance sign was posted on the glass door. Yang Chaoyue pushed open the glass door, and the smoke from the food stall on the corner came in, carrying with it the sour and rancid smell unique to the factory area. She took out 5,000 yuan from her pocket, aligned the edges of the banknotes and stuffed them into the deposit slot. Her knuckles turned bluish-white under the cold light of the ATM machine. Deposit the money into the bank card, and then transfer it to your father via mobile phone. When Yang Chaoyue received the notification that the transfer was successful, veins bulged on the back of his hand. This is the first time I've transferred such a large sum of money to my dad. Finally, I can help my dad. I hope that with this money, my dad won't have to work so hard on the construction site in the future. Yang Chaoyue repeatedly rubbed the number 5,000 on the screen with his thumb, as if he could touch his father's lumbar vertebrae, which had been covered with plasters for years, through the circuit board. Watching Yang Chaoyue come back and sit in the backseat, Jiang Yang drove the car towards Fuli Community. I don't know if it was his illusion, but I always felt that Yang Chaoyue talked much less on the road this time. Observing Yang Chaoyue through the central control rearview mirror, I always saw her staring blankly at the night view outside the window. She pinched the corner of her clothes repeatedly. Her eyelashes trembled slightly when the neon lights passed by, and no one knew what she was thinking. When I changed jobs, even my living environment changed. It takes time to adapt to the change in mentality. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yang carried the last piece of luggage into the elevator, pressed the door close button, and asked Yang Chaoyue, who was leaning against the wall. No. I didn't think about anything. I just felt like I was dreaming. Yang Chaoyue stroked the black hair on his earlobe and smiled. Jiang Yang said seriously, you will have a regular training tomorrow. Adjust your mindset tonight. I understand. Manager Jiang, I won't let you down. Yang Chaoyue took a deep breath and nodded heavily. What did you call me? Oh, Jiang Su. Jiang what? Uncle. Uncle Jiang, retroflex consonant. I will pay attention to the pronunciation next time. Yang Chaoyue said with his eyes wide open like copper bells, very seriously. Jiang Yang sighed. He helped Yang Chaoyue move his luggage into the rental house, and then let Yang Chaoyue make the bed in the room. Jiang Yang sat on the sofa in the living room, planning the future training for Yang Chaoyue. By practicing Yang Chaoyue's Mandarin pronunciation and receiving systematic feedback, your Mandarin can be improved. Reminding Yang Chaoyue not to show off his wealth in the textile factory dormitory and getting feedback on his acting skills was a way for Jiang Yang to experience the effectiveness of the system. This is far from enough. It is now November 11th. There are still 2 months left before the art exams for Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, and Shanghai Theatre Academy. Jiang Yang clicked on the official websites of these 3 schools and checked the admission brochures again. In terms of age, eyesight, and image, I can definitely pass the test. After all, my appearance is only slightly inferior to that of Daniel Wu, who you are reading. Areas that need improvement include recitation, dancing, and performance. How to improve? Of course, it is to pull out Yang Chua's attributes. Uncle Jiang, I've almost finished cleaning my room. Is there anything else you need me to do? Yang Chaoyue was standing at the door and noticed that Jiang Yang was looking at his phone and thinking about something, so he spoke carefully. Sweep the floor. The mop and broom are in the bathroom. Clean every corner of the room. After you're done, continue practicing Mandarin. Jiang Yang looked up and responded, continuing to browse the content on his mobile phone. Okay. Yang Chaoyue walked towards the bathroom. When passing by Jiang Yang, his stomach made a distinct gurgling sound. Are you hungry? Jiang Yang called Yang Chaoyue. A little bit. Yang Chaoyue gave a somewhat forced smile. Just tell me if you're hungry, and the company will reimburse you for your meal. I can handle it now. I can finish cleaning, practicing Mandarin, and then eating. You carry it. I can't handle it anymore. Let's go out for a midnight snack. Jiang Yang stood up and was about to leave. Yang Chaoyue ran out of the bathroom, a broom in his hand. Let's go together. It's too painful to starve alone. Wait until you finish cleaning. Jiang Yang sat down and emphasized, clean every corner of the room. Do you want the master bedroom too? Yang Chaoyue pointed to the master bedroom with its door closed. Yes, the door is not locked. You can go in by turning the doorknob. Okay. First clean the living room, then the kitchen, then your room, and finally the master bedroom. Yang Chaoyue gently turned the doorknob, wanting to see what the room of his future female group colleague looked like. Push open the door, press the large switch on the wall, and the incandescent light on the ceiling illuminates the room layout. The room was clean and not cluttered. There was a soft mattress on the pine bed. The sheets and quilt covers were not the pink that girls liked, but dark blue, and the quilt was very thick. There is a book called An Actor's Self-Cultivation next to the pillow. There is a Xiaomi power bank on the bedside table. The material of the bedside table and wardrobe is the same as that of my own room. The space is slightly larger and has an additional wood grain desk. Of course, Yang Chaoyue would not open the wardrobe and bedside table to look, as that would be very impolite. There were no cosmetics to be seen, but there was a faker electric shaver lying across the desk. It should be used to shave the legs of girl group members. What about the dumbbells placed on the bay window? Yang Chaoyue cleaned the floor of the master bedroom, but he always felt something was strange. It didn't look like a girl's room at all. But I saw an ID card under the bed. The ID card is covered, with the national emblem visible. What do my colleagues in the girl group look like? Yang Chaoyue wiped the dust off his ID card with his sleeve and turned it over to take a look. The face in the ID card portrait has a high and straight nose, deep eyebrows and eyes, slightly upturned lips, and a prominent lip bead. Even with a buzz cut and a simple round neck shirt, you can still tell how handsome he is. It looks good and feels familiar. Have you finished cleaning my room? Jiang Yang's voice came from the door. Yang Chaoyue looked up and saw Jiang Yang's face, which was exactly the same as the one on his ID card. The difference is that Jiang Yang has a slicked back hair and wears a mature suit. Your ID card? Yang Chaoyue asked in surprise. How did you find it? I've been looking for it for days. It saves me the money to get a new one. Thanks. Jiang Yang took the ID card and put it in his wallet. Just sweep it once with a broom. No need to mop it. Let's go out and have a nice meal. Your room. Yang Chaoyue reacted belatedly, the blood vessels behind his ears throbbing with his breathing. Before Jiang Yang could say anything, Yang Chaoyue remembered that Jiang Yang's ID card had the same birth year as hers. Are you really 18 years old this year? Pay attention to pronunciation. Jiang Yang raised his eyelids. Are you really 18 years old this year? You see, ID cards never lie. It turned out that Jiang Yang didn't act naive in the car and told him the truth. Then it is indeed inappropriate for me to call Jiang Yang uncle. Yang Chaoyue's toes curled and unclenched in his canvas shoes. The sweat from his palms left water marks on the broom handle, and his body felt fear before his consciousness. Putting Jiang Yang's age aside, she suddenly realized one thing. The person living in the master bedroom was not a colleague from the girl group, but Jiang Yang, who had interviewed and signed a contract with her during the day. Maybe I'll have to live with a boy in the future? No, this is too sudden. I can't accept it. Regret signing this? Think about it. The contract was signed in triplicate. Jiang Yang took one of the copies out of his briefcase and handed it to Yang Chaoyue, pointing to the door of the rental house. You can terminate the contract. It's up to you to stay or leave. Termination of contract. Yang Chaoyue's fingers were tangled in the corner of his clothes, and his knuckles turned white from force. The ceiling light of the rental house shone palely. She looked up at Jiang Yang's back as he turned and walked towards the living room. Before today, Jiang Yang was still a stranger to me, but from now on, I will live with Jiang Yang? No. Even if you can earn 5,000 yuan a month, it won't work. Yang Chaoyue suddenly understood why he was able to get this job even though he was so bad in every aspect. It's like being kept. Is Jiang Yang greedy for her body? Even though Jiang Yang was the same age as her, and even though Jiang Yang had a perfect image, Yang Chaoyue could not accept it. She flipped through the contract, the pages rustling in her palms. When the lead type of termination compensation caught her sight, Yang Chaoyue suddenly clenched the edge of the paper and saw the compensation amount in the termination column. A string of zeros, like dense thorns, instantly squeezed into his pupils. 10, 10. Yang Chaoyue's throat felt like it had been rubbed by sandpaper, and he couldn't make a sound for a while. 100,000 yuan. Even if I sell myself, I'm not worth that much money. Chapter 8 Manager Jiang, can I come back? 100,000 yuan is just a symbolic number. You don't have to pay it back. Jiang Yang looked over. Hearing this, the 10 string in Yang Chaoyue's mind moved. He raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yang, his fingers unconsciously grabbing the side seam of his cotton pants. Jiang Yang sat on the sofa. Seeing that Yang Chaoyue didn't say anything, he continued, "You want compensation? That's fine. I'll send you my bank card number." "No, no, no." Yang Chaoyue finally reacted. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to bother you." "Pay attention to pronunciation," Jiang Yang reminded. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Yang Chaoyue subconsciously changed his words. Jiang Yang didn't even look at Yang Chaoyue. He lifted his feet and lay on the sofa, flipping through the book An Actor's Self-Cultivation that he had just taken from the bedside of his room, his fingertips casually stroking the edge of the pages. Flip through 2 pages. There was a rustling sound of paper. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yang saw Yang Chaoyue timidly walking out of the master bedroom. "Instead of going to the side bedroom to pack up, I went to the bathroom to wash the mop and mop from the balcony to the living room." When she bent over to wring the mop, her waist, wrapped in old cotton pants, showed a slender curve faintly under the bulky fabric. The strands of hair on her forehead were stuck to her porcelain white cheeks by sweat and trembled slightly with her movements, like reed ears covered with morning dew. The rural girl's outfit looks fresh and beautiful on Yang Chaoyue. Jiang Yang just watched Yang Chaoyue swaying in front of him, holding the mop handle, mopping the living room, then the side bedroom, and then the master bedroom. I passed by him several times, but didn't dare to look up at him. Since the contract is about to be terminated, I will no longer be an employee of his company. Why am I still working for him? Isn't the contract going to be terminated? No. You don't even have to pay the penalty. You've been so nice to me. I just wanted to help you clean up." Yang Chaoyue looked at Jiang Yang timidly and repeatedly wiped the doorframe that had already been cleaned. Humble compensation mentality. Even though the sweat on his forehead soaked his bangs, he still didn't stop. "Okay, whatever you want." Jiang Yang smiled and said, "When you leave, throw away the trash at the door." Seeing the smile on Jiang Yang's face, Yang Chaoyue felt better. "Okay, Uncle Jiang." "TSK. Brother Jiang." Yang Chaoyue quickly changed his words. For some reason, even though he was about to terminate the contract with Jiang Yang Chaoyue's heart still subconsciously beat fast when he heard Jiang Yang sigh. Jiang Yang suddenly reminded, "By the way, you don't have to worry about the termination compensation, but you have to pay back the 5,000 yuan I advanced you. After all, I'm not a philanthropist." Yang Chaoyue's knuckles turned white as he gripped the mop. Water droplets meandered down the metal rod, leaving dark marks on the tiles and teeth marks on his lower lip. She lowered her eyes and stared at the mop stains in silence for 2 seconds before answering, "It's my duty. I'll go get the money after I finish mopping the floor." Her voice was soft, but her eyelashes were trembling violently. Jiang Yang raised his eyes from between the pages of the book and caught the curve of her lips as she turned around. The room was quiet. Jiang Yang read the book quietly, and Yang Chaoyue didn't say anything. Occasionally, there was the scratchy sound of fingertips rubbing against book pages, and the dull thud of a mop hitting the leg of a table. The tiles in the room were mopped until they were shiny by Yang Chaoyue. When Yang Chaoyue went out, he took the garbage at the door with him as Jiang Yang instructed. Jiang Yang tilted his head to glance at Yang Chaoyue's departing figure, raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought to himself, "You're not being honest. You're trying to show off your acting skills to me." Just when Yang Chaoyue had just finished speaking to him, Jiang Yang took out another attribute from Yang Chaoyue. "Received feedback on your acting skills from Yang Chaoyue, +1 to your acting skills." Yang Chaoyue is acting with himself. Yang Chaoyue previously said, mopping the floor was a job, and she would go get the money after she finished mopping the floor. Which statement is false? It doesn't matter. Jiang Yang doesn't care much. The door is closed. A barely audible sigh from Yang Chaoyue was heard outside the door, mixed with the rustling of plastic bags and dissipated in the corridor. After arriving downstairs in the community and throwing away the garbage, Yang Chaoyue walked out of the community gate and headed towards the nearest ATM business hall. "A cold wind blows on my face. I can't accept living with a boy I just met." What's more, the treatment Jiang Yang gave was indeed very much like that of a mistress, which was even more unacceptable. "Next, I just need to ask my father to transfer the money back, then pack my luggage and go back to the textile factory, and life can be the same as before. I am very lucky that I don't have to pay liquidated damages to terminate the contract." Yang Chaoyue took out his cell phone and clicked on his father's number, but he didn't have the courage to call him. The old flip phone Nokia flipped over and over in the palm of his hand, the metal shell warmed by body temperature and then quickly cooled by the cold wind. Suddenly, a bell rang. It was my dad calling. Yang Chaoyue answered the call and called out, "Daddy." My father's voice came from the receiver. "Hey, Where did you get the money to transfer so much to me? Alo means daughter in Yangcheng dialect, and my father often calls me that. My father doesn't speak Mandarin and speaks Yangcheng dialect when he communicates with me. I could tell that my dad's tone was full of surprise, but a familiar electrical noise came from the receiver, mixed with the roar of the construction site mixer. Yang Chaoyue felt as if a ball of water-soaked cotton was stuffed in his throat, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't know how to ask my dad to transfer the 5,000 yuan he had just transferred to me back to me. ALO. Hey, can you hear me? Is the signal bad? Dad called out several times, but Yang Chaoyue didn't respond, and his throat felt blocked. Until my dad asked, Hey, are you living well in the big city? Yang Chaoyue was stunned for a second, then gave a bitter smile. Daddy, I'm doing pretty well. The words had just come out. My dad hung up the phone. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Yang's mind. Received feedback on your acting skills from Yang Chaoyue, +1 to your acting skills. Jiang Yang closed the book and said, Yang Chaoyue can act out a scene just by throwing away trash, so how can he act out a scene with a trash can? Immediately following, Yang Chaoyue's mobile phone rang with a text message reminder that a payment of 5,000 yuan had been received. The tingling sensation from the vibration of the phone spread from the palm of my hand to my heart. Yang Chaoyue was stunned and called his father. Dad, why did you transfer the money? There's a signal. I can hear you talking right now. Dad smiled innocently. I can't afford to spend so much money back home. You'll spend more money in the big city, and things are so expensive. Buy more fruit and eat more to gain weight. Having a little money will help you feel less stressed. Daddy is incompetent and can't help you much. Daddy just wants you to be happy. Yang Chaoyue's eyes suddenly turned red. I think of my father raising me alone. I remember my father having to smile when he was scolded by the foreman on the construction site. I remember the white hair that was exposed when he took off his construction helmet, and his back that could not be straightened because of the physical work. Dad, I want a good life in exchange. I don't have to work in a factory. Food and accommodation are provided. I can earn 5,000 yuan a month, and the boss will give me 5,000 yuan in advance. The cold wind blew away the white breath Yang Chaoyue exhaled. Dad, you have to be willing to spend this 5,000 yuan to buy medicine to heal your back injury. When I earn more money in the future, you don't have to work on the construction site. I will support you. Haha, great, great. Luo has made great progress and found a good life. Listening to my dad's laughter on the phone, Yang Chaoyue also laughed. As I laughed, my eyes became sore and tears flowed. The cold wind stung my earlobes, but it was no match for the tinnitus caused by the noise from the construction site in the receiver. It was as if I could smell the fishy smell of concrete that could not be washed off my father's cotton-padded jacket. After chatting with his father about family matters for a while and hanging up the phone, Yang Chaoyue transferred another 5,000 yuan to his father and attached a text message, asking his father to take care of his health. She stopped walking towards the ATM machine and turned around, heading towards Jiang Yang's Fuli community, looking up at the building where Jiang Yang was. She tried to smile, but found that the muscles on her frozen cheeks were somewhat out of control, and the white mist she exhaled blurred the floor where Jiang Yang was. The red and white sign of the convenience store on the corner swayed in the wind. Yang Chaoyue shrank her neck and tightly grasped the spare key to the rental house that Jiang Yang had given her in her pocket. Mixed emotions. The old flip Nokia ringtone is ringing again. Yang Chaoyue answered with a smile on his face. Daddy. Sister Yang's cheerful laughter rang out from the receiver. Hey, my dear daughter. Yang Chaoyue glanced at the phone screen and realized that the call was from Sister Yang. Sister Yang, you are taking advantage of me. I was just talking to my dad on the phone. Chat for a while. Sister Yang talked about business. No kidding, my supervisor knows you're resigning, and I want to ask you if you're serious. It's not too late to regret now. You can come back tonight and go to work as usual tomorrow. Otherwise, by tomorrow, a newly hired female worker will be taking your bed. Sister Yang advised, Yeah, you probably haven't boarded the train yet. Why don't you come back? The job at the textile factory is pretty good. Yang Chaoyue held the phone without saying a word. The roar of the textile factory assembly line, the pungent smell of engine oil, and those mechanically repetitive days and nights suddenly flooded into my memory. Assembly line post-traumatic stress. Sister Yang, I'm on the bus back to my hometown. I won't be going back to the textile factory. Please keep in touch. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Yang's mind. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. Jiang Yang, waiting for Yang Chaoyue to return the 5,000 yuan advance payment, wondered, is he acting like he's playing tricks on the ATM machine again? He called Yang Chaoyue. The call was connected quickly, and the receiver was filled with the noise of whistling wind. Jiang Yang put the book upside down on his knees and said, "I was just throwing away the trash for half an hour and got kidnapped by the trash can. Jiang Yang, can I not terminate the contract?" Yang Chaoyue's timid tone sounded like a taut string in the receiver. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yang asked, "Have you thought it through? You are a good person, I believe you. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue and said, "Speak properly. You are a good man." There was no response from Jiang Yang in the receiver. This time, Jiang Yang did not hear the system's reminder about Yang Chaoyue's acting skills. This shows that Yang Chaoyue really thinks he is a good person, but he does not trust himself. This is normal since we've only just met. Yang Chaoyue's original living environment was already harsh. It's like when there is no other choice, grab him as the last straw, even if this straw has barbs. Yang Chaoyue was a little nervous, but mustered up the courage to ask, Manager Jiang, can I come back now?" After a few seconds of silence, Yang Chaoyue finally heard Jiang Yang's response. "See if there are any fast food restaurants open on the street and bring back 2 servings of pork knuckle rice." Chapter 9. I'm going to die. Teach me quickly. I can still learn. Half an hour later, Yang Chaoyue returned to Jiang Yang's rental house carrying 2 packed pork trotter rice dishes, his nose tipped red from the cold, and inserted the key into the lock to open the door. The cold air penetrated through the collar and was instantly wrapped by the warm current in the house. The air conditioner hanging on the ceiling of the living room was turned on, and the air conditioner outdoor unit on the balcony made a buzzing sound. The iPad on the sofa was playing Li Longhao's recently popular single, Li Bai. Jiang Yang sat in front of the coffee table, holding the matte blank pen he had used when interviewing her, writing something on an A4 paper, his body swaying rhythmically to the rhythm of the music. "Brother Yang." Unlike the surprise when he first arrived at the rental house with his luggage, Yang Chaoyue at this moment stood on the dustproof doormat and politely called Jiang Yang, feeling a little embarrassed and at a loss. When Yang Chaoyue first came to this rental house, he dared to look Jiang Yang in the eye, but now he stared at the other's Adam's apple when he spoke. "When I get nervous, my hearing becomes inexplicably sharp." One could faintly hear the creaking of the heating pipes and the rustling sound of Jiang Yang's pen rubbing against the paper. Will Jiang Yang be angry because of her previous attempt to terminate the contract? Will Jiang Yang touch her? She didn't know. She didn't dare to think about it because she had never experienced this. Yang Chaoyue was very wary of the strange man he had only known for 1 day. Even though Jiang Yang is very handsome, he is as young as her. But reality is not a novel. She would not be foolish enough to like Jiang Yang just because he is handsome. Instead, she would be more cautious. She stood on the doormat, not daring to come in, like a stray cat that had strayed into someone else's house. Yang Chaoyue, close the door quickly. Don't let the heater run away. There's a new pair of cotton slippers in the shoe cabinet. They are a little big, so wear them. Oh. Seeing that Jiang Yang let her in, Yang Chaoyue closed the door and changed into the larger cotton slippers that Jiang Yang had prepared for her. She still instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. For this job, she is willing to work hard to adapt. Have you thought it over carefully? Don't you want to terminate the contract? Jiang Yang put down his pen. "Well, I won't terminate the contract. If you don't terminate the contract, you will have to undergo training, which will be very difficult. I can endure hardship." Seeing that Jiang Yang didn't hold a grudge against her about what happened before, Yang Chaoyue felt relieved. She paid for the pork trotter rice herself and was too embarrassed to ask Jiang Yang for it. Yang Chaoyue took a small plastic stool from the corner and sat next to Jiang Yang, not forgetting to open a box of pork trotter rice and place it in front of Jiang Yang. The marinade mixed with the spicy aroma of chili peppers fermented in the heater, and the burnt aroma of minced garlic stimulated by the hot oil seeped into every fold of the curtains. She tore open the disposable chopsticks and ate the other portion. "I'm hungry." Just as he was about to take a mouthful of rice, Jiang Yang suddenly took away the chopsticks in his hand. "Suffer first, then eat." Jiang Yang placed the A4 paper he had just written horizontally in front of Yang Chaoyue and turned off the music on the iPad. There are 3 words with velar nasal sounds written on it: a person's name, purity, and goshawk. Each word is marked with pinyin. Apparently, it's time to start Mandarin training again. The feedback from the previous training of Yang Chaoyue's flat and retroflex consonants helped Jiang Yang improve his Mandarin level. He, who originally couldn't distinguish between front and back nasal sounds, can now read some simple 2-character words. If the number of words is more, it will be difficult to read it correctly. By giving Yang Chaoyue special training in this area, Jiang Yang will naturally make faster progress in this area. This is also the content that must be passed in the art exam 1 month later. I've taught you before that to be in a girl group, you must have a solid foundation in lines, and fluent Mandarin is very important. You should read it the same way I read it and keep up with my pronunciation rhythm. Jiang Yang said seriously. Yeah. Yang Chaoyue nodded seriously. Jiang Yang finished speaking, shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewed it twice, and the stinging burning sensation of capsaicin shot from his taste buds to his ears, making Jiang Yang gasp for air. Fuck, you're going to kill me with this spicy food. Fuck, you're going to kill me with this spicy food. Yang Chaoyue followed suit. How much chili did you put in the soup? Jiang Yang stuck out his tongue and gasped. Yang Chaoyue was amused. How much chili did you put in the soup? Go get me a glass of water, it has to be cold. Jiang Yang urged. Go get me a glass of water, and make sure it's cold. Yang Chaoyue learned it word for word. Live action ghost version. Jiang Yang raised his hand and gently tapped Yang Chaoyue on the top of his head. What the hell are you learning? It's so annoying. No one will pay you. Yang Chaoyue covered his head, immediately stood up, went to the water dispenser to get a cup and fill it with water for Jiang Yang. I really doubt that you want to eat these 2 servings of pork trotter rice by yourself. My lips are swollen from the spiciness. How much chili pepper was put in it? I, a person from the foggy city, can't stand it. Jiang Yang kept exhaling, and even his blinking frequency was much faster than usual. He didn't have the calm and casual attitude he had before. Yang Chaoyue took the water and laughed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to do that. Are you Yangcheng people good at eating spicy food? No, I just can eat spicy food. It's a natural talent, I guess. Jiang Yang gulped down a mouthful of ice water, his Adam's apple rolling rapidly, and the water made a slight gurgling sound as it flowed through his burning esophagus. There is no doubt that he couldn't finish either of the 2 servings of pork trotter rice. There are no other snacks in the house, so let's order takeout. After a few small talk, Jiang Yang got down to business. Be serious and read with me. Names. Yang Chaoyue said seriously, the people. It's a name, not a citizen. Read it slowly. It's a name. People tilde. Yang Chaoyue tried very hard to make a velar nasal sound, but to no avail. It is normal that you cannot learn it in a short time. The best time for voice training is when children are just learning to speak. The later you learn, the harder it will be. Not everyone is as systematic as Jiang Yang. Fortunately, as long as Yang Chaoyue is taught by Jiang Yang, he does not need to master Mandarin thoroughly. As long as he makes progress, Jiang Yang will receive a reward. When pronouncing ing, pronounce I first. The tip of the tongue presses against the back of the lower teeth, the surface of the tongue gradually reaches the hard palate, the root of the tongue retracts and presses against the soft palate, and the air flows out from a nasal cavity. That's it, a name. Jiang Yang tried his best to explain the pronunciation process to Yang Chaoyue clearly. Yang Chaoyue imitated the vocalization technique taught by Jiang Yang and tried it again. People, sip. 5 minutes later. Name. Human minute. How come your tone is wrong too? It's the second tone. The tongue is going to be tied in a bow. A clumsy effort. 10 minutes later. Name. Human cat. Yang Chaoyue read it out seriously, and then he laughed so hard that he fell on the coffee table. Jiang Yang's blood pressure shot up. Under Jiang Yang's serious gaze, he quickly sat down again and continued to complete the voice training. 15 minutes later. Name. Still a citizen. Damn it. You even pronounced a velar nasal sound on your first word. That's considered progress. It was like teaching Yang Chaoyue to play the language version of Find the Difference. 20 minutes later. The A4 paper with the training vocabulary written on it was curled up by the warm air from the air conditioner. Open your mouth wide, pull the root of your tongue back as much as possible, and feel the airflow passing through your nasal cavity. People. Jiang Yang coaxed patiently. Yang Chaoyue followed Jiang Yang's instructions, opened his mouth wide, and stuttered very carefully, slowly pronouncing, people, people. Did you read it correctly, Teacher Jiang? That's right. That's right. Jiang Yang said with a smile, very standard. Teacher Jiang, I learned a word. Can I have a bite? I'm so hungry. I'm really hungry. Yang Chaoyue looked at the somewhat cold pork trotter rice on the coffee table and swallowed his saliva. Eat it. You don't want to eat. You want me to die of spicy food? My takeaway is almost here. Finally taught it. Hey, that's not right. Jiang Yang felt something was wrong. Why didn't the system get any attribute tips from Yang Chaoyue? I clearly taught Yang Chaoyue how to read the word people. etc. People? Yang Chaoyue was holding the chopsticks in his hand and was about to put a mouthful of rice into his mouth when the chopsticks were snatched away by Jiang Yang again. The speed was as fast as a teacher confiscating a phone. Eat a hammer, I'm dizzy from teaching you, and you asked me to learn people's names, with a back nasal sound, not the people. Yang Chaoyue was like a hamster caught stealing food, with his chopsticks hanging in the air, his eyes moving as the chopsticks were taken away, and a small gurgling sound coming from his throat. She stared at her lunchbox like a kindergarten kid whose snacks had been confiscated. Is there a difference between these two words? The difference is that if you don't learn it, you can't eat tonight. I'm going to die. Teach me quickly. I can still learn. Chapter 10 Jiang Yang, the Beast. 10 p.m. Jiang Yang, I seem to have learned. People. You learned nothing. Jiang Yang was eating the shredded potato rice bowl delivered by takeout. The packaging was not a plastic lunchbox, but a biodegradable foam lunchbox. The edge of the foam lunchbox is stained with oil, and it glows faintly under the incandescent light. Take a couple of bites. Yang Chaoyue swallowed his saliva. Don't eat it so deliciously, I'm already greedy. A person who works hard to eat, a person who has a strong spirit of eating, has to learn pronunciation while eating. She pressed the back of her tongue against her soft palate, sealing the passage from her mouth to her throat and allowing air to flow through her nasal cavity, creating a resonance. Name. Is that right this time? Jiang Yang finally heard the system reward notification sound in his mind. Under your training, Yang Chaoyue's line delivery has improved. Your line delivery skills +1. Jiang Yang stopped swallowing, looked up at Yang Chaoyue, and smiled. It's not easy. Really? Yang Chaoyue excitedly blurted out the Yangcheng dialect, dragging out the word lie with an upward tone like a tail. Can I eat now? The rice is cold. Let me heat it up for you. By the way, how much are these 2 servings of pork trotter rice? 16 yuan. What? Jiang Yang picked up 2 boxes of pork trotter rice from the coffee table and walked towards the kitchen. He took out 16 yuan from his pocket and said, Be good and study hard. I won't treat you unfairly. Yang Chaoyue stared at the 16 yuan mixed with coins and banknotes on the coffee table in a daze. The humming and vibrating sound of the air conditioner outdoor unit and the clashing sound of the spatula intertwined, and she felt a little complicated. Suddenly, I remembered the greasy-haired team leader on the assembly line, who always rubbed the back of her hand while teaching her how to operate. When I was a factory girl, many boys in the factory pursued me. Once he gets close to her, he always tries to take advantage of her, touching her and being disrespectful in his words. Make yourself sober with disgust, to the point that I subconsciously thought that all boys were like this. But Jiang Yang is obviously different. Even when handing over money, he only held the corners of the banknotes. The scattered coins on the coffee table reflected a clear and white light. Although Jiang Yang was in the same room with her, he deliberately kept a distance from her. He never even told her dirty jokes, let alone any physical contact. He didn't care at all about his previous rash act of wanting to terminate the contract. Feel respectable. She was a slow learner and would be severely scolded by her supervisor if she made even the slightest mistake while she was working in the textile factory. However, Jiang Yang was very patient in teaching her. If they say meals are provided, then meals are provided, and you don't have to spend a penny of your own money. The most important thing is that what Jiang Yang taught her will become her own skills and will be helpful in the future. The hot pork trotter rice was placed on the coffee table again. Jiang Yang washed up in the bathroom and reminded her before returning to her room. Remember to turn off the air conditioner and clean up the garbage before going to bed. Leave it to me. Yang Chaoyue was enjoying the meal very much, with greasy stains of pork trotter rice on the corners of his mouth. It's delicious, so tasty. What does Dewey mean? Jiang Yang heard the Yangcheng dialect accent in Yang Chaoyue's words. Dewey is a colloquialism used in my hometown of Yangcheng to express a good mood. I understand. Go to bed early. We have new arrangements tomorrow. Receive. I should be able to report to the company tomorrow. I don't know who are the people in the company, which departments are involved, how the relationships between colleagues are, and whether they can get along well. Yang Chaoyue was feeling a little excited. I almost forgot. Jiang Yang opened the door he had just closed and glanced at the 2 remaining words on the A4 paper on the coffee table. Birth, goshawk, read these 2 words again. Yang Chaoyue had a bad feeling in his heart and read carefully, out of the forest, flies. Put down your chopsticks and keep learning. No, it will get cold. If you learn it, I'll heat it up for you. If you don't, you won't be able to sleep tonight. When Yang Chaoyue's chopsticks were taken away again, his hand, which was hanging in the air, curled up awkwardly. His cheeks puffed up slightly like a hamster hoarding food, and a kitten-like grumble of protest came from his throat. Jiang Yang lay on the sofa with his legs raised, supervising Yang Chaoyue while putting on headphones and watching the popular TV series and variety shows on his iPad. Jiang Yang knew that his acting skills had improved from the reaction of the security guard at the textile factory. The specific extent of improvement needs to be tested by the market. The best way is to stand out in TV dramas or variety shows with a large enough audience. Popular TV dramas and movies include The Journey of Flower and Love 020. Both dramas have been completed, so it's too late to be an extra. Even if he could become an extra, Jiang Yang would not do it because it is very time-consuming. Therefore, being an extra in a variety show is actually a more appropriate choice. Currently popular variety shows include Running Man and Go Fighting. The extras in Running Man need to abide by many rules and regulations, and have little room to perform. This is not the case with Go Fighting. In its previous life, Go Fighting had its own extras, but some of it was also the reactions of the men's gang members to passers-by, which created many famous scenes and was far more popular than Running Man. Although Jiang Yang wanted to test his acting skills, he couldn't contribute his acting skills to the program crew in vain. If he could leave a famous scene that went viral, it would also increase his fame when the program was broadcast. After becoming famous, he will be picked up by netizens and he can create a character image of how sad it was for him to be an extra. At this point in time, it is definitely too late to submit your resume to the Go Fighting program team, so you should just go to Canshan Company in Suwei district of Shanghai and wait for it. This company has been undertaking the outsourcing business of Oriental Satellite TV for a long time, and those who pass the interview can be quickly connected to the team. Let S leave tomorrow. As for Yang Chaoyue, of course he had to bring him along. This was a humanoid plug in that he had developed, which could provide him with attributes from time to time. Jiang Yang glanced at Yang Chaoyue and saw that Yang Chaoyue was holding the corner of an A4 paper in his hand, practicing pronunciation very hard. Although the learning efficiency is low, the learning attitude is very good. The sound in the headphones was too loud. Jiang Yang could only see Yang Chaoyue moving his lips but couldn't hear what he said. Jiang Yang turned down the volume of his headphones and looked at Yang Chaoyue again, only to see Yang Chaoyue staring at him with an extremely serious attitude toward study. Beast. Beast. To be honest, there has been great progress. The pronunciation is correct. It just sounds like something is weird. I see. It turns out that I read the tone wrong. This is easy to correct. It's a small problem. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's dialogue has become more appealing. Your dialogue has become more appealing +1. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up, an unexpected gain. To put it in the Yangcheng dialect that Yang Chaoyue had just taught him, these two words beast sound delicious. The retroflex and nasal sounds in the word born are correct, but the first word is pronounced with a single tone. Pay attention. Jiang Yang felt sleepy and stood up to go back to his room, reminding Yang Chaoyue, you study on your own. I won't stay up with you. Knock on my door at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to check your homework. I'll go to work after you finish. What if I don't learn it? Yang Chaoyue asked tentatively. Terminate the contract. The company doesn't want to keep idle people. I can learn it. Yang Chaoyue said with great certainty. After Jiang Yang closed the door of the master bedroom, Yang Chaoyue secretly took a bite of the pork trotter rice on the coffee table. First day at work, sneaking around. He smacked his lips in enjoyment, quickly wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth, and continued training. A clumsy effort. Sound out, Chu Sen, Jiang Yang, you beast. Chapter 11. What are you sleeping for? Tell me clearly. The door of the master bedroom is a wooden door and the sound insulation effect is not good. Of course Jiang Yang heard Yang Chaoyue secretly scolding him, but he didn't care about such trivial details. After all, changing the way you speak is not an easy thing. The pronunciation habits formed since childhood are difficult to change and require a long period of practice to correct. Not everyone has the same systematic method as me to learn them instantly. As long as Yang Chaoyue studied obediently under his training and didn't make any noise, he could pretend not to hear even if he cursed at him behind his back. Even the best employees will curse their boss behind his back. What's more, even if Yang Chaoyue cursed at him behind his back, the system could still give him feedback on the appeal of his lines. Without Jiang Yang's hands on teaching, Yang Chaoyue's learning efficiency was significantly reduced. He recorded his pronunciation over and over again using Nokia, and tried to correct it bit by bit according to the techniques Jiang Yang had taught him before. I finally learned it. It's so hard to be in a girl group. After staying up until 1 a.m., she finally met Jiang Yang's requirements and was so sleepy that her eyelids were trembling. Following Jiang Yang's instructions, Yang Chaoyue found the air conditioner remote control in the gap of the fabric sofa. After turning off the air conditioner and opening the sliding door, the metal track made a harsh squeak. The cold wind pierced into his neck like a needle, causing Yang Chaoyue to take a deep breath and clasp his fingers around the stand-up collar of his woolen coat. Looking out onto the balcony, I saw that all the lights in the building opposite were off. Below was an empty street, with warm yellow streetlights on all night. The fluorescent sign of the 24-hour convenience store near the community was shattered into sparkling spots of light in the puddle on the road. A taxi with its lights on ran over a puddle, its taillights leaving dark red scars on the wet road. There were quite a few customers in a barbecue restaurant further up the street, and the sounds of loud drinking and chatting echoed in the street. Looking further away, he saw the factory area that Yang Chaoyue was familiar with. A cold darkness. I could roughly see the location of the textile factory, and even through the darkness, I could see myself curled up on the cold iron bed in the factory dormitory yesterday, falling asleep listening to the roar of the machines. Just thinking about it, I can almost smell the smell of engine oil from the textile factory. Go to the bathroom, turn on the temperature-controlled faucet, and turn it to the hot water direction. The gas stored in the higher gas water heater on the outside wall starts to burn, heating the cold water flowing through the hot water exchanger. Hot water quickly gushed out of the tap. It's so comfortable. After washing up and turning off the lights in the living room, Yang Chaoyue went to his side bedroom. Turn on the air conditioner in the house. The warm breeze was refreshing. There is no peculiar smell in the air, the room is spacious, and I can turn over at will while lying on the bed. It is so much better than the factory dormitory. The living environment this job provides me really makes me satisfied. Even after covering himself with the quilt, Yang Chaoyue still couldn't sleep peacefully. The warmth of the air-conditioned room makes me panic. This comfort felt like a steal. I finally lay down on the soft bed, but my body still remembered the cold temperature of the iron bed. She turned off the lights only after confirming that the door was locked. Still very vigilant. Jiang Yang lives in the next room. I just met Jiang Yang. How could I possibly know what kind of person he is? I remember seeing news on TV at the beginning of the year about the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection investigating the hidden rules in the film and television industry. The entertainment company that he had signed with previously seemed to be dealing with the film and television industry. In the past, in the textile factory, it was not uncommon for men to sneak into the girls' dormitory late at night and molest them. She was not questioning Jiang Yang's character, but because he dropped out of school early and had experienced the hardships of society, his vigilance was many times higher than when he was on campus. Now, the air conditioner in the master bedroom was turned up high. Jiang Yang was covered with only a thin blanket and slept like a dead pig. He didn't even hear the system prompt ringing in his head. Yang Chaoyue's vigilance has increased. You have received feedback. Vigilance +1. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yang Chaoyue couldn't bear it any longer. No matter how vigilant he was, his energy was limited. Why hasn't Jiang Yang come yet? Did I use my own mean intentions to deceive others? She opened her old flip-top Nokia phone, set an alarm for the morning, and turned over to sleep. The next day, Jiang Yang was awakened by a knock on the door, accompanied by Yang Chaoyue's sleepy voice. Brother Yang, get up. Jiang Yang squinted his eyes, touched the phone on the bedside, turned on the screen and checked the time, 7:10. There was also a piece of news on the screen with a striking headline. Deng Chao expresses his love for Sun Li. The following is a detailed summary of the news. Deng Chao posted 10 Weibo posts in half an hour to express his love for Sun Li, which received more than 10 million likes within 24 hours, breaking the previous peak of 6.7 million likes for the fan-Chen relationship, causing the Weibo-like function to become abnormal due to data overflow. When he opened the door, he saw Yang Chaoyue standing at the door. Seeing Jiang Yang open the door, he said lazily, "Good morning, Brother Yang, I have to go to work." Jiang Yang yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Seeing that Yang Chaoyue's eyelids were swollen as if they had been rubbed with sandpaper, he asked, "Didn't you sleep well last night? What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I slept well." Yang Chaoyue shuddered. She really didn't sleep well last night. She was on guard against Jiang Yang until 3 a.m., and she had only slept for 4 hours at most. I was woken up by the alarm clock in the morning and found that the door was still locked. There was no sign of Jiang Yang on my bed. I felt relieved, but also a little guilty towards Jiang Yang. Of course, I definitely can't tell Jiang Yang about this little thought of mine. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. Yang Chaoyue lied again? Yang Chaoyue actually didn't sleep well last night. Through the system's feedback, Jiang Yang saw through Yang Chaoyue's little thoughts at a glance. It would be a waste not to grab the attribute values that are obtained for free. He had no intention of exposing Yang Chaoyue, nor did he ask why Yang Chaoyue didn't sleep well. Jiang Yang was only concerned about how Yang Chaoyue was doing with his Mandarin practice. Have you learned the pronunciation of those 2 words from last night? Yang Chaoyue's expression turned serious. Following the technique Jiang Yang taught her, she retracted the root of her tongue and pressed it against her soft palate, making full use of the resonance of her nasal cavity. Born, Goshawk. The pronunciation is correct and it's a big improvement. Jiang Yang responded and opened the system control panel, but did not receive any reward from Yang Chaoyue for his feedback on the improvement of his lines. This is normal. This shows that Yang Chaoyue's flat and retroflex consonants and front and back nasal sounds have been significantly improved. It is no longer enough to just learn a few words to make progress. You need a lot more content. Wrong. This time, I didn't get the dialogue attribute from Yang Chaoyue, but I did get other attributes. Vigilance +1? What is this attribute? Judging from the time, it was taken from Yang Chaoyue at 3 a.m. last night. The system explained that under Jiang Yang's training, Yang Chaoyue's vigilance had increased. Jiang Yang was completely confused. No wonder Yang Chaoyue didn't sleep well last night. Who was he guarding against? He refused to tell the truth when asked, and acted in front of him. Brother Yang, I don't need to be terminated, right? What's the point of cancelling the contract? Go get some breakfast. I'm going to take a nap. Jiang Yang took out a red note and shoved it into Yang Chaoyue's pocket. I want a serving of steamed dumplings, a tea egg, and some soy milk. There's a breakfast stand on the street just outside the gate of the community. Feel free to take your own portion. Please clear the rubbish off the coffee table before you leave. Okay. Yang Chaoyue took the money, put it in his pocket, and said with anticipation, after breakfast, you can take me to the company to meet the boss, right? You've met the boss. The company is here. Brother Yang, do you mean that the company is nearby? Yang Chaoyue was stunned for a second, slightly stunned. When have I ever met the boss? Was the boss there during the interview? The company is this rental house. Jiang Yang was very sleepy, so he said this and closed the door. These words were like a thumbtack piercing her eardrum. Yang Chaoyue watched the master bedroom door slam shut before her eyes, and the wind blowing in through the crack of the door suddenly woke her up. I just felt the red bill in my palm suddenly become hot. Have I been fooled? Take a look around you. The morning light cast a thin strip of light on the tiles, illuminating the uncollected fast food boxes and scattered A4 papers on the coffee table. The cheap leather sofa glowed with a matte artificial leather in the cold air. The reddish air conditioner unit outside the balcony was buzzing. The living environment of this rental house is many times better than that of the factory dormitory. But what serious company would be in a rented house? Shouldn't it be in an office building in a commercial district? Yang Chaoyue's mind suddenly echoed with the words her supervisor reminded her yesterday in front of the recruitment column. Could it be that the company I signed with is really a shell company? But Jiang Yang doesn't look like a bad guy who would fool a little girl. The truth is like a slap in the face, shattering the luck that you have carefully cultivated. There was still some warmth in Jiang Yang's bed. He had just turned on the air conditioner in the room when there was a bang on the door. Jiang Yang, open the door. What are you sleeping for? Explain it to me. Just shouted twice. The door opened. Jiang Yang lowered his eyes and leaned against the doorframe. What's the matter? Explain it to me clearly. Pay attention to pronunciation. Meeting Jiang Yang's suddenly fierce gaze, Yang Chaoyue shrank the back of his neck. The darkness in Jiang Yang's eyes was like insoluble pine soot ink, and the gentleness he showed when teaching her last night was gone. Yang Chaoyue was forced to take a step back by this sudden feeling of oppression. Trust is a luxury. As a factory girl, I can only afford doubt. Yang Chaoyue mustered up his courage, raised his head, and spoke word by word without any fear. Please explain it to me clearly. Chapter 12 Understanding Applause. Looking at Yang Chaoyue's flushed face, Jiang Yang knew that Yang Chaoyue was really angry and not just acting. Because I didn't receive any system prompts about getting the acting attribute from Yang Chao. This girl is really angry. It seems that she needs to take some drastic measures. Jiang Yang, have you fooled me? Yang Chaoyue rubbed the corner of his clothes unconsciously. I clearly felt that Jiang Yang was lying to me, but the question I asked was like hitting cotton with a fist. Yang Chaoyue, answer me 3 questions first, Jiang Yang said seriously. First, what are the conditions that attracted you to the job advertisement posted at the factory? A salary of 5,000 yuan, including food and accommodation. Yang Chaoyue's throat rolled. Second question, have you given me the 5,000 salary? I gave it to you. Yang Chaoyue said reluctantly and swallowed the words he wanted to refute. Not only did she give it to him, but she also paid it in advance. She transferred the money directly to her father. The third question is, are food and accommodation provided? Jiang Yang asked. Yang Chaoyue turned his head to look at the open door of the room where he was lying on his side. The messy bedding half hung to the ground, and the snakeskin bag was filled with cheap clothes. He looked back at the coffee table. Oil stains condensed into clumps on the disposable lunchbox, and disposable chopsticks poked the leftover rice crookedly. Finally, she clutched the red bill Jiang Yang had given her to buy breakfast, mumbling, her throat tight, "Free food and lodging. Yes." "Then what did I lie to you about?" Jiang Yang no longer leaned against the door frame, stood up straight, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly and then quickly suppressed. "Lie to me?" Yang Chaoyue was speechless for a moment. It seems that he didn't lie to me. 4 low-level workers like me, stable income and basic living security are the biggest attractions. Jiang Yang tapped the doorframe with his fingers, speaking at a faster pace. "Don't underestimate our company. There are only 2 of us now, but we will definitely make it bigger and stronger in the future. You are our first employee, and you don't know anything. I am willing to train you step by step, connect you with resources, and arrange announcements. When our company thrives and grows, it will be easy for you to make money. When you wanted to terminate the contract earlier, I told you not to accept the 100,000 yuan termination fee. Now that you are loyal to the company, I can help you make hundreds of millions in the future. It will be a piece of cake." Understand the applause. Yang Chaoyue tilted his head, not understanding, but inexplicably feeling that it made sense. Most importantly, she caught a key message from Jiang Yang's words. "You arranged a notice for me. Today I'm going to meet with Xingcan Company in Shanghai to discuss some work. They've arranged for you to play opposite Luo Zhixiang, Sun Honglei, Huang Bo, Zhong Isan, Huang Lei, and Wang Zun." Yang Chaoyue, who had been feeling a little depressed, immediately became excited. She unconsciously stood on tiptoe and leaned forward as if to catch every word Jiang Yang said. "When I was in school, I saw Sun Honglei playing Liu Haocun in Conquer. Luo Zhixiang played Yuan Dang in the TV series Basketball Fire. A few months ago, he liked a netizen's insulting remarks about Zhu Jieluan and apologized afterwards. Huang Bo starred in a very famous comedy movie called Lost in Thailand. Huang Lei also knows that he is a chef in Where Are We Going, Dad 2. Not to mention Zhong Isan, one of the members of EXO. There are posters of Zhong Isan from her EXO period on the wall of the dormitory next to the textile factory. As for Wang Zun, I haven't heard of him. It may be because I don't know much about the deeds of celebrities in the entertainment industry. Unless they are particularly famous, I know the rest. Of the 6 people Jiang Yang just mentioned, he knew 5 of them. They are all big stars. Are you serious?" Yang Chaoyue's eyes were shining with anticipation, and he was even a little nervous, with his Yangcheng dialect coming out. "Why else would I train you to speak Mandarin? Do you think I would? I'm just worried that your Yangcheng dialect wouldn't even get past the casting director." "I will try my best, brother Yang." Yang Chaoyue seemed to understand Jiang Yang's good intentions. "Tell me loudly, what are you going to do now?" "Buy you breakfast." "What else?" "Clean up the living room coffee table and take out the trash." I didn't get any acting skills from Yang Chaoyue. This shows that Yang Chaoyue's current excitement is real. "Go ahead." Jiang Yang returned to his room and crawled into the bed where the residual warmth had somewhat dissipated. He listened to the sound of Yang Chaoyue hurriedly picking up the garbage in the living room and finally leaving the house with the garbage bag. I feel much more at ease. It may be a little difficult to fool people who know the business. It is easy to fool Yang Chaoyue, who is now inexperienced in the world. What's more, the acting skills he just demonstrated were learned from Yang Chaoyue. Jiang Yang continued to take a nap. Yang Chaoyue couldn't wait to put on her shoes and go out. She was looking forward to the announcement that Jiang Yang had arranged for her. As soon as I came out of the corridor, I felt a cold wind blowing on my face. The morning mist that had not yet dissipated at 7 o'clock was wrapped in cold air, and the breath turned into frost. Yang Chaoyue's red cotton jacket was particularly eye-catching in the Grey Street scene, and the loose threads on the cuffs trembled wildly in the cold wind. Outside the community gate, there are several breakfast stalls set up on the street. Green smoke was coming out of the honeycomb coal stove. The sizzling sound of fried dough sticks being put into the wok mixed with the honking of a tricycle recycling old mobile phones. When the steamer at the breakfast stall was opened, white steam filled half the street. Yang Chaoyue came to a beef noodle restaurant, looked at the menu, and subconsciously wanted to order a bowl of vegetarian noodles for 6 yuan. When she worked in a textile factory, she always ordered this price. Beef noodles are 4 yuan more expensive than vegetarian noodles, and Yang Chaoyue is reluctant to buy them. But looking at the 100 yuan Jiang Yang gave him in his pocket, Yang Chaoyue hesitated and shouted, "I want a big bowl of beef noodles, with an extra 3 yuan of beef. How much is it?" 13 yuan. How about a tiger skin egg? 16 yuan. Add it all to my noodles. Yang Chaoyue handed the red bill to the boss and put the change in his pocket. When the bowl of soup with golden butter floating on it was brought to her, she swallowed unconsciously. I took a sip. The hot soup made my nose red and my eyes moist. A humble sense of satisfaction in the face of material scarcity. Through her hazy vision, she saw in the reflection of the noodle soup the scene of her working overtime spinning yarn while eating cold steamed buns in her factory 2 weeks ago amid the roar of machines. I rubbed my eyes and my vision became clear. The beef slices are so thick that you can clearly see the texture, and when you bite into them, the juice mixed with chili rushes to your palate. When he bit into the tiger skin egg, the runny flesh burned his tongue to the point of numbness. Yang Chaoyue took a few deep breaths and grinned. The pain is much less than when your finger is pricked by a loom. The soup bowl was empty, and the butter on the edge of the bowl reminded her of last month when she was working at a sewing machine and got grease on the cloth, and her team leader deducted 50 yuan from her. At this moment, there were only 84 yuan left in his pocket out of the 100 yuan Jiang Yang gave him, and the banknotes were damp from being clutched. She suddenly put the bowl on her face, pretending to wipe her mouth, but actually to cover her red eyes. Pretend to be decent. Yang Chaoyue ate with gusto and enjoyed himself thoroughly. The happiness brought by a bowl of beef noodles. After drinking all the soup, I felt a little sad when I recalled the tight days I lived in the factory. He went to the breakfast shop next door and bought the breakfast Jiang Yang ordered. When he was walking back, Yang Chaoyue saw several factory workers wearing blue-grey factory uniforms, their sleeves stained with engine oil, their backs hunched, and they were hurriedly buying breakfast at the breakfast stall. It's like seeing myself yesterday. She subconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, and her throat tightened. He opened his old Nokia phone, flipped it open with a click, the screen glowed blue, and he clicked on the text message page. Take a look at the text message I sent to my dad yesterday about transferring 5,000 yuan. The number 5,000 looks like it was carved with a knife and is thicker than the calluses on the palm of your hand. Yang Chaoyue quickened his pace, clutched his phone tightly, and jogged towards the Fuli community. The plastic cup of hot soy milk in his hand was slightly deformed. I now live in an air-conditioned room with a separate bedroom, and I don't have to pay for food and beverages. I wonder how many college students would compete with her for such a good job. He stays up late to train me, and as soon as he receives an announcement, he can act opposite a star. Where can I find such a good boss? I must perform well in front of Jiang Yang, not let Jiang Yang down, and keep this job. Beaten by life, but kept moving forward by dreams. When she left her hometown in Yangcheng 2 years ago, she told her father that she would definitely become the hope of the whole village. You can't go back on your word. After returning to the rental house, Yang Chaoyue woke Jiang Yang up and waited for him to have breakfast. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the corner of the table and he asked cautiously, "Brother Yang, the announcement you arranged for me is about which TV series or film you're going to star in with those celebrities you mentioned." "It's not a TV show, it's a variety show." Chapter 13. Received the notice of group performance in Extreme Challenge. Variety show. Yang Chaoyue's pupils dilated slightly and his body leaned forward. She had never watched variety shows. She had only watched TV dramas before, but she had heard her roommates at the textile factory talk about variety show content. Jiang Yang stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, casually swiping the iPad screen, holding it horizontally in front of Yang Chaoyue, and opened the variety show Go Fighting. Season 1 inch. Haven't you seen it before? Take a look first, and you'll have an idea. This variety show is in the works for its 2nd season. The Magic City Tsanchin company we are going to today is involved in the production of Go Fighting. If you don't have the acting skills, auditioning directly for a film or TV series will only get you a role as an extra where you won't even get to show your face. You won't even be able to be a special guest actor. Playing an NPC role in a variety show will give you more screen time. Okay, I'll watch it carefully. Yang Chaoyue straightened his neck. Go Fighting imitates the Korean variety show Infinite Challenge. Tsanchin Culture cooperated with MBC of South Korea to obtain the copyright of Infinite Challenge. As Go Fighting became popular after it was aired, MBC and Tsanchin Culture started a lawsuit over revenue issues. Jiang Yang didn't care about these follow-up issues. There are 3 reasons why I went to Shanghai Tsanchin Culture for an audition. One is that I want to know how much my acting skills have improved. The second is to let Yang Chaoyue get in touch with casting directors, variety show PDS, and artist coordinators through professional casting companies such as Tsanchin, and experience the audition process. Then, through the scenario simulation at the initial audition and the stress test of dealing with emergencies, these interview processes for variety show NPCs will more or less help Yang Chaoyue improve his acting skills, thereby giving him more feedback on his acting skills. The third is to let Yang Chaoyue see hope in him. In this way, he could keep Yang Chaoyue by his side like a mascot, order Yang Chaoyue to do work, and feel more at ease when he was trying to extract the attributes from Yang Chaoyue. Brother Yang, Do I have to watch all the variety shows? Yang Chaoyue tapped his fingers on the iPad a few times to pull out the episode list. Yes, I've read it all and have a rough idea of it. But there are 12 episodes in total. If I read them all, even if I don't sleep, it will take me a whole day. Will it delay today's announcement? No delay, because today's audition notice has been postponed to half a month later. Jiang Yang took a sip of soy milk and said without raising his eyebrows, "When was it postponed?" Yang Chaoyue asked puzzledly. "Now." Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue's knuckles, which were pinching the edge of the iPad, suddenly turned white, and then he slowly released them. Jiang Yang said earnestly, "We don't fight unprepared battles. If you don't even know what this variety show is about, you'll inevitably feel a lot of pressure during the audition. Leave the negotiation of schedules and contract intentions with the artists to me. As for how to get through the variety show PD stage, that depends on your own efforts. Casting for extras in variety shows is somewhat different from casting for film and television dramas. It focuses more on improvisational scenario simulations and responding to emergencies. During the interview, the variety show PD will usually test your performance when encountering prop malfunctions, your on-the-spot reaction to being challenged by the guests, and whether it will have a variety show effect and whether your reaction seems realistic enough. In the next half month, I will train you in this area." Jiang Yang said a lot and Yang Chaoyue listened very carefully. What is a variety show PD? What is an artist coordinator? What is a casting director? She had never come into contact with any of them in her life. She also doesn't know what variety show effects are. In the past, the people I came into contact with every day were basically my roommates, assembly line operators, quality inspectors, workshop managers, and technical supervisors. So she basically didn't understand anything Jiang Yang said. The overall feeling is that Jiang Yang is very responsible and professional to her. He can give notices as soon as he asks, and change schedules as soon as he asks, which shows that Jiang Yang is very powerful in this industry. It feels like I have been working in this industry for several years. I believe Jiang Yang should have dropped out of school early like her and started working hard in society. Suddenly he pinched his thigh hard. It hurts. It turns out it wasn't a dream. In the factory, you will be scolded if you are 1 second slower, but Jiang Yang is willing to give himself half a month to prepare. Brother Yang, I won't let you down. Yang Chaoyue clicked on Go Fighting and started watching. After Jiang Yang had eaten and drunk his fill, he crossed his legs and lay down on the leather sofa in the living room. When he picked up the book An Actor's Self-Cultivation on the armrest of the sofa, Jiang Yang tilted his head to look at Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chaoyue was sitting on a plastic stool next to the coffee table, looking at the iPad screen seriously. A few strands of hair fell from her forehead. The slowly rising sun from the balcony hit her face, which looked very beautiful. The reason why Yang Chaoyue was asked to watch Go Fighting first was not just to let her get familiar with the variety show. More importantly, Jiang Yang wanted to test whether this action could allow him to gain some attributes from Yang Chaoyue. After all, Yang Chaoyue's habit of watching variety shows was cultivated by him. Reading the book An Actor's Self-Cultivation again, Jiang Yang suddenly had a feeling. My reading speed is faster than before. In the past, it would take me more than 10 minutes to read a page, even after reading it repeatedly, and I still couldn't fully understand the content. Now, when I read it, it's like I've suddenly become enlightened, and I can finish a whole page in a few minutes. This book compiled by Stanislavski has influenced several generations of Chinese actors, including Gong Li, Jiang Wen, and others, and is listed as a basic course textbook for freshman acting departments at the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Shanghai Theatre Academy. The book is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume focuses on inner experiences such as imagination, emotional memory, etc., which belong to psychological tactics. The second volume deals with external expressions such as lines and body shapes, which belong to practical methods. It describes in detail the 3 major systems of performance, observation, and empathy, and the transfer of psychological techniques. As a layman, Jiang Yang couldn't understand it at first, but now he can read it and understand the meaning between the lines. Am I a genius? If there were no system, Jiang Yang would really think so. It seems that the acting skills I learned from the little flower I cultivated can not only help improve the surface acting skills, but also enhance the understanding of things related to acting. The functions of the system are further explored. Yang Chaoyue can take the lead. Jiang Yang looked at Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chaoyue is still watching Go Fighting. At first, he looked curious, as if encountering something new. But the more he looked, the more he smiled. Now he was clapping his thigh and laughing. Ha ha ha, Sun Honglei didn't keep his word and stole Zhong Issen's suitcase. Yang Chaoyue was absorbed in watching this variety show. This will definitely be beneficial for Yang Chaoyue's next interview for the NPC role as an extra at Sanchin Culture. Jiang Yang didn't get any benefits. Because Yang Chaoyue had been watching for an hour, he still couldn't get any acting skills from Yang Chaoyue. It seems that the method of trying to pull out Yang Chaoyue's attributes by letting him watch variety shows doesn't work. What about watching TV shows? I guess that probably won't work either. This is normal. The system does not allow bugs. Otherwise, if he locked Yang Chaoyue in a small dark room, fed her with movies and TV dramas every day, and madly plucking her acting skills, it would be only a matter of time before he became the best actor. Sun Honglei took advantage of Zhong Isen's time in the bathroom and stole Zhong Isen's suitcase. Yang Chaoyue slapped his thigh hard, and the plastic stool leg scraped against the floor with a sharp sound, causing a short scream. He shouted at Jiang Yang, "Brother Yang, look." Sun Honglei even deceived his own people. How sad will Zhong Isen be when he finds out? I've read it. You read it yourself. Jiang Yang shook his head, paused in turning the pages, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and continued reading. After a while, Yang Chaoyue yelled again. "Wow, Zhong Isen is crying on the subway. Her eyes are red. She looks miserable. Brother Yang, look quickly." Startled, Jiang Yang was carefully studying the core principles of experimentalism written in the book when his thoughts were interrupted by Yang Chaoyue. The words on the pages were scattered by her laughter. His eyelids were half closed, and his eyes lazily scanned the contents on the iPad screen. Zhong Isen was on the subway, holding the hanging ring, feeling sad about being teased by Sun Honglei. She tilted her head back, tears in her eyes. I can't control my emotions, and they are expressed very strongly. Even if there was a script, it would be impossible to act so realistically. When this clip was broadcast, it was very popular on the internet and later became a famous scene from Go Fighting. But Jiang Yang has already seen it all, so there is no point in reading it again. He moved his eyes away from the iPad and fell on Yang Chaoyue. He was about to ask Yang Chaoyue to lie on his side with the tablet in his arms and not disturb him while he was reading. Under your guidance, Yang Chaoyue has gained a deeper understanding of variety shows. You have received feedback, and your variety show attribute has increased by 1. Did I get the attribute? Jiang Yang thought to himself. It shouldn't be. Yang Chaoyue has been watching variety shows for such a long time, but he has never been able to get any attributes. How come he got them now? Is it determined by duration? Or was it caused by something I just did? Feeding is the key. What does it mean to raise? Jiang Yang glanced at the iPad, as if he understood something. He put down the book and continued to watch the content playing on the screen. Brother Yang, Sun Honglei actually apologized to Zhong Isen, and Zhong Isen still didn't accept Sun Honglei's apology. It's so satisfying. If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either. Yang Chaoyue was watching with great concentration, covering his mouth to stifle laughter. His shoulders shrugged, and the ends of his hair brushed across his collarbone, creating tiny streams of light. Ha ha ha, Luo Zhixiang is so cunning. He stole Sun Honglei's box. Brother Yang, look. Hey, Brother Yang, you're looking at me. Ha ha, let's look at it together. Jiang Yang also laughed, because he heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Under your guidance, Yang Chaoyue has gained a deeper understanding of variety shows. You have received feedback, and your variety show attribute has increased by 1. If Yang Chaoyue watches the variety show alone, he will not be able to grasp the variety show attributes. But it's okay to watch it with Yang Chaoyue. Raising and raising lies in feeding, and raising lies in interaction. Only with both can you get the best attributes. This is Jiang Yang's preliminary conclusion about his system. Chaoyue, sit on the sofa and watch it together. Jiang Yang patted the sofa. Will it not disturb your reading? Don't bother me. It's just a variety show. It's more fun to watch it together. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Okay. Yang Chaoyue went to the kitchen to get a bowl, and with the help of disposable chopsticks, he made a simple iPad stand and placed it on the coffee table. Then she leaned back on the sofa, sat next to Jiang Yang, and continued watching the variety show. At first, Yang Chaoyue was a little embarrassed and didn't sit too close to Jiang Yang. But as he watched, his palm slapped his thighs, causing Jiang Yang to scold him. Yang Chaoyue, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Why are you slapping your thighs? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't control my laughter. Then slap your own thigh. An hour later. Brother Yang, please sit closer. Your butt is too big and it's squeezing me. You've pushed me to the side. Just sit still and watch. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. Ha ha ha, I couldn't control myself. Yang Chaoyue laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Huang Bo sent a package, but the lady refused to sign for it because the bananas were rotten. Huang Bo was so angry that he threw the package box. It was so sad and funny at the same time. Yang Chaoyue leaned his body sideways, appearing particularly relaxed. The smile is like a glass soda bottle that suddenly explodes, with a sweetness and reckless vitality. What does this have to do with my big butt? I haven't even mentioned that you have small breasts. Jiang Yang didn't even bother to look at Yang Chaoyue's chest. Jiang Yang, this is workplace sexual harassment. You were the first one to say my butt was big. Yang Chaoyue was arguing with great enthusiasm when he suddenly heard the iPad beeping, indicating that the battery was low. She quickly changed the subject. Where is the charger? It's on the desk in the master bedroom. Go get it. All right. Wow, this variety show is so exciting. At first, Jiang Yang was willing to watch Go Fighting with Yang Chaoyue, because with each episode, Jiang Yang would get 1 point of variety show attribute from Yang Chaoyue. The acting attribute can improve my acting skills. The vigilance attribute can increase my vigilance. What is the purpose of the variety show attribute? Does it enhance my variety show sense? Jiang Yang had tried to use this ability and immediately noticed the position of the iPad camera on the coffee table in the living room. He also keenly noticed the degree of reflection from the camera of Yang Chaoyue's old Nokia mobile phone and whether the camera of his iPhone 6, which was placed on the leather sofa, was on. First, the sensitivity of the lens is improved. Then there's how to convey information through micro-expressions and body movements. And through camera distribution, you can stand out in the group without appearing out of place. This is just the effect of increasing the variety show attribute by 1 point. When the variety show attribute was raised to 2 points, Jiang Yang already had in his mind the skills of how to control the atmosphere in variety shows. Be careful not to steal the spotlight too much, stay natural, follow the program rules, and be prepared for unexpected situations. Yang Chaoyue sat next to Jiang Yang, laughing so hard that he fell backwards, and got a preliminary understanding of what variety shows were all about. Jiang Yang deeply felt the key points to pay attention to when recording a variety show. Luckily, I got the variety show attribute through Yang Chaoyue. Otherwise, I might have gotten into trouble during the interview at Sanshin Company. Jiang Yang was mentally prepared. Unfortunately, when he accompanied Yang Chaoyue to watch the 3rd episode of Go Fighting, he found that the system prompt sound no longer sounded. I watched the show with Yang Chaoyue for the whole day, but the variety show attribute value did not increase at all. Why can't I get Yang Chaoyue's variety show attribute value? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yang was lying on the bed. Before going to sleep, he was thinking about the rules of extracting attributes through the system. During the whole day, I watched 6 episodes of Go Fighting with Yang Chaoyue. Only the first and second phases can obtain the attribute value. Is it because you can only get 2 points of variety show attribute value from each variety show? No pattern has been found yet. The more time you spend with Yang Chaoyue, the more patterns you will be able to figure out. At the same time, next door side lying. After washing up, Yang Chaoyue applied a layer of Pachoin hand cream on his hands and patted his cheeks with the moisturizing cream he bought for 10 yuan. I returned to the room, subconsciously locked the door, and got into bed. Understand that making the audience laugh is the effect of variety shows. She turned over and buried her face in the pillow. If I learn to be funny, will I no longer have to worry about making mistakes? Starting tomorrow, I will try my best to learn the expressions of everyone in Go Fighting. And practice. Remember Sun Honglei's raised eyebrows when he was lying, and imitate Huang Bo's wry smile when he was denied a visa. Yang Chaoyue finally put the iPad against his heart, the screen still fixed on Jong Esen's red eyes from the 2nd episode. Some people feel distressed when Jong Esen cries. If she messes up, will Brother Yang look at her like this? If she wasn't so sleepy, she really wanted to stay up late and watch the rest of Go Fighting. In half a month, Brother Yang will take me to Sanshin Company to audition for the casting of Go Fighting. Season 2. During this half month, I must fully understand the content of this variety show. Chapter 14, How can you sleep at your age? If I can really pass the interview, it may be a turning point in my life. Even if you are just a passerby NPC in a variety show, the chance of becoming famous is slim, but it is much better than the uncertain future of being a female worker in a textile factory. Brother Yang said that if the interview is successful, I will be a special actor and can join the crew and get paid, starting at 3,500 yuan. 3,500 yuan is the monthly income of a female worker in a textile factory. With this money, I can buy a smartphone that can connect to the 4G network. I will save some more money and go home for the new year to buy my dad a smartphone. Then I can video chat with him and he won't have to worry about me when he is alone at home. Yang Chaoyue's greatest motivation is to improve his family's life through his own efforts. Open your old Nokia. There is a striking piece of news at the top. All the scenes for the TV series Love 020 have been completed. Yang Yang, who plays the great actor Xiao Nai, filmed while ill. Zheng Shuang, who plays the school beauty Bai Weiwei, was praised by the director for her efforts to add points to the role. The news was accompanied by a still photo of the final shoot. Yang Chaoyue was not very impressed with the male lead Yang Yang. She is pretty, but not as pretty as her boss, and not as tall as her boss. The female lead, Zheng Shuang, left a very deep impression on me. She has watched the entire TV series Let's Watch Media Shower together, and is very envious of the college life in it. Yang Chaoyue stared at Zheng Shuang in the C position, his eyes full of envy. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Are you awake? Yang Chaoyue was subconsciously a little alert, but when he heard Jiang Yang's voice, he felt a little more at ease. Vigilance has not been completely relaxed. Watching Go fighting with Jiang Yang during the day is fun, but that doesn't mean she won't be on guard if Jiang Yang knocks on her door in the middle of the night. Falling in love with a handsome boy and even being willing to devote yourself to him is a plot that only appears in entertainment novels. I'm going to sleep, brother Yang. Yang Chaoyue curled up in the halo of the incandescent light, his tone filled with deep sleepiness, and turned off the lights. If there is anything, send a message on your phone. Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved under your care. You have received feedback and your acting attribute has increased by 1. Jiang Yang heard the system prompt sound and understood what was going on. Yang Chaoyue is playing him again. I'm really worried about sexual harassment in the workplace. You're right to worry, he's here to harass you. How can you sleep at your age? I forgot to give you homework tonight, so I'm going to make it up now. Jiang Yang slipped a piece of A4 paper with a few lines of writing on it through the crack of the door and urged him in a work-like tone. This is homework related to the show Go Fighting you watched this day. Finish it and slip it under my door. You're not allowed to go to bed until you finish it. The warm light spot coming through the crack in the door was cut by the shadow, and Jiang Yang's slender fingers pushed the A4 paper forward. I caught a glimpse of an A4 paper being stuffed from under the door. Yang Chaoyue tiptoed out of bed, picked it up and glanced at it. He suddenly exerted force on his knuckles that were pinching the A4 paper, and his eyelashes cast a confused shadow under his eyes. After seeing the content clearly, he turned to a concentrated look with his lips bitten in thought. There are 5 questions written at the top. What is the theme of each issue? What funny moments have been caused by the interactions between the guests? How did the guests complete the tasks created by the program team through teamwork? Which task scenarios are close to life? What topics do the guests discuss on the show that are likely to resonate emotionally with the audience? Below the question is a vertical list from issue 1 to issue 6. Oh my God, why do I have to do homework just to watch a variety show? Yang Chaoyue was overwhelmed. The casting director may ask you these questions during the interview. We don't fight unprepared battles. Jiang Yang's lazy voice came from outside the door. If I didn't want to make you famous as soon as possible, do you think I want to check your homework? I wrote. Yang Chaoyue suddenly realized Jiang Yang's good intentions and was deeply moved. Put on your coat and pick up your pen. Since this matter concerns his own future, Yang Chaoyue lost all desire to sleep and sat at the head of the bed thinking carefully. The iPad is on the coffee table in the living room. It's fully charged, so feel free to use it. After saying this, the sound of Jiang Yang closing the door of the master bedroom was heard outside. Yang Chaoyue pulled open the latch of the door and stepped barefoot on the cold floor tiles in the living room. His toes curled up unconsciously to resist the cold. He tiptoed out to get the iPad, as if he was afraid to disturb Jiang Yang. Returned to the room. Holding the A4 paper that Jiang Yang wrote to her, she looked at the question written by Jiang Yang himself. The handwriting is vigorous and powerful with brushstrokes, and it looks very beautiful. Yang Chaoyue felt touched. It turns out this is what it feels like to be taken seriously. It is more real than any promise made under the roar of machines in the factory. We can't let brother Yang down. Half a month passed in a flash. November 25th, 2015. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yang finished the breakfast bought by Yang Chaoyue. After they packed up a bit, they drove to the Magic City Sanqing Culture Company in Suwei District. In the past half month, Yang Chaoyue watched all of Go Fighting and also did the homework assigned by Jiang Yang for half a month. Although Jiang Yang gave her a failing grade at the beginning. As Jiang Yang explained to her, her understanding of this variety show became more and more profound. She understood the star effect of this variety show, the novelty of the task setting, where the excellent production of the program was reflected, and how profound the theme was. The preparations were very thorough. On the way to the actual audition, Yang Chaoyue's palms were still sweating uncontrollably. Brother Yang, I'm so nervous. Jiang Yang put one hand on the steering wheel, his fingertips casually tapping the rhythm, humming a song that Yang Chaoyue couldn't understand. It's okay, if you can't pass this, I'll take you out for a good meal and then get you another notice. Really? There are a lot of announcements. This time when he and Yang Chaoyue auditioned, he didn't even go through the public delivery channel, but went directly to Canshin Culture Company. It's a completely unconventional approach. There are many such unconventional ways. There is no other way. He has no resources and is short on time, so he can only arrange it this way. Fortunately, the person being interviewed was an extra, so no matter how high the casting director's requirements were, they couldn't be that high. Yang Chaoyue nodded obediently. Brother Yang will be meeting with the staff of Canshin Culture in a while. After all, her schedule has been changed. She was originally scheduled to audition the day before yesterday, but Brother Yang changed it to today. She got in through the back door. The windshield cut the sunlight into diamond-shaped spots of light, which danced on Yang Chaoyue's washed-out jeans. As the car drove out of the Songjiang industrial zone, Yang Chaoyue counted more than a dozen factory billboards advertising recruitment and free accommodation. When a sign for entering Suwei district appeared on the roadside, Yang Chaoyue unconsciously tightened his seatbelt. Especially when the gilded road sign of Lujiazui Financial Center flashed by, Yang Chaoyue felt uneasy and his shoulders were a little stiff. You've been working in Shanghai for almost 2 years. Haven't you been to the city center? Jiang Yang glanced at the central control review mirror. No, I haven't been here. I don't have the time, and I don't have the money. When she first sat in the car, she could still chat with Jiang Yang. But as she looked out the window at the bustling city and the brightly dressed pedestrians on the street, she gradually fell silent. The prices here must be very expensive, right? The down payment for a house here might be something she couldn't afford even if she worked in a textile factory her entire life. It feels unreal. Will the people in those high-rise buildings feel like I'm in a textile factory looking at the machines in the workshop, thinking that they, the working girls, will be on the assembly line all their lives? I always feel like I don't belong here. I grew up in my hometown in the rural area of Yangcheng. The most common things I saw were farmland and low-rise houses. Maybe that was my comfort zone. Yang Chaoyue looked out the window at the rapidly receding cityscape, secretly encouraging himself in this unfamiliar environment. Don't be afraid. Even if the roads here are wider than the ridges of my hometown, the air we breathe is still the same. Try to regain composure. That's where we are going to have our interview. Jiang Yang pointed to the starry sky plaza in front of him. Canshin Culture is on the 6th floor. Yang Chaoyue looked in the direction Jiang Yang pointed, and the giant LED screen playing Go Fighting was very eye-catching. Above is a freeze frame of MCS Sun Honglei, Huang Bo, and others from a variety show. At the entrance stands the iconic red swivel chair of the Voice of China. This is the industrial matrix of Canshin Star Variety Show. Why don't you go in first? The parking lot is a bit roundabout. Jiang Yang parked the car on the side of the road, facing the gate of Canshin. Don't. Yang Chaoyue glanced at the entire glass curtain wall of the building, his shoulder blades tensed with nervousness. Brother Yang, I'll follow you. Chapter 15. Strange. Why did Brother Yang also have an interview? Jiang Yang drove the Corolla to the parking lot, next to which was a Porsche Cayenne with a Shanghai license plate. Yang Chaoyue didn't know what kind of car this was, but he felt it was very expensive. When getting off the car, I opened the door carefully, for fear of bumping into something. Arriving at the entrance of the first floor, holding the cool door handle, I pushed open the metal embossed door engraved with the Canshin production logo. Inside was a high steel structure dome with a spacious space. Hello, we are here to interview extras for Canshin Culture's variety show Go Fighting. Jiang Yang walked to the front desk and got straight to the point. Canshin is upstairs. The receptionist glanced at Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue and knew what was going on. Are you from the Shanghai Theatre Academy? Yes. Yang Chaoyue replied, actively pretending to be a student of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Is Yang Chaoyue playing tricks? Jiang Yang glanced at Yang Chaoyue but did not expose him. The acting is pretty good. Wrong. There was no system prompt sound in my mind. Yang Chaoyue is not acting, she is telling the truth. She really thinks she is from a drama school. How did you know that? Jiang Yang asked the receptionist calmly. Appearance. She smiled and said, today is the first round of interviews. It just started, and you are the first group to come. The receptionist pointed to the passage on the right and said, take the elevator over there, building 6, turn right when you get out. Casting director Tang is in his office. The elevator was filled with posters of Go Fighting, and Yang Min's name in the director column was bolded. Yang Minute is currently preparing for the filming of the 2nd season in another place and is responsible for the creativity and execution of the program. The recruitment of extras is usually coordinated by the executive director of each project team, or the production coordinator and casting director. As the elevator doors closed, it slowly ascended. Only Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue were inside. Jiang Yang then asked, "What does Shangxi opera mean?" "Go upstairs and act." Really? Jiang Yang had the urge to cover his face. Yang Chaoyue was not playing any tricks, he just made a mistake. "Isn't it? Did I get it wrong?" Yang Chaoyue seemed to understand something. Shanghai Theatre Academy refers to the Shanghai Theatre Academy. The students there are quite good looking, so the front desk staff thought we were from this film and television school. Jiang Yang explained. Yang Chaoyue was stunned. She didn't think she was that beautiful. Many female workers in the textile factory were prettier than her. Should I go down and explain this to the front desk? Not really, since I'm already here. At the same time, Tian Xiwei, the casting director for Season 2, Episode 6, has been in the office for a while, sitting in front of his computer screening the resumes of extras received this month. He wore a pair of gold square-framed glasses, was about 1.7 meters tall, a little fat, 30 years old, and a little bald. He started out as an assistant to the executive director, participating in the preparations for the first season of the show, artist coordination, and on-site execution. He has now been promoted to the position of independent casting director for the second season. If you do an excellent job this season and accumulate certain resources, you may be able to become a project director in the future, or set up your own casting company to take on other variety show projects. The recruitment of extras was announced a month ago through industry film and television schools and extras agencies, and more than 2,000 applications have been received so far. It won't take a few days to finish reading it. I have already selected some of them and asked my assistant to call them to come for the audition. Basically, we don't hire amateurs, because without a script, amateurs will be very nervous and can't act realistically like ordinary people. However, the interaction between the MC guests and most passers-by in the show lacks variety show effect. That's why we specially recruited extras to act as passers-by that the MC guests might encounter. The assistant knocked on the door and came in. "Director Tang, there are extras here for interviews." "So early. You must be from the local area." Tian Xiwei looked up. Judging from his appearance, he should be a theatre actor. Tian Xiwei glanced at the computer screen. "Not long ago, I did screen out 2 resumes and sent them to my assistant. They were students from the Shanghai Theatre Academy." "What's the name again?" "It doesn't matter. How can I remember the names after reading so many resumes? Extras don't need names. They just need to cooperate with the MC guests to create variety show effects. Variety shows aren't dramas, so the appearance requirements aren't that high. But a bit of professionalism is good, too. How many people are there in this group?" 2 people. "Let them in. I'll ask them a few questions first. If they pass, I'll take them to the next door for the audition." Tian Xiwei stood up, put a handful of tea leaves into the thermos, and made a cup of tea. 2 young people, a man and a woman, came in one after another. The boy was tall, wearing a loose knitted sweater. He was handsome, with an impeccable image and temperament. His eyes were sharp, and he bowed slightly to Tian Xiwei politely. "Hello, Director Tang." Tian Xiwei nodded, rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms, revealing his watch face that shone with a cold light, and his eyes fell on the girl in the chiffon skirt. The light pink skirt swayed with each step, revealing worn canvas shoes. Wearing this to an interview? Most of the students at the Shanghai Theatre Academy come from wealthy families, and this girl is probably one of those who receives a scholarship. Tian Xiwei didn't care about this. It's just an interview for an extra. Family background is not what matters, as long as the professional level is satisfactory. Yang Chaoyue was standing next to Jiang Yang. When he caught Tian Xiwei's eye, he lowered his head and timidly said to Jiang Yang, "Director Tang, hello. The doors are all open. What are you afraid of? Just look up." Tian Xiwei smiled, the reflection from his gold square-framed glasses obscuring his eyes. Yang Chaoyue swallowed the air in her throat, her fingers clenching her chiffon skirt. "My name is Yang Chaoyue. I'm from Yangcheng, Jiangsu, and I'm 17 years old." This is the personal information that Jiang Yang asked Yang Chaoyue to memorize. She had recited it many times at home and could speak it fluently, but now during the actual interview, she stuttered as soon as she opened her mouth. After seeing Yang Chaoyue's face clearly, Tian Xiwei knew what was going on. The little girl is very smart and beautiful, but not too makeup intensive. She looks like an ordinary passerby. When interacting with the MC guests, she pays attention to the camera position and doesn't steal the spotlight. As for this boy, she is so beautiful that she is beyond beautiful. She is the type of person whose appearance can withstand the camera even when it is close to her face. In film and television dramas, such looks are very resistant to criticism, but as a passerby NPC in a variety show, Such looks require very careful camera scheduling, otherwise it is easy to steal the limelight from the MC and reduce the effect of the show. I've reviewed your information, otherwise I wouldn't have asked my assistant to call you over. Time is tight, so let's get straight to the interview. Tian Xiwei said to Yang Chaoyue, "This time I chose the extras from the second episode of the second season of Dynasty Warriors. It's a costume drama. Do you remember which episode of the first season was a costume drama?" The 7th episode. The extreme men's gang comes to Lijiang to perform a time travel drama. Yang Chaoyue thought for a second and then spoke, his nails digging into the palm of his hand, leaving a crescent-shaped red mark. "Well, you've done your homework." Tian Xiwei praised. Yang Chaoyue's ears turned red, his heart was pounding with nervousness, and he didn't dare to look at Jiang Yang beside him. Brother Yang guessed this question correctly. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yang had trained her on similar questions in the homework he assigned to her. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. Tian Xiwei then asked, "In that episode, what kind of funny moments did the interactions between the guests create? Keep it brief and get straight to the point." Similar questions also appeared in the homework Jiang Yang assigned to her. Yang Chaoyue recalled briefly, his back unconsciously straightened, and he said seriously, after Sun Honglei snatched Huang Lei's clue card, he said innocently, "Lei, I'll keep it for you. I'm afraid you'll get tired." Wang Zun desperately tried to save money during a mission that required spending money, bargaining with stall owners in dialect, only to be ignored by them. Yang Chaoyue said 2 in a row and was about to continue when Tian Xiwei interrupted him. "Okay, next question. Which parts of this episode are most likely to resonate with the audience emotionally?" Yang Chaoyue's speech speed gradually increased. The program sang interview clips of ordinary people, including cleaners working in the early morning and small shop owners who insisted on starting their own businesses. Huang Bo sighed that these ordinary people are the real extreme challengers. Yang Chaoyue's nervousness eased a lot when he realized that his voice was not trembling. Tian Xiwei nodded. "Let's summarize this issue. There's both Sun Honglei's nonsensical comedy and Huang Lei's overwhelming intelligence. The tasks test teamwork while also reflecting the lives of ordinary people. The discussions on friendship and struggle in the program allow the audience to feel warmth and strength amidst the laughter." Yang Chaoyue was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Her fingers loosened the hem of her skirt and curled into small fists on her knees. "I think this balance of laughter and tears, as well as thought-provoking positive energy, is the key to the show's longevity. Honestly, among the extras who have come in these days, few have done as much homework as you. What's your name, Yang?" "Yang Chaoyue." Yang Chaoyue's eyes sparkled. "Yes, Yang Chaoyue." Tian Xiwei smiled and said, "You passed the interview. Go to the audition next door." "I can go for the audition now." Yang Chaoyue was a little stunned. After coming to her senses, she joyfully squeezed Jiang Yang's big hand, her eyes burning with worry, and she bit her lower lip to hold back her tears. "Brother Yang, I can go to the audition." She knew it very well. The credit for passing the interview goes entirely to Jiang Yang. Without Jiang Yang's intensive training, she would not have been able to answer the casting director's questions just now. "Although I was exhausted from being trained by Jiang Yang during the past half-month, it was really worth it. Go ahead." Jiang Yang said with a smile, and took out a pack of tissues and gave it to Yang Chaoyue. "Wipe your hands, they are all sweaty." Yang Chaoyue took the tissue, trotted out the door, and then stopped suddenly, his heels making a messy and crisp sound. "I'll wait for you outside." The door to the casting room closed. Yang Chaoyue didn't rush into the audition room next door. She sat on a chair in the waiting area and waited for Jiang Yang to come out. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down. Suddenly realized something. Something is wrong. "Hey, didn't Brother Yang use his connections to get me this job through the back door? Why is he here for the interview too?" Chapter 16. Exposing your belly button will cause you to catch a cold. I always feel like something is weird, a feeling I can't put into words. Get the role first. Go Fighting is a star variety show, and even NPC characters in the variety show have the opportunity to appear on TV. If my dad could see this, he would be so proud of me. The light from the LED screen in the corridor fell on her face, like a spotlight from a dedicated stage. Casting room. "Do you know that girl?" Tian Xiwei asked casually. "We came here together." Jiang Yang said with a smile. "Boyfriend or girlfriend?" "Not really. It's fine as long as we know each other. Anyway, if you two can pass, I'll arrange for you two to perform together as extras so that you can work together. By the way, what's your name?" "Director Tang, my name is Jiang Yang." Jiang Yang bowed slightly to Tian Xiwei again, with a respectful attitude and a pleasing smile on his face. "Okay, let's get straight to the point. I hope your answer will be as well researched as that girl named Yang something just now. 10 minutes later, the door to the casting room opened, and Jiang Yang stepped out. He turned back to Tian Xiwei in the office and asked, "Director Tang, do you want to close the door?" "No need to close it, just put it on gently." Yang Chaoyue, who was sitting on a chair across the corridor, stood up immediately, his throat trembling, and asked cautiously, "Did you pass?" "If I can pass, Brother Yang will definitely be able to pass even better." Even though he knew that this would be the most likely result, Yang Chaoyue was still inexplicably nervous. If Jiang Yang wasn't around during the audition, she would feel anxious just thinking about it. "Let's go to the audition together," Jiang Yang said with a smile. "I knew it, Brother Yang, I knew it." Yang Chaoyue immediately smiled. In the casting room, Tian Xiwei took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. The young man and woman I just interviewed brought one surprise after another. Needless to say, the girl was very smart at the beginning, answered questions fluently, and did her homework very well. Her name was Yang what? I've interviewed so many people that I always have trouble remembering their names. He did remember the name of the boy behind him, called Jiang Yang. Not only did he answer all the questions he asked about the first season of Go Fighting, but he also answered them in a more concise and capable manner. He even asked casually what kind of optimizations needed to be made in preparing the content for the second season compared to the first season, and the answer required two different aspects. Jiang Yang answered him without even thinking about it, focusing on the content and program segments. This guy said that in terms of content themes, the first season focused on outdoor challenges and team competition modes, and suggested that the second season try to add cultural heritage and social hot topics. Regarding the program segments, Jiang Yang said that the rules of the first season were relatively simple and straightforward, and the second season might as well innovate the rules and add an undercover mechanism to make the game more suspenseful. It's really like seeing a ghost. The program planning concept is exactly the same as the second season. The ideas are very clear. Tian Xiwei even thought of making Jiang Yang his executive assistant. This guy named Jiang Yang, what acting experience has he had before? Has he participated in the production of any shows? Tian Xiwei searched for Jiang Yang's name in the resume column. Compared to Yang Chaoyue, he is now more interested in Jiang Yang. Where's Jiang Yang's resume? Tian Xiwei adjusted his glasses and frowned slightly. Didn't you receive Jiang Yang's resume at all? This guy and that girl, are they here to get some face? This is against the rules. Yang Chaoyue was immersed in the joy that Jiang Yang also passed the interview. As the two walked towards the audition room, she could hardly smile. The door to the audition room was open and the space was much larger than the interview room. The 140 square meter space has walls made up of several double transparent glass curtain walls. Through the glass curtain wall, you can see the camera assistant who has just started working, helping the cameraman to debug the equipment. Yang Chaoyue felt his eardrums throbbing with the sound of the shutter. Inside, the extras coordinator, who was wearing a women's business suit, was sitting in the corner looking through documents. She was about 30 years old and waiting for the auditionees to come in. On the wall behind her, there was a large LED screen, which was playing a clip of Go Fighting that was widely viewed on the internet. There is a room at the innermost part with the words dressing room written on it. Arriving at the audition room door, Jiang Yang was about to raise his hand to knock when Yang Chaoyue's legs felt weak as if he was stepping on cotton. He grabbed Jiang Yang's raised arm and said, "Brother Yang, please sit down for a moment." Nervous again. Director Tang just praised me. Why should I be nervous? I'm not nervous at all. Yang Chaoyue tugged at the hem of her skirt a little awkwardly. She was saying this to Jiang Yang, but also to comfort herself, because everything in the audition room was something she had never seen before. After this audition, the role of an extra will be confirmed. The most critical step. If you don't keep your mind steady, it will easily affect your subsequent performance. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and his acting skills have increased by +1. Can this be attributed? Originally, Jiang Yang wanted to send Yang Chaoyue into the audition room all at once, but after getting his attributes, his mind changed a little. It was obvious that Yang Chaoyue had no idea what the staff in the audition room did or what the equipment was used for, so he was instinctively nervous. If I explain this to Yang Chaoyue, would it be considered as improving Yang Chaoyue's understanding in this area through my own training? Could it provide feedback to my own attributes? You can give it a try. Jiang Yang sat down, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair. How about drinking some water to relax? He himself was a little thirsty. He had fried noodles for breakfast and didn't drink much water. Yang Chaoyue swallowed repeatedly, tilted his head to look in the direction of the elevator, and pointed in that direction. I'm indeed a little thirsty. Brother Yang, can you get me a glass of water? There seems to be a water dispenser near the front desk when we get out of the elevator. Just finished speaking. She met Jiang Yang's gaze, tilting his head and staring at her. You haven't even auditioned for the extras yet, and you're acting like a big shot. Yang Chaoyue shrank his shoulder slightly, and his lower eyelids twitched uncontrollably twice. Only then did he realize that he was so nervous that he was confused and forgot that Jiang Yang was his boss. She stood up awkwardly. Boss, I'll go get you a glass of water. The candies in the welcome box at the front desk are delicious. Grab a mint one. Okay. Yang Chaoyue left in a hurry. If the audition is unsuccessful, the worst that can happen is that you get to show your face on TV. If she angered her boss, Jiang Yang didn't know how much housework she would be assigned. When I get nervous, my mind becomes a mess. In the past, interviews were nothing more than answering some questions. When I was in school, the teacher called on me to answer questions in class. After I dropped out of school and went to work in a factory, the workshop director also asked me some questions during the interview. In comparison, it's just a change of environment. What's more, I am well prepared. But when she saw the layout of the audition room, the huge LED screen, the standing lights and cameras, she started to shudder. There were also those background curtains, reflectors that had only been seen in the behind-the-scenes footage of TV dramas, and the monitors in front of the extras coordination desk. Yang Chaoyue felt his legs go weak and he wanted to talk to Jiang Yang more. Yang Chaoyue came to the water dispenser and filled 2 disposable cups with water one by one. His mind was in a mess. What's the audition process like later? What details do we need to pay attention to? Does Brother Yang know these? Of course I know. Brother Yang guessed all the questions in the interview correctly. If Brother Yang could reveal the audition questions to himself, the probability of being selected would definitely increase a lot. Yang Chaoyue did not forget that her boss was sometimes a little fierce, but he was very dedicated to her training. At the same time, my boss is a very knowledgeable person. Bringing 2 glasses of water, Yang Chaoyue was about to tell Jiang Yang what he was thinking, but he saw Jiang Yang browsing his phone. On the screen was a women's short-sleeved suspender top. Does this dress look good? Jiang Yang asked. This was the summer stage costume he picked for Yang Chaoyue. If Yang Chaoyue can be made famous within half a year, we can then ask a designer in the industry to design one like this, and we will also need to add some details. The length of the clothes only reaches the ribs or navel, and the hem is often elastic. The shoulder straps are cross straps. One side is waist-bearing and the other is slightly longer, creating a dynamic layered look. Most of the costumes of the Korean girl group in the past were like this, which is very advanced in this era. It's pretty. Want to wear it? No. Yang Chaoyue shook his head and looked at the navel-bearing outfits of the girl group on Jiang Yang's phone screen. My daddy has always told me since I was a kid that I shouldn't wear clothes that expose my navel, or I'll catch a cold. Are village girls so feudal in their thinking nowadays? It seems that we still need to guide it slowly. Jiang Yang didn't continue talking about this topic. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone, took the water and mint candy handed to him by Yang Chaoyue, and listened to Yang Chaoyue asking him if he knew what the audition process was like. Jiang Yang tore open the package and stuffed the candy into his mouth. The mint taste was refreshing and he shook his head. Auditions are different from job interviews. An interview is mainly about answering questions. If you know the scope, you can memorize them. An audition tests your acting skills. Acting skills require a long time to hone. I've been busy giving you interview questions for the past 2 days. I don't have time to hone your acting skills. You can only rely on your own improvisation. All right. Yang Chaoyue pursed his lips and could only rely on himself to improvise for a while. Jiang Yang added, but I can tell you what those people in the audition room do, what the equipment is for, and what details you need to pay attention to during the audition. That way you'll have an idea. If you want to know anything, tell me now. Every company's audition room layout is slightly different. Some small companies just have a simple room, while some large companies even simulate camera angles and overhead lighting for you. I can only tell you temporarily now, as I'm here. Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue's eyes lit up, and he quietly pointed his finger at the woman wearing a badge sitting in front of the monitor. Is she the judge who grades our auditions? Her. Jiang Yang took a sip of water, and his tongue curled up due to the heat, and he choked out, "You're going to burn me to death." No, Brother Yang, I'm used to drinking at this temperature and didn't pay attention. Yang Chaoyue explained quickly. She took Jiang Yang's water cup and blew gently into it. Blow it for you, it will cool down in a while. Jiang Yang could see that Yang Chaoyue didn't mean it. She's not that cunning, but sometimes her brain isn't very good either. By the way, Chaoyue, remember what just happened between us? Ah. After we go in, if we 2 act out this scene together, It will be realistic enough because it's what we just experienced. Jiang Yang said seriously, of course, the prerequisite is to have a suitable topic. Oh, I understand. Yang Chaoyue nodded, not quite understanding. Jiang Yang looked at the glass curtain wall and continued. That woman you just mentioned? Her badge says she's an extras coordinator. She'll be auditioning us soon. Do you know what those documents she's looking at are? I don't know. Yang Chaoyue shook his head. What does she know? She knows nothing. But she listened carefully. Those are the resumes of extras who have passed interviews and auditions. She needs to make timely plans, arrange the filming areas for these extras for the second season of Go Fighting, and coordinate the work of the extras and various departments. Oh. Yang Chaoyue had some idea in his mind. Looking at the busy extras coordinator inside again, Yang Chaoyue suddenly felt less nervous. Under your guidance, Yang Chaoyue's understanding of variety show auditions has improved. You have received feedback, and his understanding of variety show auditions has increased by +1. Sure enough, I got the attribute. Jiang Yang immediately tried to feel his cognitive attributes for variety show auditions. He raised his eyes and looked towards the glass wall of the audition room. Originally, he only had a rough idea of what the staff inside were responsible for in the audition content. At this moment, he seemed to have had dozens of auditions for variety show extras. He even knows how to use the inscription board on the table correctly, how to display images accurately on the monitor, and the importance of photography auxiliary equipment such as tripod, jib, and track during shooting. The harvest was great. Can I continue to gain attributes from Yang Chaoyue? Yang Chaoyue finished the water in the disposable cup and took a deep breath. Brother Yang, I'm fine. Don't worry, we are the first group to audition, so we still have time. If your mental state isn't back to its best, it will affect your performance. I'm your boss, so I'm responsible for you. Jiang Yang patted Yang Chaoyue's shoulder and asked, is there anything else you don't understand? What's that camera for? Recording our audition performance footage. I didn't receive any feedback reward from the system this time. Where are those little gadgets on the little table next to you? The lavalier microphone is connected to the extras coordinator's monitoring headphones, so I can clearly hear the auditionee's lines and expressions. Still haven't received any feedback rewards from a system. I see. What about the dressing room? We are doing the costume matching and makeup design. We are auditioning for extras in the second episode of Season 2 of Go Fighting. It's a period costume show, so extras might have to wear period costumes and match specific attire. After chatting with Yang Chaoyue for 5 minutes, he only got 1 point of variety show audition cognition attribute value at the beginning, and nothing else. Jiang Yang immediately realized that the system was preventing him from getting stuck in a bug again. After asking one question after another, Yang Chaoyue had a more detailed understanding of the audition process. I have a pretty good understanding of the unfamiliar staff and equipment inside, and the tension brought by the unknown has been reduced many times. It can be seen that Brother Yang really knows his business, especially when Jiang Yang said at the end, "What are you afraid of? I'm here with you." Makes sense. Brother Yang brought her in through the back door. Even if she got scolded for poor performance, it would only be Brother Yang who scolded her. It was nothing more than a punishment for her to go back to the rental house to clean. What was there to be afraid of? Brother Yang, I have another question. Go through the audition process once and you'll understand everything. You won't just be able to audition for this one role in the future. Jiang Yang's patience was limited as he couldn't find any attributes. All right. Yang Chaoyue took a deep breath, stood up and took a step forward. Entering the audition room, she raised her hand and knocked on the door, saying softly, "Hello, is this the audition?" Chapter 17, Choosing a Role and Improvisation. The photographer, who was adjusting the equipment, didn't even turn his head. The LED screen, emitting a cold glow, filled the room with a blue hue. The reflective metal edge of Jiang Fang's name badge flickered in the light and shadow, and the two song-style characters' coordination on the badge trembled slightly in the air-conditioning wind. "Come in." She raised her head, put down the folder in her hand, put on her glasses, and looked towards the door. The auditioners arrived quite early today. It seems that Director Tang is quite efficient. He glanced at Yang Chaoyue and Jiang Yang. Jiang Fang came to the same conclusion as Tang Shuliang. Are you from Shanghai Theatre Academy? The girl is pretty and the boy is handsome, and they are both very good looking. You actually came to audition for a role in a variety show? Usually, someone with this kind of appearance would start out as a special agent. Director Jiang. Jiang Yang bowed slightly. Yang Chaoyue followed suit and bowed, his neck tensing into a youthful arc, his movements much more natural. Director Jiang. Hello. The call of Director Jiang made Jiang Fang smile. Her undergraduate major was finance. After graduating, she struggled for several years before accidentally entering this industry at the age of 28, starting as a junior assistant. Every time I go home for the Chinese New Year, my relatives always ask me if I can meet any celebrities. Fortunately, since Running Man became popular, there have been more and more online variety show projects. There are many channels for promotion in the industry, and there is a shortage of talents. In 2 years, she was able to get the position of Group Performance Coordinator. It's not up to the director's level yet. His responsibilities in the company are almost the same as those of an executive director. But who doesn't like to hear others call them director? Jiang Fang got straight to the point. I believe Director Tang has told you that the audition is for the 2nd season and 2nd episode of Go Fighting, a group role with a Dynasty Warriors theme. You are in the plot. You need to play various NPCs. When you are not interacting with the MC guests, you can only make actions that conform to the NPC's behavior logic. Do you understand what I mean? I won't say any more. Time is tight. Just choose your roles and act them out for me. You can each play your own roles. Interaction is best. It's all about improvisation. Jiang Fang slid her fingers across the iPad on the table. The large LED screen behind, which was originally playing a clip of Go Fighting, suddenly stopped playing. A screenshot of a document appeared, showing dozens of professions for the extras to choose from: farmers, palace maids, eunuchs, guards, soldiers, maids, servants, vendors, sedan chairbearers, waiters, matchmakers. The densely packed professions are all the extras needed to prepare for this episode of Extreme Challenge. Yang Chaoyue looked up at the big screen and forced himself to suppress the panic that was gradually spreading in his heart. The words Jiang Yang had just said when he was giving her psychological counseling outside the door kept echoing in her mind. When you're choosing a role later, if you want to have a high chance of getting it, here's a little trick. If possible, don't choose roles you might play, choose roles you've already experienced in your life. Jiang Yang took a quick glance at the big screen and knew what was going on. In addition to learning about Yang Chaoyue's attributes, another purpose of bringing Yang Chaoyue here is to verify how much his acting skills have improved. He turned his head and looked at Yang Chaoyue. The little girl was a little dazed. Although she had received psychological counseling outside, she could tell from the sweat oozing from Yang Chaoyue's forehead that he was still very nervous. This effect is exactly what Jiang Yang needs, and it will give him more opportunities to gain attributes. Brother Yang, what career should I choose? Yang Chaoyue's cautious voice came from beside him. You used to be a textile factory worker. Do you have any similar jobs? No. Before you worked as a female worker in a textile factory, you worked as a waitress in a restaurant. Jiang Yang coaxed. There's a job as a waiter. Yang Chaoyue's eyes lit up. She was about to tell Jiang Fang, who was flipping through resumes, her choice. Director Jiang, I choose waiter. Cross-dressing? That's not impossible. A waiter is not a eunuch, so he doesn't have to be a man. Director Jiang, I play the innkeeper. As soon as the character Jiang Yang was mentioned, Yang Chaoyue knew that Jiang Yang was chosen to cooperate with him. In reality, Jiang Yang is her boss, and in this impromptu performance, Jiang Yang also plays her boss, and it doesn't feel so abrupt when he acts it out. Jiang Fang pointed to the prop cabinet near the corner and said, Go and choose your own props. The audition will begin in 2 minutes, and I will enter as the MC guest. Remember that the extras are living sets. When the PD gives a close-up shot, you should actively step back outside the 3-point depth of field line. Finished. Jiang Fang got up and left. 2 minutes later, the sound of high heels clacking was heard at the door. Jiang Fang stepped in and found several prop chairs placed in the middle of the audition room. Jiang Yang was sitting at the prop table near the door, wearing a black round top melon-shaped hat with a ribbon hanging on the brim. It was a costume he found in the prop cabinet. He lowered his head, his fingers sweeping across the abacus. Next to him was a notebook with 2 new words written on the blank cover, a count book. He really made good use of the limited props to play the role of the innkeeper. Especially the expression of Jiang Yang with a frown on his face and his fingers tapping on the table from time to time as he was anxiously clearing the accounts was very lifelike. As the cameraman adjusted the camera to film Jiang Fang, Jiang Yang suddenly looked up, covered the account book, and smiled. Sir, are you here? Only then did Jiang Fang discover that Jiang Yang had 2 hairy pigmented moles on his face. One is attached to the brow arch and the other is attached to the cheekbone. It perfectly obscured the handsomeness of Jiang Yang's facial features. Simply put, it was intentional to make himself look ugly so as not to steal the limelight from the MC guest. The most important thing is, she clearly noticed that Jiang Yang moved slightly to the side. From the camera's angle of view, she was in the center of the shot, while Jiang Yang was in the corner, barely revealing his outline. Know how to act ugly, Know how to use props to express your identity, know how to improvise, and most importantly, know how to control the camera, not steal the show, and know your position as an extra. Obviously someone with a lot of experience. No matter how high the requirements for extras can be, reaching this level is enough. 1. Didn't have breakfast. Jiang Fang replied casually, and the lines of her eyebrows suddenly softened a little. The rest depends on how the other girl performs. Sir, please come in. Jiang Yang smiled at a table and gestured for an invitation. Then he turned around impatiently and shouted fiercely, "Waiter, why are you taking so long washing the dishes? The guests are already in. One more." "Here I come." Yang Chaoyue's clear voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, came trotting over from the prop cabinet in the corner. "My hands are dripping wet." He was holding a wine jug in one hand, with a white towel hanging from his shoulder, and an apron tied around his waist with a copper coin bag pinned to it. She came to Jiang Fang's table, took off the white towel from her shoulders, and hastily wiped the prop table. She took out a blank notebook from her copper coin bag and handed it to Jiang Fang with both hands. "Sir, this is the menu. What would you like to eat?" Yang Chaoyue added, "Our tofu pudding is a specialty. It sold out yesterday at noon, and we still have 2 servings left today. My daughter loves it, and it's a great snack or dessert after dinner." Yang Chaoyue spoke fluently, because this is what she used to say when she worked as a waitress in a restaurant, just with a few words slightly changed. Jiang Fang looked at Yang Chaoyue. Hip flask, white towel, apron, purse, blank notebook. Being able to combine these and make the audience believe at first glance that Yang Chaoyue is a waiter shows that the character positioning is accurate. Jiang Zun opened the blank prop book in front of him and gave Yang Chaoyue's current behavior a score in his mind. There was a smile in Yang Chaoyue's tone. It sounds very youthful and energetic, which is what variety show audiences like to watch. The pronunciation is not particularly standard, but it's acceptable. The lines are passable. He specially added tofu pudding as a special dish and gave specific details, which shows that he has the ability to adapt to circumstances. These are all advantages. The disadvantages are also obvious. Yang Chaoyue didn't pay attention to the camera adjustment and blocked half of the shot. She is now playing the role of MC guest, and the camera must not be blocked. It can be seen that this little girl pays attention to details, but lacks experience. However, not paying attention to camera scheduling is usually a common problem among extras, and it is not a big deal. The executive director on site will remind the extras to pay attention to these details. Yang Chaoyue's heart was in turmoil. He tried hard to put on a smile and looked at Jiang Fang without hesitation. "Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. I got the attribute." Jiang Yang did not make any unnecessary moves. While paying attention to the camera movements, he continued to calculate with his head down, moving the abacus beads and tapping the table with his fingers. Jiang Fang didn't call for a stop. She wanted to see how the two of them could continue acting. The two auditioners, the man plays the owner and the woman plays the waiter. Their identities overlap. If they can coordinate their roles with each other, the audience will feel more involved. "Give me a serving of tofu pudding. I'm already craving it." Jiang Fang ordered. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Yang Chaoyue was about to leave when Jiang Fang suddenly stopped him. "Is your shopkeeper in a bad mood?" He's gritting his teeth as he settles accounts. Him. Yang Chaoyue's heart skipped a beat. She could only feel the red light of the camera moving along her spine like the red dot of a scope. When preparing just now, Jiang Yang told her that Director Jiang would definitely talk to them about some random things to increase the difficulty of role-playing. All she has to do is maintain her identity and position as a waitress. It's of course difficult to perform for the first time. If you really can't handle it, call Jiang Yang. But when Yang Chaoyue recalled that she once worked as a waitress in a restaurant and her boss was in a bad mood because of counting the bills, she immediately knew how to act. Upon hearing this, Yang Chaoyue timidly glanced at Jiang Yang, bowed slightly, and whispered to Jiang Fang, "It seems the store was robbed. A large sum of money is missing. It's strange that the shopkeeper is in a good mood." "Oh, go ahead. The tofu pudding needs to be hot." Jiang Fang nodded appreciatively. Yang Chaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the prop cabinet, and took out a piece of white gummy candy. Just as he was about to serve it as tofu pudding, Jiang Yang suddenly called out, "Waiter, I'm thirsty. Bring me a glass of water. Why is the bill getting worse and worse?" Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue's eyes lit up. As if receiving some secret signal, he replied, "Here comes the shopkeeper. I'll go to the kitchen to get you some water." Yang Chaoyue ran to the bottle of water in the corner, picked up a prop bowl, and gulped down the water. Jiang Fang looked over with interest. Are there any interactive plots between these two extras? Interesting. If you act well, you bring the character to life. The bottled water was ice cold. Yang Chaoyue poured half a bowl of it and hurriedly placed it on Jiang Yang's table. Boss, I'm going to the kitchen now. Call me if you need anything. Go and do your thing, don't be lazy. Jiang Yang responded impatiently. He put down his abacus and took a sip of the cold water in the bowl. His tongue curled up instantly and he choked. He sniffed and said, "You're going to burn me to death." "No, sir." Yang Chaoyue turned around and saw this. His eyes widened, and he quickly explained, "I'm used to drinking at this temperature, so I didn't pay attention." She took the prop bowl and blew gently on the wall of the bowl. "I'll blow it for you. It will cool down in a while." The whole process was smooth and natural. The tracking shot was fully captured. Because it was exactly what the two of them had experienced outside before, as soon as Jiang Yang brought up the topic, Yang Chaoyue immediately understood it and acted it out vividly. Jiang Fang looked at this scene with a smile on her face, and was extremely satisfied. A smooth performance, not to mention being an extra in a variety show, even as a special actor in a TV series. As long as you pay attention to the camera scheduling, the shooting can be done in one take. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. And then I got to the acting attribute. This shows that choosing the role of the shopkeeper and interacting with Yang Chaoyue can help me gain something. From interviews to auditions, we focus on 2 attributes, acting skills and psychological endurance. This audition is enough. The only drawback is that Jiang Yang did not let go of his acting. It was not difficult to cooperate with Yang Chaoyue to play the owner of an inn that was robbed. It can be seen that Jiang Fang is very satisfied with his performance, but in fact, this is just the beginning. He needed an opportunity to let go and act freely, but unfortunately there was none. Forget it, be content. Today's trip was at least profitable. Not only did I pass the interview and audition, I also got a lot of attributes, and I can get the salary after signing the contract. Jiang Fang was about to call a halt and ask the two to go to the dressing room to change clothes, confirm their outfits, and then sign the contract. Suddenly, the sound of leather shoes stepping on tiles was heard at the door. Tian Xiwei stepped in, looked at the props layout in the audition room, glanced at the other people, and finally his eyes fell on Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang and that girl surnamed Yang, have they already auditioned and gotten the role? Tian Xiwei knew the specific content of the audition. He had done this kind of work many times before and had worked as a script supervisor on the crew for 2 years. Judging from Jiang Fang's reaction, both of them should have passed the audition. But it doesn't pass for him. Since they are here to take advantage of the interview, disrupting the interview arrangements of their recruiters and increasing their workload, then if they want to pass, the requirements will naturally be higher. The regular audition process is for regular interviewees. For an interviewee who is a domineering person, you need something challenging. Tian Xiwei randomly chose a table and sat down. The legs of the prop chair scraped against the floor, making a harsh sound. "Boss, give me a jar of fengjiu. If it doesn't taste good, I'll smash your shop." The photographer immediately adjusted the camera to shoot Tian Xiwei. Jiang Fang understood what Director Tang meant and realized that he was making the situation more difficult for the 2 auditionees. Is it necessary? It's just an audition for a variety show extra. Is it necessary for Director Tang to be there in person? If you have any questions, please ask later and cooperate with Director Tang's arrangements first. Brother Yang, why is Director Tang here? Yang Chaoyue's pupils trembled, and he had an uneasy premonition in his heart. His wrists shook uncontrollably because he was too nervous, and he whispered. Even the tone of voice was trembling. Chapter 18 Jiang Yang's performance is not over yet. What are you afraid of? Now that you're here, just go ahead and act. If you really have no idea what to do, just call me. Jiang Yang whispered. Logically speaking, Tian Xiwei does not need to participate in the audition process. There was obviously a reason why Tian Xiwei came here specially to get straight to the point and add more scenes. It was discovered that he and Yang Chaoyue did not submit their resumes? Or is there some other reason? Unimportant. Jiang Yang's spirits suddenly lifted. I was just worrying about not having the opportunity to act freely, and then the opportunity came to me. As a casting director, Tian Xiwei has met countless actors. If my acting skills can pass Tian Xiwei's test, I will feel more confident when I take the art exams of Beijing Film Academy, Shanghai Theatre Academy, and Central Academy of Drama next year and perform in front of the judges. Jiang Yang shouted impatiently at Yang Chaoyue. Blow, 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 what are you still blowing? Can't you see the customer is urging you? Go get a jar of fengjiu. After saying that, Jiang Yang smiled at Tian Xiwei and said, "It will be ready soon." Yang Chaoyue understood what he meant, went back to the prop cabinet, took out a beer bottle, and pinched his wrist hard to calm himself down. It's the last turn, don't show any fear. In the past half-month, Brother Yang accompanied her to watch variety shows, taught her to practice Mandarin, gave her interview questions, and even taught her the audition process before the audition. I have made all the preparations for myself. Success or failure depends on this one move. Her palms sweated as she recalled the memories of being insulted by customers while working in a restaurant. This audition might be her only chance to escape from her low-level life. Sir, the Fengjiu is here, fresh from the cellar. Yang Chaoyue forced a smile and walked happily to Tang Shuliang's desk. The warm air from the air conditioner, carrying the scent of Tang Shuliang's cologne, blew towards Yang Chaoyue, and his throat tightened. Next, how will Director Tang interact with me? Yang Chaoyue had no experience at all. But we are prepared to adapt to changing circumstances. As soon as the bottle was put down, Tang Shuliang grabbed the neck of the bottle and took a sip. Of course, no wine could be poured from the prop bottle. Tang Shuliang pretended to drink, then suddenly raised his hand to wipe his mouth and cursed. This wine must be filled with urine. It's so damn hard to drink. It's a trick. The words fell. Before Yang Chaoyue could react, Tang Shuliang raised the wine bottle and smashed it towards her head. Yang Chaoyue shrank his head, his whole body trembled, and he screamed and dodged. But Tang Shuliang grabbed her apron. With a loud crash, the wine bottle instantly exploded on Yang Chaoyue's head. The audition room was silent. The red light in the camera was like a bloodthirsty eye, shaking violently with the sound of the wine bottle breaking. Jiang Fang opened her eyes wide. Director Tang is auditioning ordinary extras according to the standards of a special audition. Yang Chaoyue subconsciously covered his head in panic, but found that it didn't hurt at all, but was more confused. The prop wine bottle is made of vinyl, which is easy to break and brittle, and feels a bit sticky to the touch. How to act? What's going to happen next? Yang Chaoyue's mind went blank. When she was acting opposite Jiang Fang for the first time, her performance was completely based on her real-life experience as a restaurant waitress. But in reality, she has never been hit on the head with a beer bottle by a customer. I was stunned for 2 seconds. The world is silent at this moment. She heard her heartbeat like a drum, and the stinging sensation of her nails digging into her palms suddenly seemed distant. I have no idea what to say or how to react next. She bit her teeth too tightly, and the smell of blood spread in her mouth. She was shocked to realize that her lip had been bitten through. Is my audition going to fail? Suddenly, Jiang Yang's words to her rang in her mind. I don't know what to do. Just call Jiang Yang. Shopkeeper. Yang Chaoyue seemed to be trying to grasp a life-saving straw. Even his lines were trembling, and he instinctively grabbed his apron. The words fell. Jiang Yang, with 2 prop bottles in his pocket, strode over and said, Hey, you hit my waiter. Come at me. Jiang Yang kicked the prop table that was blocking him away, and the noise was so loud that it startled Tang Shuliang. Next second, with a loud crash, fragments of sugar gum fell to the ground. Jiang Yang hit Tang Shuliang on the head with a prop wine bottle, knocking his glasses askew. That's not all. Jiang Yang took out another sugar-coated wine bottle from his pocket and pulled Yang Chaoyue behind him. I am the only one who can beat the waiter in my shop. Tang Shuliang didn't adjust his glasses, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. The girl named Yang didn't catch his act, but Jiang Yang did. He wanted to see how Jiang Yang could act. As the sugar-coated wine bottle exploded again on Tang Shuliang's head, a dagger was taken out of Tang Shuliang's pocket and stabbed heavily into Jiang Yang's abdomen, stirring violently, and then pulled out. The dagger is of course a retractable prop dagger. The test is Jiang Yang's reaction. Jiang Yang's body stiffened for a moment. He looked down at his abdomen, covered it with his hands, his eyes were filled with fear, and his body was tilted like a puppet with broken strings. Run from the back kitchen. He puffed up his cheeks, turned around and shouted to Yang Chaoyue, then grabbed Tang Shuliang's suit collar and pushed him towards the door. Yang Chaoyue didn't react at first, but when he found that there was no blood on Jiang Yang's abdomen, he believed that Director Tang was using a prop dagger. She turned and ran. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. I had just run 2 steps when I heard a clang. Looking back, Jiang Yang fell at the door. Tang Shuliang had been pushed out of the door by Jiang Yang, and was looking inside through the glass curtain wall to see Jiang Yang's reaction. There is improvisation, reaction, and clear lines. The behavior is logical and the movements are smooth and not stiff. From Jiang Yang's lines and actions just now, Tang Shuliang could even imagine the character of the shopkeeper played by Jiang Yang, and his relationship with the waiter. That's enough. Jiang Fang stood up and was about to call for a stop, but Tang Shuliang raised his hand to stop her. Jiang Yang was lying on the ground in a crooked position inside the glass curtain wall, staring at Tang Shuliang with wide eyes. Jiang Yang's performance hasn't ended yet. Tang Xiwei stared slightly. Before Jiang Yang fell, the stool used to hold the door was pushed away. Tang Xiwei stepped in, kicked Jiang Yang's shoulder with his toes, and continued to act in coordination with Jiang Yang. You're quite lucky. You're not dead yet. That woman is in the kitchen over there, right? He took out a dagger, squatted down, and slashed Jiang Yang's neck. As he finished this action, Jiang Yang's head actually cooperated by tilting to one side. The Adam's apple rolls up and down due to stress. The neck muscles showed defensive spasm. The veins on his neck bulged like a dying earthworm, and he let out a short, painful gasp. If Jiang Yang hadn't had a wound on his neck, Jiang Fang, who was watching this scene, would have almost thought that Tang Xiwei was using a real knife. Tang Xiwei stood up and walked towards Yang Chaoyue's kitchen. When Yang Chaoyue saw Tang Xiwei walking towards him, he was frightened and at a loss. But after Tang Xiwei approached, he raised his hand and made a downward gesture to her. That's enough, now let's see how Jiang Yang acts. Playing a dying person requires a lot of technical skills. It involves physiological details, psychological states, and unspoken expressions. Tang Xiwei looked at Jiang Yang with scrutiny. Yang Chaoyue and Jiang Fang also looked at Jiang Yang. The photographer adjusted the lens and aimed the red dot at Jiang Yang. Chapter 19. The first time I was fooled by the acting skills of the extras in the audition. Knowing that his performance was over, Yang Chaoyue finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Look at Jiang Yang again. But she saw Jiang Yang lying by the door, hunched over, one hand covering his neck, his head tilted, looking at her. His mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but only came out with a hissing sound. His eyes widened, and the look in them changed from shock to pain. His eyes were first weak, then desperate. The arc of his chest rose and fell smaller and smaller, like a candle in the wind, and every breath he took was accompanied by a trembling sound like a broken bellows. The red dot of the camera focused on Jiang Yang's pale face. Tang Xiwei was clearly using a prop dagger, but the warm air from the air conditioner seemed to carry the smell of blood and penetrate into everyone's nostrils. Tang Xiwei's hand holding his glasses was suspended in mid-air. The reflection of the lens obscured his suddenly shrunken pupils. His Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed the shock in his heart. Jiang Yang didn't make any unnecessary body movements, but rather displayed micro-expressions. Because a dying person cannot do anything. The red dot of the camera was aimed at Jiang Yang lying on the ground. The entire audition room was silent. It was so quiet that the only sound could be heard. The unconscious twitching of Jiang Yang's calf muscles caused the soles of his shoes to rub against the ground, making a dying sound. As Jiang Yang's breath weakened, the sound gradually died down. The hand covering his neck fell limply and twitched slightly. As the hand covering the wound on his abdomen fell to the ground, Jiang Yang became completely motionless. His eyes changed from powerlessness to despair, and his pupils lost focus at this moment. Brother Yang. Yang Chaoyue murmured. For some reason, even though Yang Chaoyue knew Jiang Yang was just acting, he still felt a pang of sadness. Surprise. The last time I saw such talented extras was last year. Tang Xiwei adjusted his glasses. Students from the Shanghai Theatre Academy who have received systematic professional training are different, Jiang Fang said with a smile. She glanced at Yang Chaoyue and said, "This girl acted quite well." The look in her eyes when she saw the shopkeeper's death was very real. Her nose even turned red. Oh. Tang Xiwei looked back at Yang Chaoyue beside him, only to find that not only was Yang Chaoyue's nose red, but his eyes were also shining with a crystal light. She clutched her apron with one hand and pinched her arm with the other. It seems that this little girl can act well. Are you expressing your true feelings, or are you acting? Tang Xiwei asked with a fixed gaze. I just feel bad seeing Brother Yang like this. Yang Chua's mouth pursed, and the sourness in his throat made his temples throb. His tone was hoarse and crying, and there were some sudden tightening gasps. Her performance actually amused Tang Xiwei. Excellent performances are very emotionally contagious. Never mind, you passed. The audience will definitely love your genuine reaction. Director Tang, that wasn't a real knife you used just now, was it? The cameraman suddenly said. How is that possible? Tang Xiwei took out a retractable prop knife from his pocket, glanced at Jiang Yang, and his heart suddenly tightened. Jiang Yang was still lying there. Through the loose white sweater, you could see a pool of blood spreading from the abdomen where he had stabbed her with a prop knife. It was as if blood was flowing out of Jiang Yang's lining. Dye the sweater red from the inside out. Don't scare me, can this thing hurt people? Tang Xiwei's heart was beating so fast that he could hear it, and he hurried towards Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang. Hey, Jiang Yang. Stop acting, get up. We've passed. Jiang Yang didn't move. looking at Jiang Yang and his death without any change. Even his pupils were out of focus, and Tang Xiwei's feet felt a little weak as if they were stepping into water. Come on. Fuck it, it was an accident. Why is there blood? Jiang Fang stopped talking and didn't dare to go over. Yang Chaoyue's heart was in a knot. Tang Xiwei came to Jiang Yang, squatted down, held his breath, and tremblingly lifted up Jiang Yang's sweater, revealing a thick blood-red stain on his shirt. Fuck. When did you put ketchup on it? Why didn't I notice when I was acting with you just now? Tang Xiwei slapped Jiang Yang's thigh hard, causing him to sit up instantly in pain. Director Tang, I'm dead now. Hitting me will bring bad luck. You are quite capable. You make it look like the real thing. Tang Xiwei pulled Jiang Yang up and said with a smile, I did it when I pushed you out the door. How was the show? That's awesome. Damn, I've been in this business for years, and this is the first time I've been fooled by an extra in an audition. I really think you've died before. There's not even a trace of acting left. Simply change clothes in the dressing room, confirm the roles of extras, and sign contracts. The entire process was handled by Jiang Yang. Yang Chaoyue followed Jiang Yang, responsible for carrying bags and handing him pens. When Yang Chaoyue wrote his name on the contract, his hands trembled a little, and the rustling sound of the pen scratching across the paper was drowned out by his heartbeat. The last time I signed was the agency contract for Jiang Yang Company, and I signed it in a hurry. The last time was probably a few years ago when she pretended to have her father's handwriting on the test paper. Whether working as a female worker in a textile factory or as a waitress in a restaurant, she had never signed an employment contract. So much so that after signing his name, Yang Chaoyue felt that his handwriting was crooked and ugly and not presentable enough. But the 3,500 yuan salary in the contract made her eyes burn. She can get a salary of 3,500 yuan for 1 day of filming, which is equivalent to her monthly salary as a female worker. The crew also provides boxed lunches. You don't need to work all day, just act according to the role when the camera is shooting. It's so easy to make this money. Following Jiang Yang in the elevator downstairs, Yang Chaoyue took the initiative to push open the embossed door with the Sanqing logo and felt that the door handle was burning hot. The sun was high in the sky outside, but I could still feel the cold wind blowing into my collar. In winter, the trees around Starry Sky Square are so bare that only the bare trunks are left. The flow of people has increased significantly. The hawker wore a scarf and carried candid haws on his shoulder, selling them. An office worker in a thick business suit just finished his afternoon shift. From time to time, delivermen wearing Mate 1 or L.Me uniforms come in and out of the office building. Brother Yang, did I really pass the audition? Yang Chaoyue asked in a daze, breathing out white air from his mouth. What do you think? The contract has been signed. It passed. It must have passed. Recalling the entire interview and audition process, Yang Chaoyue's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, and the hem of her chiffon skirt swayed with her steps. I want to get into Jiang Yang's car as soon as possible, as if this is the only way to make myself feel more at ease. Arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Yang pressed the car key, the headlights flashed twice, and the car door unlocked. The white Cayenne originally parked next to it was replaced by a BMW. The bright red car cover and the smooth shape burned the eyes in the grey and white parking lot in winter, making Yang Chaoyue stop for 2 seconds when he opened the back door of Jiang Yang Corolla. Brother Yang, what car is that next to us? Sitting in the back seat again, Yang Chaoyue was no longer as cramped as before. She curled up her legs and pressed them against the air vent to warm her frozen red ankles, exhaled a puff of white air out the window, and drew a smile with her frozen fingertips. BMW Z4, sports car. Sports car? It must be expensive. Jiang Yang slowly reversed the car. After choosing the configuration, including insurance and tax, the on-road cost is over 500,000 yuan, which can buy 5 of my crappy cars. Fuck. More than 500,000. Yang Chaoyue gasped when he heard this. Building a 3-story brick house in his hometown of Yangcheng only cost 200,000 yuan, including building materials, labor costs, and decoration costs. The price of this car is equivalent to 2 houses in my hometown. This car looks nice, but it's too expensive and only has 2 seats. What about that one? Yang Chaoyue pointed at a black jade Porsche Cayenne in front of him and said, that one looks pretty expensive too. Jiang Yang started the car. That one, 2 damn ones. Yang Chaoyue was shocked when he heard this. 1 million is an astronomical figure for me, but if I use it to buy a car, I will be really rich. She tutted, leaned forward, and poked her head out to say to Jiang Yang, Brother Yang, your car is so comfortable. If I work for a few years, I can buy a car like yours and drive it back home for my dad to ride in. He'll definitely be so proud of me in the village and think I've made it. This day will come. Jiang Yang tapped his knuckles on the steering wheel in a determined rhythm. Not long after the car drove out of the parking lot, Jiang Yang parked the car on the side of the road and asked, "Have you brought all the contracts?" "I have it with me. It's in your briefcase." Yang Chaoyue replied, "Don't sit in the back seat, sit in the front. We have to drive more than 20 kilometers back. I'm a little sleepy. Come talk to me." "Oh, all right, boss." Yang Chao jumped out of the car, opened the passenger door, and leaned in to sit. The sun is pouring down from the azure sky, and strands of hair are bobbing in the sun. Sitting in the passenger seat of a car for the first time, Yang Chaoyue felt a little uneasy, kneeling together and folding Jiang Yang's briefcase on his legs covered by his chiffon skirt. "Fasten your seat belts," Jiang Yang reminded. "Oh, seat belt." Yang Chaoyue leaned sideways and felt around in the gap between the seats for a long time, but couldn't find the seatbelt. Hearing the horn of the car behind her urging her to go, she became a little flustered. "Don't panic. We haven't violated any traffic rules. Take your time. There's no rush. This is how you fasten your seatbelt." Suddenly, I felt a warm breath approaching. Jiang Yang leaned over, and his slender, bony hand passed in front of her, grabbed the seatbelt near the door, and gently pulled it over. The cool metal buckle pressed against my collarbone. Yang Chaoyue turned around and saw Jiang Yang's handsome face with three-dimensional features. Chapter 20, I am not a philanthropist and will not train you for free. With a click, the seatbelt was buckled. Yang Chaoyue looked away, lowered his head slightly, and his earlobes were blown red by the heater in the car. "Put it in the lock and press it. Ah, I know. It is the Yangcheng dialect, which means do you know or understand?" Yang Chaoyue responded subconsciously, "I know." The Yangcheng accent seemed to be mixed with malt sugar, sticky and wrapped in laughter. After she finished speaking, she finally realized, "Brother Yang, you can also speak Yangcheng dialect. I learned it from you. Make a few jokes." Jiang Yang talked about business. "Where's the contract?" "Promise." Unzipping the briefcase, Yang Chaoyue took out 2 contracts. Jiang Yang took it and looked over it again. One is the contract signed between Yang Chaoyue and Jiang Yang Company, but it lacks a stamp. The other one was a contract signed between Jiang Yang and Sanqing in the name of the company, with a red seal on it. The above amount is not worth mentioning in the entertainment industry with a daily salary of 2.08 million in the future, but Jiang Yang still has to check it again. When the company has more resources, it will have to hire some people and become busier in the future. It is impossible for me to do all the contract archiving and call up work myself. There needs to be a legal department responsible for reviewing contracts, a finance department responsible for controlling cost budgets, and an accountant responsible for doing the accounting. How about letting Yang Chaoyue learn some accounting standards? After putting the contract into the briefcase, Yang Chaoyue opened the storage compartment of the co-pilot seat, stuffed the briefcase in, and grabbed a handful of candy from his pocket. It's the brand Yamazi. Yang Chaoyue put a mint candy in his mouth, and the refreshing scent that overflowed from it mixed with the scent of cheap shampoo that remained in her hair. She leaned forward and handed a candy to Jiang Yang. The hem of her chiffon skirt swept over the crotch, letting a ray of warm winter sun leak through the folds. "Brother Yang, have some candy." "Where did you get the candy?" "Just a handful." Jiang Yang took it, tore open the package, and the cool taste in his mouth was very refreshing and soothing to the throat. "I stole it from the candy box at the front desk of Sanqing when I left. They were all busy talking to you at the time and no one noticed me." Yang Chaoyue laughed, his eyebrows curved, looking very handsome. "Why did you pick Yamazi? I remember there were also Alps and Shu Fuji fruit on the fruit plate at the front desk." "Because you like to eat this kind of food, so I stole all of this." "Ha." Jiang Yang was slightly stunned. I understood immediately. Earlier in the audition room, when he was explaining the play to Yang Chaoyue, he casually mentioned that he should go to the front desk to get her a mint flavor candy, which tasted good. I didn't expect that Yang Chaoyue still remembers it. What a thoughtful little smart guy. He took advantage of Yang Chaoyue's attributes, and Yang Chaoyue took advantage of Sanqing Company's candies. It seems that I won't have to worry about snacks when I go out with Yang Chaoyue in the future. Yang Chaoyue stuffed the extra candies into the storage box on the console. It can be seen that Yang Chaoyue is very happy. Jiang Yang got down to business. "I just passed the audition. There is still a lot to learn. Pronunciation, body language, improvisation, and psychological endurance all have a lot of room for improvement." "Yeah, I know." Yang Chaoyue nodded excitedly. Jiang Yang had previously taught her pronunciation, but she was somewhat reluctant. However, through this interview, she realized the importance of good delivery skills. Brother Yang is really working hard to cultivate himself. If Jiang Yang hadn't accompanied me to this interview, Even if I had made sufficient preparations, I would probably have been too nervous to open my mouth and would not have been able to reach the audition stage. The most important thing is, I learned a lot on this trip. Know what camera scheduling is. Know what is near and far. You need to have a basic understanding of what movement, positioning, scene clearing, and the rhythm of acting are. Even the coordinating director, executive director, costume designer, and props master in the crew were contacted. Have a rough idea in mind. These personal experiences are far more impressive than learning from books. The car drove towards Songjian district. When the gilded road sign of Lujiazui Financial Center flashed before his eyes again, Yang Chaoyue was still a little nervous and shrank his shoulder slightly. Relaxed quickly. I finally feel familiar with the city center of Shanghai. If I audition for other roles in the future, I will know the process even without Brother Yang's guidance. By the way, Yang Chaoyue, when you signed, did you read the amount on the contract carefully? Jiang Yang suddenly asked. Look carefully, it's 3,500 yuan. When Yang Chaoyue thought of this number, he was still a little shocked. It's not 3,500 yuan. You're a special extra, the kind that will most likely act with the MC guest. So it's 5,000 yuan. Jiang Yang slowly stepped on the brakes and stopped at the traffic light. He looked at Yang Chaoyue's reaction in the rearview mirror and said, the reason you only get 3,500 is because you have to give 1,500 to the company, a 70% split. Can you accept that? You know, I'm not a philanthropist. I won't train you for free. Chapter 21. What Foxconn? That S-Red Fuji. Of course, Brother Yang, absolutely. I understand. Yang Chaoyue responded without hesitation. 3,500 is enough to buy my dad a second-hand iPhone 6. What else can I not be satisfied with? Jiang Yang tilted his head and glanced at Yang Chaoyue. It was still the same old pink chiffon skirt from the county town. The color had long lost its brightness and covered her bare thighs. It's okay when the heater is on in the car, but as soon as you get outside, your thighs will get goosebumps from the cold. I'll go get Yang Chaoyue some new clothes. After all, he's the face of the company. It doesn't matter how he's ordered around at home, but he can't lose face in public. Yang Chaoyue remembered Jiang Yang's instructions and wanted to chat with Jiang Yang, fearing that Jiang Yang would fall asleep while driving. She didn't know what to talk about. I just talked about my life growing up in my hometown in the countryside of Yangcheng. In the summer, I followed my father to harvest rice wearing a straw hat. In spring, I wear farm boots several sizes too big and walk on the ridges of the fields to plant rice seedlings. When talking about his childhood, Yang Chaoyue had candy in his mouth and his breath was sweet. When they talked about happy things, Jiang Yang also laughed. Jiang Yang heard Yang Chaoyue talk about her father many times, but he never heard her talk about her mother. Jiang Yang knew that Yang Chaoyue's parents had divorced, her mother remarried and gave birth to a child, and she was raised by her father. This is someone else's private matter, so Jiang Yang naturally won't ask too much. While chatting, Yang Chaoyue suddenly sat up and looked at a European medieval building outside the car window. She pointed at the Gothic spire and said, Brother Yang, what is that? It looks like a foreign building. The glass windows are colored. It's so beautiful. Zujiahui Catholic Church, a religious place. Jiang Yang glanced at the church, which has a history of over 160 years. It was built over 100 years ago. It was originally a small church used for missionary work, but it was later expanded. It's such a long time ago, it's dead. Yang Chaoyue spoke in Yangcheng dialect again, his voice mixed with honey like joy. Not nervous anymore. I've passed it all, so why should I be nervous? I'm so happy now. Yang Chaoyue reminded happily, Huanhuang Zixi means happy in my hometown of Yangcheng. Actually, the literal meaning is understandable. Oh, yes, haha. Jiang Yang tilted his head to glance at Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chaoyue lazily slumped in the passenger seat, the sunlight filtering through the brown car window shattering into gold foil on her eyelashes. I don't know if it was because Jiang Yang asked Yang Chaoyue to talk to him more to prevent him from falling asleep. On the way back to the rental house, Yang Chaoyue chatted as much as a sparrow, without any of the awkwardness he had on the way to the interview at Sanqing Company. After a while, Yang Chaoyue looked around curiously again. Brother Yang, what kind of bridge is that? Wow, it's huge. The Songpu Bridge, a double-deck highway and railway bridge spanning the Huangpu River, is 40 years old and is an old bridge. Passing through Mingxing District, a tall building caught Yang Chaoyue's attention. The rigid structure and folded glass curtains formed diamond-like corners, with a striking Foxconn word on the top. Yang Chaoyue didn't understand what the word meant, so he pointed and said, Brother Yang, what company is that building? Foxconn. Oh, I know Foxconn. It's an Apple brand. Apple's brand. Jiang Yang frowned and thought, his hand holding the gear lever slightly tightened. His Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed back the word nonsense. At this time in 2015, had Foxconn been acquired by Apple? Jiang Yang clearly remembered that in later generations, Foxconn, as an independent electronics manufacturing company, had only a cooperative relationship with Apple, providing product manufacturing services to the other party. Is there something wrong with my memory? Or has the world changed after rebirth? No matter which possibility it is a big problem. Jiang Yang couldn't help but be cautious when it came to his foresight about the future. Yang Chaoyue, which apple are you talking about? It's an apple. Is it an iPhone? It's the edible fruit. Jiang Yang was stunned for a second, then he clapped his hands, breathed a sigh of relief, and chuckled softly. What Foxconn? That's Red Fuji. Chapter 22. Jiang Yang wouldn't want to sign another artist, would he? Aren't these two the same thing? What's the difference? It's a huge one. Foxconn manufactures electronics and provides smart services. Red Fuji is not an Apple brand, it's simply a variety of apple. I almost thought there was something wrong with my memory. It turned out that this girl suffered from her lack of education. So that's how it is. I understand. Yang Chaoyue suddenly realized. Under your guidance, Yang Chaoyue's understanding of the company has increased. You have received feedback, and your understanding of the company has increased by 1. This can also get the attributes. Jiang Yang was no longer sleepy all of a sudden. What can corporate cognitive attributes do? While waiting for the traffic light, Jiang Yang tried to use it, and some well-known corporate brands in Shanghai instantly appeared in Jiang Yang's mind. SAIC, which manufactures cars, Baosteel, which produces steel, Fuyao, which makes glass, Greenland, which develops real estate, and Ctrip, which specializes in travel services. There are other companies, big and small, that will appear in Jiang Yang's mind as long as he thinks carefully. Jiang Yang had some impression of these companies in his previous life, but at most he only had an understanding of their corporate culture. At this moment, he can clearly know the other party's business scope, product features, financial status, and organizational management in the next 10 years. We can limit our understanding of the company to the entertainment industry. What are some well-known agencies in the entertainment industry? Jiang Yang looked at the 10-second countdown of the red light in front of him and sorted out his thoughts. Once the scope is well defined, the effectiveness of this ability will become apparent immediately. There are only a few agencies in the entertainment industry. Emperor Entertainment, which cultivated Nicholas Tse and Jillian Chung as early as the last century. Chenyu Media discovered Liu Haocun, Zhu Bichang, and Zhong Ji through the talent shows Supergirl and Happy Boy 10 years ago. Not to mention Jiaxing, which was founded last year with Yang Mi as its representative. There is also Yi Xin, which was led by Yang Chenjin and signed Ouyang Nana. There is also Galaxy Cool Entertainment, which discovered Zhao Lucia. Under the influence of corporate cognitive attributes, Jiang Yang understood the growth process of the core figures of these well-known brokerage companies, as well as their way of thinking and business operation skills after a little thought. Is there any benefit in knowing this? Of course. When the company has more resources, he can exchange resources with these companies that specialize in different businesses. Also, you can snag artists who will be very popular in the future and train them for yourself. For example, Galaxy Cool Entertainment has not yet discovered Zhao Lucia. Yang Chenjin, the founder of Yixin Entertainment, did not sign Ouyang Nana, who would become very popular in the next few years. Zhao Lucia is still studying at Mingdao Middle School in Wanwan Province. Like Yang Chaoyue, she's still a blank slate. If she develops, she'll be able to gain a lot of attributes. As for Ouyang Nana, let us talk about it later. I have no money and no background now. Ouyang Nana held a solo concert at the National Center for the Performing Arts in Beijing this year, becoming the first performer to hold a solo concert since the opening of the National Center for the Performing Arts in Beijing in 2008. He is well known in the industry and is not so easy to fool. Compared to the uncertainties of the future, Jiang Yang cares more about the current plans. I have passed the interview and audition for Tsanqing's extras, and the contract has been signed. I just need to wait for Tsanqing's notification. Once the Go Fighting show goes to Shangshan Film and Television City to set up the shooting scene, Tsanqing should send a notice to arrange for him and Yang Chao to join the group. Going to Go Fighting as an extra was to test my acting skills and to see Yang Chaoyue's acting skills, and let Yang Chaoyue know that he, as a boss, is reliable and can help her receive notices. This is very important. After all, studying high school content is a very annoying thing and you can't see results in the short term. At least that's what he thinks. Therefore, next year's college entrance examination can only rely on Yang Chaoyue, a human-shaped plug-in. Because they think he is reliable, they are more likely to be fooled by him into studying, and thus successfully get the attributes of Yang Chaoyue when he was studying high school courses. Chaoyue, the matter with Sanqing has been finalized. We just need to go back and wait for notification. Do you know what your top priority is during this period? No. Tell me, what is it? I will take good care of you at home. Yang Chaoyue smiled, with a bright light in the corners of his eyes. Yang Chaoyue has regarded the rental house in Fuli community as his home in Shanghai. Jiang Yang frowned and said, "Speak nicely. I will take good care of you at home." Right. I'm not kidding you anymore. Let's get down to business. Your top priority from now on is studying. Yang Chaoyue was a little confused. What are you learning? You'll know when you get home. Okay. Jiang Yang didn't plan to say it now, and Yang Chaoyue wouldn't ask any further questions. Anyway, the boss must be good to me. After becoming an employee of Jiang Yang Company, I feel that every day is fulfilling and time is very tight. She lamented, "It feels like there's not enough time. Time is like water in a sponge. You can't squeeze it out no matter how hard you try." This is what Jiang Yang really thinks, and of course he wanted to tell Yang Chaoyue. Because he knew that Yang Chaoyue would be very busy in the future. "Chaoyue, you can squeeze in some time." Jiang Yang did the math for Yang Chaoyue. If you get up 15 minutes earlier every day, you'll have 91.5 more hours a year, which you can use to do what you love. Isn't that great and attractive? I feel so. It turns out that getting up 15 minutes earlier can give us so much more time. Yang Chaoyue agreed. Jiang Yang smiled and said, "Think about it, what you like." Sleeping in. Yang Chaoyue told the truth. The smile on Jiang Yang's face froze and he concentrated on driving. As the vehicle entered Songjiang district, the bustling high-rise buildings were replaced by factory areas. Yang Chaoyue's words became less and less, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the imitation leather texture of the passenger seat. Several handwritten red paper recruitment advertisements were posted layer upon layer at the factory gates, the corners curled up by rain, and the ink was smudged with the words urgently recruiting female assembly line workers. A young worker in a blue-striped uniform squatted on the curb, eating a bun, and the oil stains condensed into white frost in the cold air. Passing by a printing shop, Jiang Yang stopped the car and turned off the engine. The textile factory where Yang Chaoyue previously worked was just across the street from the intersection, opposite the recruitment board. For some reason, when he came to this place, Yang Chaoyue subconsciously felt a sense of crisis. In this factory, there are many female workers who are prettier than her, many who speak Mandarin better than her, and many who work harder at housework than her. It's just that she is lucky to have become an employee of Jiang Yang Company. This opportunity may not be snatched away by others. Seeing Jiang Yang slowly park the car on the side of the road, Yang Chaoyue's neck straightened with worry. Could it be that Jiang Yang wanted to sign another artist, just like he had signed her? "Brother Yang, why did we stop here? Do you want to get off?" Yang Chaoyue suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked in a calm tone. Chapter 23, Seeing Hope of Changing Destiny. Jiang Yang pulled out his car keys and pointed to the printing shop. "Director Tang asked us to fill in our resumes and go through the formalities. We'll have them reviewed by the external producer of the Go Fighting production team. Don't worry about such a small matter. I can go alone." There is a problem. Even your name is used. After getting to know Yang Chaoyue, the girl rarely called him you, and Jiang Yang would not have so many requests in private. In response to Yang Chaoyue's sudden attentiveness, Jiang Yang uttered, "Aren't you sleepy? I just want you to take a nap in the car." Seeing Jiang Yang's fixed gaze looking at him, Yang Chaoyue's eyes dodged slightly, and his lower eyelids trembled slightly. "Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and his acting skills have increased by +1. Even without the system prompt, Jiang Yang could tell from the subtle expression of Yang Chaoyue's eyelids trembling when he spoke that Yang Chaoyue was worried. Playing him again. "My acting skills were not shown during the audition at Sanqing Company, so all the credit went to him. I finished my resume last night and sent it to your email. Please print out 3 copies. "Oh, all right, all right." Yang Chaoyue breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Jiang Yang had folded down the seat back and lay down on it, with no intention of getting out of the car. The phone beeped, indicating that the QQ mailbox had received a new email from Jiang Yang. Placing the phone on the center console, Jiang Yang's fingertips rested on his temple for 2 more seconds, fatigue seeping out from under his half-closed eyelids. "Then I won't get out of the car. I'll lie down for a while. You can handle it by yourself, right?" "I can do it." Yang Chaoyue's throat slid up and down slightly, like swallowing an unripe green plum, sour but with a firm sweet aftertaste. Although Yang Chaoyue calls Jiang Yang Brother Yang, she understands that Jiang Yang is actually her boss. "The boss helped me a lot. This is the first time that the bosses assign me to do something alone, so even if it is just a small thing like printing a resume, I have to take it seriously. Is there anything else you need me to do, Brother Yang? Can you cook? Jiang Yang asked. I can cook the special dishes from my hometown of Yangcheng. I wonder if there is a vegetable market nearby. Yes, Brother Yang. Just around the corner is the factory where I used to work. I'm very familiar with this area. After you've printed your resume, go pick up some groceries. I'll reimburse you for them when I get back. We've been very busy these past few days and are tired of eating takeout. I'll make a meal today because we'll be filming in a few days. Okay. Yang Chaoyue stepped out of the car, but his shoulder was stuck. Jiang Yang pressed the buckle of the passenger seatbelt, and with a whoosh, the seatbelt around Yang Chaoyue's shoulders was unfastened. Fasten your seatbelt when you get in the car, and unfasten it when you get out. Remember this. Yeah. Gently closing the car door, Yang Chaoyue walked towards the printing shop opposite. The air was filled with oil smoke, and the familiar smell made Yang Chaoyue feel a little strange. The fried noodle stall owner swung an iron spoon and hit the edge of the pot, and the smoke and the smell of chili spread over the telephone pole covered with small advertisements. The vendor in a pink apron collected money while looking at the intersection, ready to push her cart to avoid the urban management at any time. The bottom of the trash can was filled with fast food boxes and beverage bottles. Crossing the drainage ditch filled with a foul and sour smell, Yang Chaoyue entered the printing shop. The smell of ink mixed with old cardboard hits my nose. The hum of the printer was mixed with the sound of the proprietress cracking sunflower seeds. There were several customers inside, and it would take more than 10 minutes to print her and Jiang Yang's resumes. Yang Chaoyue sat on a plastic stool at the door. The iron gate of the textile factory at the street entrance creaked open, and groups of female workers rushed to the fast food trucks on the street. Yang Chaoyue exhaled white air from his mouth and gazed slightly. In the crowded crowd of female workers, she seemed to see herself a few days ago. At that time, I never thought that today I would go to the downtown area of Shanghai, see the Foxconn building, cross the Songpu Bridge, pass by the old Zhujiahui Catholic Church, and come to Tsanchin Company in Star Plaza. I passed the interview, completed the audition, successfully signed the contract, and won the role of an extra in the second episode of the second season of Go Fighting. Not only can you get close to the stars, there is even a chance to act opposite stars such as Luo Zhixiang, Sun Honglei, Huang Bo, Huang Lei, and Zhong Asen. More importantly, she can get 3,500 yuan for a day's performance. This is just the income after Brother Yang paid taxes for her. If the pre-tax amount is included, the amount will be even greater. Yang Chaoyue's eyes brightened. Luckily, I mustered up the courage to call Brother Yang in front of the job board that day. Yang Chaoyue's gaze moved from the mottled and cracked concrete road to the front of the silver Corolla parked opposite, and through the car window glass, fell on Jiang Yang, who was dozing off. She saw hope in Jiang Yang's handsome profile. The hope of changing her fate so that she no longer has to work as a migrant worker on an assembly line in a big city. I hope to earn money to treat my father's back injury, so that he can live a better life without having to do hard labor or fatigue. After printing his resume and arriving at Jiang Yang's car, Yang Chaoyue suddenly heard a familiar voice. A new female worker has come to the dormitory, and Yeya's bed has been taken. I don't know if Yeya has returned to her hometown in Yangcheng. It's been half a month. Before, at this time, I would lie on the bed in the dormitory, waiting for Yeya to bring me food. Yang Chaoyue unconsciously rubbed the rough edge of his resume with his fingers and tilted his head to look. It's Sister Yang, a former colleague on the textile factory assembly line and also a roommate in the dormitory. Chapter 24, Don't Show Off Your Wealth. The chiffon skirt she was wearing now was given to her by Sister Yang. Yang Chaoyue did not owe Sister Yang anything, as he gave her 300 yuan at that time. Turning my head to look, I saw Sister Yang leaning against the rusty frame of a tricycle stall a few meters away. The cuffs of her blue-grey uniform were stained with cotton wool. She was holding half a piece of sauce-flavored pancake in her hand, and there were soy sauce stains embedded in the cracks of her fingernails. She was chatting with her colleagues. Upon realizing it was a former colleague, Yang Chaoyue subconsciously stood up and wanted to go over to say hello and share with the other party his joy of passing the interview and audition in the Shanghai urban area. This thought only popped up for a second before he suppressed it. His throat felt a little tight and the tip of his shoe unconsciously turned towards the car door. I gripped the car door handle tightly, and the coldness of the metal made my palm tremble. She remembered what Jiang Yang had warned her. Don't show off your wealth. Yang Chaoyue has a deeper understanding of this sentence. Just don't let others take away your opportunities. I only heard Sister Yang say this, and the topic quickly shifted to the tedious work in the textile factory. The stall owner, wearing a pilling rose-red sweater, took out a plastic bag of tea eggs from the metal box of her tricycle and handed it to Sister Yang. Sister Yang took it and walked towards Yang Chaoyue, chatting and laughing with her colleagues. Yang Chaoyue made up his mind and didn't say hello to Sister Yang. He pretended not to know her and didn't see her. His eyelashes cast tiny shadows under his eyes. He straightened his neck, opened the door and got into the car. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and his acting skills have increased by +1. After Sister Yang left, Yang Chaoyue was silent for a while, fastened his seatbelt, and woke Jiang Yang up. His voice was a little dry. Brother Yang, the resume is printed. Jiang Yang rubbed his eyes, raised his seat, took the hot resume, glanced at it, and confirmed that there was no problem. He started the car. What vegetables did you buy? Vegetable. Didn't I tell you to buy groceries? Did you forget? You seem to be worried. Yang Chaoyue shrank his shoulders slightly and got out of the car in a hurry. Brother Yang, please take a nap. Forget it. I'll buy the vegetables next time. I'm so hungry. I'll just buy some cooked food and snacks from the stall to make do. Okay. Yang Chaoyue pushed the door and got out of the car. Jiang Yang didn't mean to blame Yang Chaoyue. After witnessing the prosperity of the Magic City area, he met with the casting director and coordinator of Tsanxing Company, performed in front of professional cameras, and signed a contract with a daily salary of 3,500 yuan. When I return to the old factory, my mentality will change to some extent. In fact, at the beginning, when they drove to Songjiang district, Jiang Yang felt that Yang Chaoyue spoke less. He must be adapting to the change of environment. Children from poor families become independent early and mature late. For a 17-year-old girl, it naturally takes time to adapt to such a big change in her life. There will be many more environments that Yang Chaoyue will need to adapt to in the future. I opened my phone and looked at the time. It was already noon. There is a piece of news at the top of the screen. CCTV's Spring Festival Gala for the Year of the Monkey will hold its final review today. Guan Xiaotong will have a language program, and Chen Teng and Mary will submit their applications in the form of a video. Let us wait and see whether the 6 little bell children that the audience is looking forward to will make an appearance. Guan Xiaotong will also take the art exam next year. Maybe we'll meet each other then. If there is a chance, you can bind them together for development, provided that the system opens an extra development column for him. A. Strangeness. Are you trying to learn more about Yang Chaoyue's acting skills again? Jiang Yang noticed that there was a message reminder about obtaining attributes on the control panel, and the time was 5 minutes ago. In the time it takes to print a resume, who is Yang Chaoyue acting with? The printer. Chapter 25 extras actually know how to coordinate shots. The passenger door opened. The smell of scallion meat pancakes seeped into the car. Yang Chaoyue got into the car with a paper bag in his arms and a few packed meals in his hands. The tip of his nose was stained with chopped green onions. Brother Yang, would you like some scallion meat pie? We have spicy and non-spicy ones. You can eat the spicy one yourself. Jiang Yang's Adam's apple rolled slightly. After tasting Yang Chaoyue's spicy pork trotter rice, Jiang Yang didn't dare to take any spicy food from Yang Chaoyue. He took a bite of the scallion meat pancake, and the edges of the oil paper wrapped in it were wrinkled. Chaoyue, how much did it cost to print your resume? I'll reimburse you. 1 yuan. So cheap. It was originally going to be 2 yuan. I've been to this printing shop many times before, helping the factory supervisor print materials, and I know how to bargain with the boss. Yang Chaoyue raised his eyebrows high, his eyes curved into crescents, and the soy milk juice at the corners of his mouth spread along with his smile. No wonder, I knew you were good at bargaining. Jiang Yang knew what was going on. No wonder I was able to appreciate Yang Chaoyue's acting skills while taking a nap in the car. It turned out that Yang Chaoyue was bargaining with the owner of the printing shop and forced the owner to give him a 50% discount. Yang Chaoyue's acting skills were not shown much during the audition, but he used them to perfection in real life. After chatting and laughing for a while, Jiang Yang slowly parked the car in front of the gate of Fuli Community and tapped his fingertips twice on the leather steering wheel. Chaoyue, pick up a package. The delivery station is at Building 18. Yang Chaoyue opened the passenger compartment and took out a candy she had hidden inside. He bit the candy wrapper with his teeth and tore open the package. Can I pick it up a day later? I have a package arriving tomorrow, so we can pick it up together then. In the past, when she was at the textile factory, her roommate asked her to help pick up express deliveries, and she habitually waited for her own express delivery to arrive and then picked it up together. Are you treating me as your boyfriend? Jiang Yang glanced at her sideways and said slowly. Yang Chaoyue's thighs tensed instantly. Sorry, I'll get it for you now. Pay attention to pronunciation. I'll get it for you now, Boss Jiang. Yang Chaoyue hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and stuffed the unwrapped candy into Jiang Yang's mouth. Send me the pickup code. No matter how heavy your package is, I'll carry it upstairs for you. Jiang Yang is not only his roommate, but also his boss who pays him salary, arranges appointments for him, and cultivates his talents. The way I used to get along with my roommates in the textile factory cannot be applied to Jiang Yang. Such a good job. I don't know how many college students and factory girls with much better conditions than her are competing with her. She must cherish it. Yang Chaoyue pushed the door and got out of the car, and suddenly heard a roar from the sky. Looking up, I saw a passenger plane flying from east to west. Look, brother Yang, it's a plane. Never sat on it before. Jiang Yang followed Yang Chaoyue's gaze and looked at the direction and altitude. It should have taken off from Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. Air tickets are so expensive. How can ordinary people afford them? If I have the chance in the future, I must take a flight myself and take my father with me. Yang Chaoyue spoke to himself and gradually walked away. Jiang Yang looked at Yang Chaoyue's back as he walked away on the fallen leaves. The chestnut hair ends catch the warm winter sun, and her figure is graceful and youthful. I don't know if it's my illusion. Yang Chaoyue sat in his car for a long time, and there was a faint fragrance left in the car. In the bathroom of the rental house, there is a bar of Safeguard soap that Yang Chaoyue bought for herself to wash. Of course, Jiang Yang would not touch it because of its scent. It saves me money on buying car aromatherapy. Jiang Yang put the candy ball on the tip of his tongue, savoring the sweetness in his mouth. He closed the co-pilot storage compartment and hid the candy that Yang Chaoyue had stolen from Sanqing. He looked up at the plane gradually entering the clouds, smiled, and drove the car to the parking lot. Dragon TV building in JA District, Shanghai. The office of the Extreme Challenge program team. Yang Minute sat at his desk, pinched his Jingming acupoint, and took a sip of the coffee brought by his assistant. I've been busy until now. I just finished a seminar on the theme of the next shooting with people from various departments of the program team. When I returned to the office, the air conditioning and warm wind made me sleepy. I really can't stand it without a cup of refreshing coffee. The theme of the first episode of the second season is With You, and the filming was completed in Hainan last week. The program recording process involves different venues such as city streets, tourist attractions, and beaches. Fortunately, we communicated with the administrators of each venue, obtained filming permits, and the venue coordination went very smoothly. No unexpected circumstances occurred. The coherence and logic of the tasks are guaranteed. The equipment did not malfunction, and the PD who followed the filming worked very hard, flexibly adjusting the shooting angles as the MC and guests moved quickly, leaving many wonderful moments for the post-production of the program. The MC guests are still the original ones. Their pay has increased a bit, and the atmosphere is more lively than last season. Zhong Yisen is not as silly as she was in last season. Sun Honglei's train of thought is even more unique. The post-production of the first episode is still in progress. The program script displayed on the computer screen in front of Yang Minute records the shooting process, segment settings, guest lines, and task requirements for the second episode. There was a knock on the door, and an external relations producer in a down jacket came in. "Director Yang, are you looking for me?" Yang Minute poked the tip of his pen into the document page. "We are going to Shangshan Film and Television City soon to shoot the second Dynasty Warriors themed episode. This time we need to build transition lines between the three main scenes. Have the guest appearances been finalized?" Zhu Zhiqian's makeup team asked to enter the location one day in advance. Song Xiaobao and Yu Yunping's schedules have been confirmed, and there are no requirements for food and accommodation. The external producer responded while flipping through the notice sheet, the cuff of his down jacket rubbing against the clapperboard on the table. Has the quote changed? It's still the same as what we discussed before. Zhu Zhiqian 200,000, Song Xiaobao 200,000, and Yu Yunping 250,000. Where's the extras list? Sanqing hasn't sent it over yet. We should be able to get it done today. How about I urge Director Tang from Sanqing? The blue light from the screen revealed the wrinkles between Yang Min's brows. No need to rush me. Director Tang was the executive director of my group 3 years ago. He came from under me. He's reliable. However, the list of extras must include the weapon handling experience of the special actors. Some time ago, someone in Hengjin was holding the prop Qinglong halberd upside down. Nothing else. Go about your business. Thank you for your hard work. The external producer closed the door gently when leaving. Yang Minute continued to browse the program script on the screen in front of him, wondering if there was anything that needed to be modified. With the huge success of the first season of Go Fighting, Yang Min's career reached a new peak. He successfully stepped from behind the scenes to the front of the stage and became a variety show director well known to the audience. You can also access more creative resources including funding, equipment, and venues. We will go to Shangshan Film and Television City in a few days to build a grand ancient scene for the second issue of Dynasty Warriors theme. If it were the first season, the production team would not have had such abundant funds. Now Yang Minute has completely dominated the voice in the program team. At the same time, the pressure is also very great. Many pairs of eyes were staring at him. As a native of Shanghai, Yang Minute has been an excellent student since childhood. In high school, he won the first place in the Shanghai City Essay Competition and was successfully admitted to the Literature Department of Shanghai Theatre Academy. The following year, the Magic City Essay Competition was renamed the New Concept Essay Competition. The first place winner was Han Han, and the first place winner was Guo Jingming in the second period. After graduating from university, I joined a TV station and got a regular job with a stable income. After 20 years of hard work, he finally became famous 4 years ago as the Deputy Director of Voice of Asia. Last year, I gained a firm foothold in the industry thanks to the first season of Go Fighting. Before I knew it, I am already in my early 40s, which can be considered as the realization of my dream when I was young. I touched my forehead and found that my scalp was a little bald. He is very clear about the difference between himself and other variety show directors. When making variety shows myself, I pay great attention to the theme and the interaction between the guests, rather than letting the guests fight with each other to increase traffic. The atmosphere of worldly life is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most. As long as the funny and tearful moments in ordinary people's daily lives are captured, even the real reactions of an extra can become a famous scene that the audience will talk about with relish. The phone on the table rang. Yang Minute placed the coffee cup he had just taken a sip of on the corner of the table, rubbing his temples with his fingertips. When he grabbed his phone, his sleeve knocked over the photo frame of himself and the Extreme Men's Gang. Stand the photo frame up and pick up your phone. The call was from Tian Xiwei. Director Yang, I've sent the CVS and audition videos for the next episode to your external producer. For something like this, a message would suffice. Is there really a need for a phone call, Director Tang? Yang Minute said with a smile, this isn't the first time Tsanching has collaborated with the station. We can be assured. As the casting outsourcing company for Oriental TV's variety show Go Fighting, Tsanching needs to review the selected characters by Yang Min's team. Tang Shuliang is a casting director of Tsanching, and his status is naturally much lower than Yang Min's. However, Yang Minute still calls Tang Shuliang Director Tang. Be very respectful to others, and the same goes for others. Be strict when necessary at work, but outside of work everyone is friends, and the circle is so small that reputation can spread easily. Tang Shuliang smiled and said, I called to tell you that the audition video for extras is full, but we are short of 2 resumes. Did you forget to send 2 copies? No problem, I'll just send them to the external producer later. No, it was those 2 extras who came to interview me today. Their resumes haven't reached me yet. Tang Shuliang's voice suddenly rose. You know me well. I'm very strict with the interviews for Lai Ba Wang. Those 2 auditions were exactly what I wanted. Their acting was excellent, so I made an exception and signed them to a contract. If I have the ability, I'd go to your place to audition for an extra role. Yang Minute was a little surprised. The sound of papers rustling could be heard from Tang Shuliang's side. That's right, I didn't expect this either. You really value their talent. I'm just saying, if you can give these 2 more scenes, maybe they'll have a good variety show effect. Thank you for your trouble, Director Tang. What are the names of those 2 people? I'll remember them. The man's name is Jiang Yang, and the woman's name is Yang something Yu. Tang Shuliang couldn't remember Yang Chaoyue's full name again. Since he made you remember his name, it seems that this extra named Jiang Yang is quite capable. Yang Minute laughed. That young man is really talented. He knows how to control the camera. Not only is he handsome, but he also knows how to act ugly. He doesn't steal the spotlight from the MC guest, and his acting skills are impeccable. Extras actually know how to coordinate shots. Yang Minute became interested. Chapter 26 My brain is frozen. Tang Shuliang made this call specifically to let Jiang Yang leave an impression on Yang Minute. When the filming starts, there will be so many extras that the camera may not be able to capture Jiang Yang, let alone interact with the guests. If Jiang Yang can really perform well in a variety show, he can also indirectly get some credit. One is called Jiang Yang, and the other is called Yang Yu, right? Okay, I'll remember it. Let's leave it this way for now. After hanging up the phone, Yang Minute continued to modify the program script. We need to keep an eye on the post-production progress of the previous program, check whether the edited clips have a coherent storyline, how the safety facilities at the shooting site are prepared, and whether there are safe passages to deal with emergencies. As the highest level of the program team, they need to be responsible for the entire program and always liaise with the camera crew, post-production team, props team, and venue team. The express delivery station that Brother Yang mentioned is in Building 18, but now there are only 3. How much money does the developer of this community make? Fuli Community is considered to be a relatively large real estate project in Songjiang District, with a total construction area of 530,000 square meters, and is developed and constructed in 4 phases. There is a Grade A hospital to the south, and a bilingual kindergarten 100 meters away. The tuition for 1 semester is higher than Yang Chaoyue's salary as a female worker in a textile factory for half a year. A Fuli kindergarten is planned for the 3rd phase of construction, but before construction has even started, the registration queue has already been filled with students who have paid tuition fees. The cold wind made Yang Chaoyue's nose turn red. She rubbed her palms, looked up and counted the building numbers on the roofs of each commercial building, and walked towards the express station that Jiang Yang mentioned. 2 years ago, when she worked in a textile factory in Songjiang District, she saw the housing prices in the real estate project's promotional materials. The first phase is 15,000 yuan per square meter. At that time, her salary was 3,300 yuan. She dreamed of living with her father in a community with complete supporting facilities in the future, so she worked hard in the factory. After working on a sewing machine for 2 years, my salary increased to 3,500 yuan, including full attendance. The 3rd phase of the Fuli residential complex is already being sold, and the price of housing has risen to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Yang Chaoyue doesn't dare to hope that she will be able to afford such a house in the future. If it weren't for Jiang Yang Company's rent reimbursement benefit, I wouldn't even be able to pay the rent. The more people live there are, the more express deliveries there are. The number of express delivery stations in the community has not kept up. Currently, there are only 4 express delivery stations: Chanchan, YTO, Depen, and Best. When Yang Chaoyue arrived, there was a 7 or 8 meter long queue at the door. During the Double 11 shopping festival a month ago, the queue was almost as long as the express delivery station at Shanghai University. Opening a courier point in this neighborhood should be very profitable, right? Jiang Yang's express delivery was estimated to weigh about 4 or 5 pounds and felt like a book. Yang Chaoyue exhaled white mist from his mouth and signed his name on the order number, while his mind was still thinking about making money. After dropping out of school and being beaten by society for 2 years, my youth is over and I have reached the age where everything requires money. Time goes by faster and faster. I no longer have the pride I had in the past, and I have also lost the original look when I first arrived in Shanghai. In the past 2 years, I have been accepting, growing, and changing. Life does not get better because of being sensible. Instead, it becomes more indifferent. Until, get to know Jiang Yang, the boss of a shell company. Yes, Yang Chaoyue has clearly realized that the company he signed with is just a shell company. So what? Food and accommodation are provided, and salary is paid as usual, which allows her father at home to not worry about her, and brother Yang can help her receive notices, which is enough. Not to mention the 5,000 yuan extra pay. According to the 70% 30% split, she could only get 3,500 yuan. Even if Jiang Yang took the lion's share and left her 1,500 yuan, she wouldn't complain. The treatment is much better than that of factory girls. What's more, as the boss, Jiang Yang will respect her and allow her to make money with dignity. The community was so big that Yang Chaoyue searched for more than 10 minutes before he arrived at the building where Jiang Yang rented. The tip of my nose turned red from the cold. The key went into the lock, the door opened, and warm air blew into my collar. The air conditioner on the balcony hummed. Brother Yang, the package has been picked up. There are so many people picking up packages in this neighborhood. There's a long queue at the delivery station. There's even a double 12 shopping mall planned for the door. Seeing Jiang Yang lying on his side and sleeping on the leather sofa, Yang Chaoyue stopped talking. Jiang Yang's bony fingers hung down naturally, and his loose hair covered his eyes. Yang Chaoyue closed the door quietly, changed into slippers, and put the express delivery next to the coffee table. Jiang Yang had said before that there was no need to learn about group performances today. Now should be your free time. Yang Chaoyue went to the side bedroom, found the air conditioner remote control, lay on the bed, turned on Jiang Yang's iPad screen, and looked for some good TV series or variety shows to watch. Feeling the warm breeze comfortably, I just feel that life is extremely comfortable. But suddenly I felt something was wrong. She found a clean summer quilt in the closet, went to the living room, and covered Jiang Yang with it as an air conditioning quilt. Only then did she feel at ease. She bent over, carefully smoothed the corner of the quilt, and her fingertips brushed across Jiang Yang's warm shoulders. While Jiang Yang was asleep, Yang Chaoyue dared to take a closer look at him. The boy breathed evenly, and it was unknown what he was dreaming about. His Adam's apple trembled slightly as he swallowed. The fine bangs hang down, covering the forehead. The straight nose makes the profile look particularly three-dimensional. She looks even better than Zhong Yisen in Go Fighting. The legs are so long that they can touch the side armrests of the sofa when bent. He has a handsome face, but a pig's brain. Sign me. Yang Chaoyue smirked inwardly. There are so many factory girls who are prettier than me, and even more college students with better academic abilities than me, but you chose to sign me. You're unlucky. Yang Chaoyue tiptoed towards the side room. Just as he touched the door handle, Jiang Yang's vague voice rang out from behind him. Have you picked up the package? Wake up, brother Yang. Hold head high. Jiang Yang rubbed his eyes and sat up. The summer quilt covering him was a bit old, but the fragrance of laundry detergent was very strong. Jiang Yang understood what was going on. Thanks. Have you opened the package? I bought this for you. You bought it for me. Yang Chaoyue immediately became interested. I picked up the utility knife on the coffee table and quickly cut open the express packaging paper. There was indeed a book inside. There are 7 books in total, which are larger than the Actor's Self-Cultivation that Jiang Yang read before, and the covers are brightly colored. Yang Chaoyue took a quick glance. The titles of the first 3 books are 8 big characters. 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. The 3 words Wang Haocun are written on the side of the last 3 books. What kind of book is this? Yang Chaoyue had never seen this thing before. A treasure from my student days. Yang Chaoyue shook his head. I don't have any impression. I opened it casually and took a look. It was full of formulas and symbols that I couldn't understand. There seemed to be a smell of ink wafting out of the book, which made my temples throb. Is it a book that teaches her how to be a good extra, or learn to be a member of a girl group, or how to become a qualified artist? Yang Chaoyue never attended high school, and his family didn't have money to buy tutoring books when he was in school, so it's normal that he has no impression of this kind of teaching materials. However, Jiang Yang will leave an impression on Yang Chaoyue. There is still half a year before the college entrance examination. Jiang Yang himself wasn't sure whether he could improve Yang Chaoyue's college entrance examination scores by taking advantage of his attributes, so he needed to try. Jiang Yang leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his chin resting on his palm, his tone a little sleepy. They are all high school textbooks. Pick one and start studying now. High school textbooks. Let's start with English, a compulsory course. Do you remember the phonetic symbols? What sign? Yang Chaoyue had a bad premonition. His head buzzed, and he was stunned. Chapter 27. Are you not satisfied with your studies? Do you still want to continue studying? Brother Yang, what are phonetic symbols? After spending a few days with Yang Chaoyue, Jiang Yang has become accustomed to him occasionally speaking a few words of Yangcheng dialect. Jiang Yang himself had learned a lot and knew that the Shen any Yang Chaoyue said meant what. It can be seen that Yang Chaoyue must have forgotten all the phonetic symbols. It just so happened that he had almost forgotten it. The college entrance examination English test requires listening, and sense of language is very important. Now when I open the English textbook, I find that I hardly recognize any of the densely packed words on it. Let him learn it on his own. He won't be able to learn it even if you kill him. Fortunately, there is the Shaohua cultivation system. Phonetic symbols are the foundation of English pronunciation. Mastering them can help you pronounce each phoneme correctly, so you can read words accurately. Do you understand what I mean? I don't know. I don't know anything. I just feel sleepy and need a nap. Yang Chaoyue tightened his neck, stood up and walked to lie on his side. She didn't dare touch the books Jiang Yang gave her. I recall the score of 30 in the first English monthly exam in the 3rd year of junior high school. The dead memories suddenly revived. When I joined the company, I wasn't told that I had to take high school courses. This boss must be sick. Teach her to speak Mandarin so she can understand. But what's the point of teaching her high school courses? Do I still need to take the college entrance examination? Interviews and auditions for extras clearly don't look at academic qualifications. Come back and sit down. Jiang Yang said lightly. Yang Chaoyue's neck stiffened, and he sat back down obediently. He saw Jiang Yang spread out an A4 paper on the coffee table and wrote down the phonetic symbols he had searched on his phone, stroke by stroke. Chaoyue, if you had a bachelor's degree when you first came to Shanghai to look for a job, would you still be a waitress in a restaurant or a female worker in a textile factory? Yang Chaoyue was a little dazed, as if recalling some bad memories. He lowered his head slightly, his fingers clenching the corner of his clothes. She didn't think she would become a factory girl at first. But without academic qualifications and professional skills, I can only do these. She didn't even have the qualifications to interview at those large enterprises, state-owned enterprises, and foreign-funded enterprises. In the end, I could only work as a factory girl. In the first month, I really wanted to go back to school, but my family couldn't afford it. Even if I get into university, I can't afford the tuition. After working as a factory girl for a few months, I gradually became numb. There is the endless hum of machines, the endless smell of engine oil, the endless pedaling of sewing machines, and the invisible future. Yang Chaoyue, do you want to go to college? Jiang Yang stopped writing and filled the A4 paper with 48 phonetic symbols, with vowels and consonants arranged separately. I want to. Jiang Yang's words suddenly brought Yang Chaoyue back to his senses. Why? Because I really want to live on a university campus. It would be easier to find a job if I have a bachelor's degree. What else? I'm going to be a college student. My dad will be proud of me. What I was waiting for was Yang Chaoyue's words. Her father is her weak spot, and Jiang Yang seized this opportunity. Artists also care about academic qualifications. If I make you famous in the future, many people will dig up your dark history, scolding you for being a factory girl and asking how you could be so famous. They will also scold you for not even having a bachelor's degree and asking how you could be a star. These things may become negative information about you. But if people find out that even though you're a factory girl, you still study hard and get into university through your own efforts, they won't have anything to say and it will seem very inspiring. Jiang Yang patiently coaxed him. Yang Chaoyue, you don't want your father back home in Yangcheng to see a bunch of people online scolding you for your low education after you become famous, right? Yang Chaoyue's throat moved. Looking down at the textbooks beside the coffee table, he suddenly seemed to realize something. Brother Yang, have you considered what will happen after I become famous? What else can I do? You're the only artist in my company right now. If I don't consider you, who else should I consider? But I haven't even finished high school. Can I take the college entrance exam? There are 3 types of entrance exams for adult education: high school to undergraduate, high school to junior college, and junior college to undergraduate. Some provinces also allow candidates who have graduated from junior high school for 3 years and have obtained an equivalent academic certificate to take the general college entrance exam. These are all opportunities for you. What is a high school to undergraduate program? What is a high school to vocational school program? Yang Chaoyue didn't understand. But there is hope. You have the opportunity to become the college student you envy. The most important thing is that Jiang Yang is willing to train her and teach her. Jiang Yang tapped the paper with a matte blank pen in his hand. Do you want to learn? It depends on the fact that you are an employee of my company. I will charge for teaching others. The starting price is 100 yuan per lesson. Study. One class costs 100 yuan, and Brother Yang teaches her for free, which is equivalent to taking one class and earning 100 yuan for free. Okay, let's learn the phonetic symbols first. Finally, I persuaded Yang Chaoyue to be willing to learn. As for whether Yang Chaoyue can really get into university in the future, that is a matter for the future. The most urgent thing is to learn the phonetic symbols first. That's right. Jiang Yang himself had forgotten all the phonetic symbols and only remembered a few long vowels. As for short vowels, voiceless consonants, and those semi-vowels and lateral sounds, I have completely forgotten them. I don't know how many brain cells it will take to learn them. So I have to learn the attributes from Yang Chaoyue so that I can learn it instantly. Jiang Yang held the pen, pointing the tip at the first long vowel. Read it with me. Dot. Ah. Yang Chaoyue read it rather awkwardly. It's not a, it's, which is ka in Chinese. In the word ka, r is pronounced as. Read it again. Jiang Yang's Adam's apple slid up and down with the drawn-out syllables. Ka, did you read it correctly? Yang Chaoyue said in a serious manner. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's English pronunciation ability has improved. Your pronunciation ability is +1. Successfully obtained the attribute. It works. There is hope for the college entrance examination. Jiang Yang looked at the other phonetic symbols he had written on the A4 paper. Whether it is vowels or consonants, I have a clear concept in my mind about how to pronounce these phonetic symbols. Jiang Yang demonstrated it again. Learn from me. When pronouncing it, open your mouth wide, lower and retract your tongue, keep the tip of your tongue away from your lower teeth, and slightly round your lips. Hey, Brother Yang, your pronunciation this time seems a little different from before. Yang Chaoyue could clearly hear that Jiang Yang's pronunciation this time seemed more skillful. There's a feeling I can't describe. Jiang Yang paused his pen and said, Don't worry about how I read it before. Just read it according to what I'm teaching now. Crack. Okay, this phonetic symbol is passed. Now let's learn the next one. Okay. The purpose of letting Yang Chaoyue learn phonetic symbols was simply to improve Jiang Yang's own phonetic symbol ability. It's enough for Yang Chaoyue to learn enough, and Jiang Yang certainly won't spend too much energy on it. Just let Yang Chaoyue learn to spell. There is no need to speak it too standardly. 4 hours of time. Jiang Yang taught Yang Chaoyue to read all 48 phonetic symbols. During this period, I also got an attribute that improves the ability to read phonetic symbols. Of course, Yang Chaoyue's reading was still not standard. It could only be said that he could recognize it. Jiang Yang started reading the phonetic symbols himself, and now his intonation is as fluent as that of a foreign teacher. Just learn the phonetic symbols enough, and then study vocabulary in the evening. Get out of class dismissed. School is over, school is over. Yang Chao jumped up and went to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. My throat is dry from reading the phonetic symbols. Jiang Yang didn't let her drink water, and she didn't dare to say anything. The feeling of learning is, of course, painful, but also fulfilling. After gulping down a cup of warm water, Yang Chaoyue turned around and looked at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang was lowering his head, sorting out other teaching materials, flipping through them one by one, and writing something on an A4 paper. The sun sets little by little. The sun shines into the living room through the sliding glass door of the balcony. Dusk seeped through the gauze curtains, leaving diagonal lines on the floor tiles. The golden light seemed to give Jiang Yang a golden edge. There was a slight sound as the pen tip touched the paper. On the day of the interview, Jiang Yang wore a suit and combed his hair back, looking extremely mature and having the stern look of an interviewer. At this moment, Jiang Yang was sitting in a recliner with his legs crossed, taking notes seriously. He looked even more focused than when her homeroom teacher was writing lesson plans during self-study class when she was in school. It was as if the coffee table had turned into a podium, and she was a student sitting in the classroom in school uniform. The blue and white stripes on her school uniform are like clouds that she can never touch now, and also her youth that is passing away on campus. Jiang Yang twirled his pen, and the cap reflected a golden light. He tilted his head and saw Yang Chaoyue looking at him. Chaoyue, what are you looking at? Are you not satisfied with your studies? Do you want to continue learning? Chapter 28. Why are you crying? Yang Chaoyue was stunned for a second, as if he was distracted in class, but suddenly came to his senses. No, I can't study anymore. Brother Yang, you're like a tutor right now. She laughed out loud. It looks even more like it when I'm spinning the pen. Tutor. Jiang Yang raised his eyes and stared at Yang Chaoyue, who was standing in front of the water dispenser, his gaze sliding across Yang Chaoyue's moist lips with water droplets hanging from them. Suddenly, some classic Japanese films about tutors came to my mind, and immediately shook the thought off from his mind. The girl is only 17 years old now and has half a year left before she becomes an adult. If she has those thoughts, she will not pass the review. Jiang Yang's matte blank pen left a dot of ink on the A4 paper. Pour teacher Jiang a glass of water. Okay. Jiang Yang took the cup of water handed to him by Yang Chaoyue, blew on it gently, touched it to his lips, and found that it was not boiling water, so he drank it with confidence. Go buy some groceries and cook dinner tonight. Consider it tuition for me, your tutor. There's a fresh food supermarket just outside the neighborhood. He took out 5 red bills and gave them to Yang Chaoyue. I'll keep the money left from buying groceries. If it's not enough, ask me again. Remember to keep a record of your expenses. Okay. Yang Chaoyue closed the door gently, walked into the elevator, rubbed his red eyes, and tightly grasped the 5 red bills given by Jiang Yang in his pocket. Brother Yang is about the same age as herself. Judging from his business proficiency, he must have been working in society for several years. Obviously, like her, he did not complete the 9 years of compulsory education. Brother Yang didn't even go to college himself, but he tried every means to train her to become a college student. What a great boss. Brother Yang has been working in society for a few years, but his high school knowledge is still so solid, which is enough to show that Brother Yang must have had very good academic performance. Maybe he is just like me, whose family couldn't afford the tuition and living expenses, so he came out to make a living. Yang Chaoyue made up his mind. When buying groceries later, she must use her best bargaining skills to save money for Brother Yang. In fact, Yang Chaoyue also did it. Because it was evening, many stalls in the vegetable market were closing up and clearing out their stock, so it was easy to bargain. Mud snails cost 20 yuan per pound, and I bought 1.5 pounds for 15 yuan. There were 2 kilograms of shrimps left at 45 yuan per kilogram, and Yang Chaoyue bought them all for 30 yuan. There are also mullet, glutinous rice, pork, and some vegetables, fruits, and after some bargaining, they are discounted by at least 30%. Finally, I came out of the vegetable market carrying heavy bags and sat on the curb to rest. The plastic bag was leaking shrimp-smelling water stains, leaving dark marks on the cement floor. It's too heavy. Yang Chaoyue was so tired that he was gasping for breath, with white mist coming out of his mouth, and he felt extremely satisfied. There was no kitchen in the textile factory dormitory, so he couldn't cook. If he wanted to eat stir-fried dishes, he had to go to a restaurant, which Yang Chaoyue couldn't afford. The dishes she would cook at Jiang Yang's place were specialties from her hometown of Yangcheng. If she ate them in a restaurant, It would only be more expensive and the taste might not be authentic. When you are away from home, you can eat a portion of home-cooked food, which makes you feel very comfortable just thinking about it. Live a good life now. At this moment, I really want to have a few words with my dad. Her old Nokia flip phone didn't support video calls, and neither did her dad's. You can post photos though. Yang Chaoyue took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the vegetables he bought, edited it into a MMS and sent it to his father, with an additional message, "Dad, these are the vegetables I just bought." After a while, my dad called. Yang Chaoyue answered the phone within a second of ringing, and a familiar voice came from the receiver. "Ah, so many vegetables, did you buy them all?" "Daughter, so many vegetables, did you buy them all?" Alo means daughter in Yangcheng dialect. When Yang Chaoyue heard this name, he suddenly felt like he was back home. Only my dad's voice sounds familiar. No one else can pronounce this tune. A lump formed in her throat. Jiang Yang usually taught her Mandarin pronunciation, and she was very careful not to speak in dialect. But when she was on the phone with her father, her Yangcheng dialect unconsciously stuck with her. "Hey, yes, Daddy." "Wow, how much is this?" "A whole mullet and so many big shrimps." It was about 150 yuan, and I bargained it down to 100 yuan. There was a faint squeaking sound of a cart in the background of my father's phone call. Yang Chaoyue could imagine his father hunched over behind a concrete pillar at the construction site, answering the phone, the brim of his safety helmet casting a shadow on his dark face. She added, "It's my boss's money, and he'll reimburse me. I don't have to pay a penny." "Ha ha ha, you can even claim the money for groceries. What a great job you have." Hearing her father's laughter, Yang Chaoyue also laughed. The harsh sound of the iron gate of the vegetable market being pulled down behind her was heard, but she was completely unaware. "My boss treats me very well. There's even a cooking room where I live. I can make my hometown's braised ground fat, white braised grey mullet, drunken snails, and lotus root starch dumplings." Hearing the call, my dad laughed even more happily. Yang Chaoyue continued, "Dad, it would be great if you were here. The dishes you cook are surprisingly delicious. I'll make it for you when you come home, haha." My father's innocent laugh echoed through the receiver again. "Stop kidding, girl. I still have some work to do. My colleagues are pushing me so hard. I've been feeling a bit stiff lately, so I've been working slower than usual. If I get called by the foreman again, he'll accuse me of slacking off. If you're doing well out there, I can rest easier home." Dad's waist is still not healed. Yang Chaoyue seemed to suddenly think of something. His fingers unconsciously tugged at the corner of his clothes. His throat tightened. "Dad, your waist still hurts? Didn't you use the 5,000 yuan I transferred to you to go to the hospital for treatment?" "I'll just apply some plaster. Going to the hospital for treatment will cost thousands of yuan in a short time. I'll save the 5,000 yuan for you. You can use it when you need it urgently or when you come home for the new year to buy something good to eat." A hoarse laugh came from the other end of the phone, with a wheezing sound like an old bellows. Really? Dad didn't listen to her and didn't spend a penny of the 5,000 yuan he transferred to her. He saved it for her. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Go to the hospital. Nothing. With a silly laugh, my father hung up the phone and went to work. The busy tone from the old Nokia receiver was like a broken string. Yang Chaoyue let out a sigh. He actually had a lot to say to his father. "I want to share the joy of successfully passing the interview and audition. I'm also afraid that my dad won't understand. I want to tell my dad that I signed a contract to be an extra in the second episode of the second season of Go Fighting, and I can earn 3,500 yuan a day." She was also afraid that her father would worry that she was being cheated. Never mind. If you can avoid making your dad worry, then don't make him worry. I'd better wait until I get the money and the second season of Go Fighting starts, and there will be scenes of her on the show. Then I'll tell my dad the good news. The most important thing is that I must be patient and learn more skills from Brother Yang, so that I can make more money and return to my hometown to cure my father's back injury. When I earn a lot of money, my dad won't be reluctant to spend the small amount of money on treating his back injury. Otherwise, Dad would just let her save the money he transferred to her. Yang Chaoyue's nose felt sore from the cold wind. This disobedient old thing. She bit her lower lip and mumbled softly to herself in her hometown dialect. Her eyes suddenly turned red for some reason. "All day long, you worry about me suffering and being uncomfortable away from home. You don't care about your own health at all. You're really getting more confused as you get older." The old street lamp hummed and lit up. The orange halo spread across the tip of her nose, and her eyelashes cast tiny shadows on her cheekbones. Yang Chaoyue raised his eyes and looked at one of the buildings in the Fuli community not far away. That was the house Jiang Yang rented, and there was a room for her in it. The warm yellow light in the living room overflowed onto the balcony, and the glass windows were covered with mist, like a lighthouse guiding her. The cold wind was whistling in my ears. Yang Chaoyue raised her hand to wipe her face. The fishy smell was pungent, and she returned to her safe haven carrying bags of various sizes. As the sensor light in the corridor came on, Yang Chaoyue inserted the key into the lock and said with a nasal tone at the end, "Brother Yang, I'm back." The moment I pushed open the door, the warmth from the living room seeped into my body through my sleeves. I bought a bunch of vegetables and seasonings. As expected, Jiang Yang was still sitting in front of the coffee table, writing and drawing with his head down. "Thank you for your hard work. Put the unused dishes in the refrigerator. There are tableware in the kitchen." Jiang Yang responded lazily. Jiang Yang paused as he wrote, looking up at Yang Chaoyue's red eyes. "Did you get into a fight while haggling with someone at the market?" Yang Chaoyue said proudly, "How is that possible? I never lose when bargaining." "Then why are you crying? Come in, it's cold outside." Chapter 29 Living Together. That's okay, brother. Yang Chaoyue lowered his head to change into cotton slippers, staring at the toes of his shoes, avoiding Jiang Yang's gaze. He raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his eye with his palm. His long eyelashes trembled a few times, casting a fine shadow on his eyelids. "How could I be crying? It was windy outside. I called my dad and was delayed outside for a while. I was blown by the wind. You would be the same." There was an imperceptible tremor in Yang Chaoyue's voice. "Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. All this acting skills are used to deal with his boss." Jiang Yang realized after a little thought that Yang Chaoyue was probably talking to her father on the phone about something that touched her. Logically speaking, Yang Chaoyue should have been so happy that he kept talking all the way since he successfully auditioned at Sanching Company and signed the contract. Why are you crying? Is she crying happily or sadly when she calls her dad? Unimportant. If someone doesn't take the initiative to talk about his private affairs, Jiang Yang won't say anything. "I'm going to cook." Yang Chaoyue walked towards the kitchen with the ingredients. "What's on the menu tonight?" "Stewed fat, white braised grey mullet, drunken snails, and lotus root starch dumplings. These dishes don't taste authentic when made outside of town." "Wow, you can cook quite a lot of dishes." Jiang Yang leaned against the leather sofa, his knuckles rhythmically tapping the plastic cover of the high school textbook. Yang Chaoyue turned around and looked at Jiang Yang, who was smiling at her. She laughed out loud. "Brother Yang, learn how to talk like me. Your dialect isn't difficult to learn. I can definitely pick it up by listening to you speak a few words every day. Do I speak it like you? If you raise the tone of the word guai guai a little more, it will be more similar. Try it." Jiang Yang tried to follow Yang Chaoyue's instructions, deliberately prolonging the tone and trying to say, "turtle." "It looks like Taijun. It scared the baby to death." Yang Chaoyue said this and went into the kitchen to cook. Jiang Yang was thinking about the second half of what Yang Chaoyue had just said. "Scared the baby to death" is a popular phrase that has become popular recently. It first became popular on Weibo. This way of expression fits the cute culture style that young people like today, so it went viral and quickly spread to other social media. Yang Chaoyue's acting skills can only be described as average. If he hadn't been with me during the audition, I might not have passed. So when Yang Chaoyue failed to create a wonderful program effect through his acting skills during the recording of Go Fighting, he could try other ideas. There is no need to teach Yang Chaoyue too much now. Just try and make mistakes first, and then learn slowly. Continue to read high school textbooks. It seems a bit stiff to teach Yang Chaoyue high school content through these textbooks alone. Studying with high school textbooks may be more efficient. After a while, the sound of running water was heard in the kitchen. Amid the roar of the range hood, the kitchen knife was stomping back and forth on the chopping board at a very fast frequency. Jiang Yang sighed and said, "When I buy a house in the future, I must use sound-absorbing panels when renovating the kitchen." The aroma of fried chopped green onions was seeping into Jiang Yang's nose through the crack in the door. His Adam's apple slid up and down, and he closed the textbook and put down his pen. "My stomach is rumbling. What's the point in learning this? This is the first time that I have felt such a strong sense of home in the rental house. Yang Chaoyue seems to be quite good at cooking. At least it smells nice." Jiang Yang simply leaned back on the sofa, waiting for Yang Chaoyue to serve the dishes, while browsing the news on his phone. The most discussed news item in the news list was the poster of the movie The Mermaid released by Cho Shin Kai, starring Lin Yu. The second one is related to Jane Zhong. Jane Zhong said on the stage that she didn't want to live alone and hoped that her boyfriend Feng Kai would marry her. However, Feng Kai did not respond immediately on stage, and the scene was awkward for a while. The kitchen door opened. The fragrance is overwhelming. Yang Chaoyue came out wearing an apron, holding a tray in her hands. Try it. A plate of steaming food was brought to the table. It looks like a stewed mixture of pork skin and meatballs, served with asparagus and wood ear mushrooms. The pork rind is neatly distributed in the dish in good-sized pieces. The bamboo shoots appear crisp and tender, with even thickness, while the wood ear mushrooms are soft and tough slices. It looks very good. The spicy aroma of onion, ginger, and garlic blends with the aroma of meat, making it fresh and tempting. It smells very appetizing. You're quite capable, Yang Chaoyue. Jiang Yang became excited. Receiving Jiang Yang's praise, Yang Chaoyue's dimples appeared faintly in the steaming heat. I learned this from my dad, and it's also my specialty. What's the name of the dish? Stir-fried earth. Yang Chaoyue turned and went into the kitchen, not forgetting to remind Jiang Yang, eat first if you're hungry. No need to wait for me. There are 3 more dishes to come, and the rice will be ready soon. Let's eat together first. One dish will do the trick. The mullet and shrimp are both fresh, but they died overnight. What a waste. As the kitchen door closed, Jiang Yang decisively pulled out the disposable chopsticks from a table. The chopsticks pierced the packaging bag. The WeChat video ringtone rang from the phone on the other table. The additional name is Jiang Yang. In the previous life, the original note was Dad, but after running away from home, it was changed to Jiang Yang. The note on my mother Liu Haocun's WeChat is still Mom, followed by a heart emoticon. After all, during the 2 months when I ran away from home, my mother gave me 200,000 yuan without telling my father. Jiang Yang answered the call, and on the screen was Jiang Yang's face, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, deep nasolabial folds, and obvious bags under his eyes. He kept his lips tight and said nothing. Behind me is the background wall of my home restaurant. Hearing Jiang Yang calling him Dad, Jiang Yang's expression improved slightly. He spoke in a thick foggy city dialect and scolded with a stern face. You're still hanging around outside, not even coming home. I don't know what you're doing out there. Looking back, the reason I ran away from home was the results of the first monthly exam in my senior year of high school. Ranked 10th from the bottom in the class and 553rd from the bottom in the grade. With this score, you can't even get into a 3rd-tier university. With such a result, Jiang Yang would at most scold Jiang Yang a few words. It has always been like this. Unfortunately, on that day, the baby formula supplier of his family's supermarket suddenly raised the price, and Jiang Yang had no choice but to reduce the profit margin. When he returned home and learned about his son's poor grades, he felt even worse. He kicked the door lock of Jiang Yang's room and angrily scolded Jiang Yang for being incompetent. His academic performance was so poor that he couldn't even compare to his younger sister who was in the 2nd grade of junior high school. He asked what would happen to his future life. Jiang Yang had a quarrel with Jiang Yang that day. My sister, who had just returned home from the 2nd grade of junior high school, was so scared that she hid in her room and dared not show her head. When Jiang Yang ran away from home, he vowed to make a name for himself before returning. Of course, my father was furious and told me not to come back once I left the house. Looking back now, Jiang Yang felt that he was so naive back then. He smiled at the screen. Dad, are you still mad at me? Why should I be angry? If I am angry, it's because of you, such an unfilial child. Okay, I was wrong. Jiang Yang still doesn't understand his father's temper. He is very old-fashioned and very concerned about his reputation, so he needs to be coaxed. He was penniless at first, but he worked hard to become rich and give his family a good life. He is a good person and is willing to spend money on his family, but he is too concerned about his reputation. Of course, I coax my own father. You are a big boss of a supermarket. Why do you bother with me? When I have a bright future, all the money I earn will be yours. After 2 months of being away from home, you've already started speaking Mandarin to me. In my previous life, I spent most of my time on business trips all over the country and basically communicated in Mandarin. In addition, by training Yang Chaoyue to speak Mandarin these days, my Mandarin pronunciation has improved a lot. For a moment, I even forgot to speak to my old man in Wuju dialect. Don't be angry, old man. Happily ever after. Although his son was smiling, Jiang Yang's words were nice. It can be considered a step down. A few days ago, I heard my wife say that my son couldn't find a job and wanted to start a company. I guess that's nonsense. Jiang Yang smiled and said, look at the environment around you. Jiang Yang raised his phone, switched to the rear camera, and scanned the surroundings. I'm in Shanghai, looking for a place to rent. Seeing that Jiang Yang's living environment was decent, Jiang Yang looked a little more relaxed. From the side came the sister's urgent voice of show me your hazy, but Jiang Yang said eat your meal well, Bapalong, and the sister immediately quieted down. Listen to your mother. Jiang Yang stared at the pink hairpin exposed on the armrest of the sofa on the screen. It looks like a hair accessory for a girl doll. Jiang Yang paused for a moment before continuing. I heard from your mom that you've been looking for a lot of jobs in Shanghai these past 2 months. You can't get into big companies, and you've interviewed for accounting and finance positions in small companies, but you didn't get any. I'm afraid you're going to end up working in a factory. Is that true? How can you find a good job without a degree? Jiang Yang turned the camera back to the front. The stewed earthworms cooked by Yang Chaoyue on the table smelled tempting. Jiang Yang held the chopsticks, picked up a piece of lean meat mixed with chopped green onions and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it twice, he suddenly paused. Now you understand how hard life is. Oh, it's so miserable. It's so miserable. Jiang Yang frowned, shrunk his nose and lowered his head. Seeing her painful look, Jiang Yan's heart softened immediately. Now you know how important studying is. To be honest, I'm really worried about you being alone in a foreign place. Why don't you come back now? The college entrance examination is so important. Are you determined to be a second-rate person outside? Jiang Yang casually put his phone on the sofa, grabbed the trash can and spit into it. The kitchen door suddenly opened. Yang Chaoyue, who heard the noise, held the kitchen knife stained with chopped green onions, his hand dripping with water. What's wrong? Jiang Yang frowned and said, Maybe the seasoning is wrong? It's so bitter that I'm about to spit out my saliva. Why is the boss suddenly speaking in dialect? It was the first time Yang Chaoyue heard Jiang Yang speak in dialect, which sounded like a Sichuan accent. Then he remembered that he had seen Jiang Yang's ID card and knew that he was from the Fog City. Her little brain turned for a second and she understood what Jiang Yang meant. Impossible. I put all the seasonings in proportion. Yang Chaoyue washed a pair of chopsticks, picked up a meatball and stuffed it into his mouth. The chewing movement in his mouth gradually slowed down, and then he spat it into the trash can with a wow sound. Jiang Yang couldn't eat such cooking. How about you not cook dinner tonight and order takeout? Speak Mandarin. Let's order takeout. Don't worry, trust me, I can do it. I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm not used to it. I bought enough pork from the market, so I'll make another one. Yang Chaoyue glanced into the kitchen holding the failed stew. As the kitchen door closed, the living room was quiet for 2 seconds. When Jiang Yang picked up the phone on the sofa again, Jiang Yan's face on the screen fell. Jiang Yan's cheeks were angular, and he pursed his lips and said nothing. Did Dad see Yang Chaoyue? I guess so. It doesn't matter. My family will know about my own company sooner or later. Sister Jiang Ye suddenly emerged from under her father's armpit, her oval face with catfish bangs squeezed into the screen, and she excitedly shouted in a shrill voice. Brother, you are dating someone outside. I saw your girlfriend. She is so pretty. It means, brother, you are dating someone outside. I saw your girlfriend. She is so pretty. Jiang Ye's nose was almost touching the camera, as if she had discovered the secret of her brother's private life. She excitedly shouted, You went all the way to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, came back to cook, and even lived together. That's great, brother. Chapter 30 Let Brother Yang know that training her is worth it. Jiang Jianye glared at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye shrank her head, no longer looking out, and ate her meal quietly. Jiang Jianye then spoke. Didn't you say you were going out to make a living? How come you are in a relationship? I'm not in a relationship. I opened an agency, signed a female artist, and auditioned for a variety show together. Jiang Jianye obviously didn't believe Jiang Yang's words. His neck was red and veins were bulging as he interrupted him. Son of a bitch. Starting a company? Do you think I'm a harmer? Don't lie to me. I'm having fun playing with my friends. In the middle of cursing, Jiang Jianye turned his head away and touched the cigarette box. He pressed the lighter 3 times before it lit up. Suddenly, he said with concern, Are you doing pyramid schemes out there? Open an agency and sign female artists. Is this something a high school student can do? It sounds like a lie. The most important thing for my son now is studying. But Jiang Yang's next words shut him up. Tell Ye to come to my room and send me my high school textbooks. What are you going to do? Prepare for the college entrance examination and focus on both study and career. Is it true or not? Jiang Yang switched the camera of his mobile phone to the rear position again and scanned the coffee table. The A4 papers above are filled with phonetic symbols. There are also 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation, and complete solution of Wang Hosheng's textbooks, which are very eye-catching. Jiang Jianye's tone softened a bit. I don't understand what you're thinking. If you want to study, come back and study. There's no one to teach you out there. I can study on my own. Besides, if I come back and you're arguing with the supplier again, you'll get mad at me and start arguing with me again, affecting my studies. You're still blaming me? It's as if your poor grades are due to my influence. Jiang Yang became more and more angry as he spoke. He gets angry easily. In this family, only Jiang Yang's mother can cure him. The kitchen door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Yang Chaoyue's apron strings swayed like white butterflies behind her waist. She glanced out holding the freshly cooked stew and saw Jiang Yang sitting in front of the coffee table, video chatting with a middle-aged man on WeChat. The aroma of chopped green onions and the smell of cooked meat filled the living room. From his facial features, one can tell at a glance that the man in the video is Jiang Yang's father. But the voice was very aggressive. You can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Chaoyue leaned forward on tiptoe. The boss is arguing with the boss's father? Yang Chaoyue instantly became alert. The soul of gossip is burning. Pretending not to see or hear anything, he retreated to the kitchen and quietly closed the door. Yang Chaoyue leaned sideways, his left ear pressing against the door panel with a burning sensation, his nails unconsciously picking at the oil splashes on his apron, and eavesdropped intently. Unfortunately, after a few words, the living room fell silent, and Jiang Yang's voice called her. Come out, the video is down, there is no more melon to eat. What are you eating? Yang Chaoyue pushed the door open. That is, the term eating melons seems to have only become popular next year. After all, there are not so many scandals in the entertainment industry now. It's normal that Yang Chaoyue doesn't understand it now. Jiang Yang corrected the topic and said, it means that you can't overhear any gossip. What were you eavesdropping on? I wasn't eavesdropping. Yang Chaoyue put the refried stewed earthenware on the coffee table seriously. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. My dad and I look alike, right? Jiang Yang asked. You are definitely my biological child. Yang Chaoyue was slightly stunned, then hurried to the kitchen and came out with 2 steaming meals. Brother Yang, I only heard 1 sentence, and it was in dialect, so I didn't understand it. As for whether Jiang Yang was arguing with his father, Yang Chaoyue certainly would not comment. That is Brother Yang's private matter. I'm just a little envious. When I have money, I will definitely buy my dad an Apple phone like Brother Yang's. She also changed to a smartphone that can video chat. When I miss my father, I can see him. Chaoyue, what is this dish called? Stewed earth. I'm really serious about this. The pig skin soaked up the sauce, and when I bit into it, it made a crunching sound. The fresh aroma mixed with the numbing taste of Sichuan peppers rushed from the tip of my tongue to my ears. Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes and hissed, this one's delicious. Yang Chaoyue didn't make any mistakes when cooking this time. He picked up another piece of bamboo shoots and stuffed it into his mouth. The crisp texture tasted great. Wood ear mushrooms have a unique fungal aroma and are very chewy when eaten. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's cooking skills have improved. Your cooking skills +1. It's really delicious. Hearing Jiang Yang's praise, Yang Chaoyue's eyes lit up and he smiled like a primary school student who was praised by his teacher, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the folds of his apron. She stole a glance at Jiang Yang's profile as he ate his meal. The corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably, and her toes dangled unconsciously under the table. It's so delicious. The attributes have been obtained from the system. How can they be fake? There are 3 more dishes. Take your time and I'll make them for you. Yang Chaoyue hurriedly ate 2 mouthfuls of rice, rubbed his apron, and went back to the kitchen to work. Jiang Yang didn't know whether Yang Chaoyue's acting skills had improved, but his cooking speed had improved. Half an hour later, lotus root starch dumplings and white stewed mullet were served on the coffee table. Adding the dishes and chopsticks, the coffee table seems a bit crowded. There were some drunken snails, but they were still spitting out mud and sand in the basin. I can't make them today. It'll be the same tomorrow. The coffee table is full anyway. Go out and pick out a more exquisite dining table. Otherwise, it won't be worthy of your excellent cooking skills. Jiang Yang said with a smile. Good boy, praise me more often. I love to hear it. Yang Chaoyue's eyes were curled with a smile. When she saw Jiang Yang finish his bowl of rice, she rushed to serve him a second bowl. She was eager for Jiang Yang to eat her food and be full. How about the lotus root starch meatballs I made? The crust is soft and chewy, and the lard and sugar in the filling are so rich and meltingly fragrant, I can eat it all. What about the white stewed mullet? Delicious. The meat is so tender and incredibly flavorful. If a restaurant didn't charge $168 for this dish alone, it would be a shame. Ha ha, Actually, the cost is less than 30. Yang Chaoyue smiled with his eyes curved. I have a kitchen to cook in, and the money I spend on groceries can be reimbursed by the boss. When the boss eats the food I cook, he will earnestly praise me with all kinds of words. This is simply the happiest moment in my 2 years in Shanghai. I laughed so hard that tears came out. I wish my family were around too. The dishes were steaming and the aroma filled the air. The two of them chatted and laughed, set up their iPads, selected the latest popular TV series, and watched while eating. I want to watch this, The Journey of Flower. My roommates loved watching it when we were in the factory dormitory. I heard them talking about it and they said that Zhao Liang performed very well in it. Yang Chaoyue pointed at the iPad screen with rice grains on the corners of his mouth. Take a break tonight. If you want to watch it, I can take you to your room with my iPad and watch it all night. Jiang Yang never missed any opportunity to learn something from Yang Chaoyue. Remember to pay attention to the actors' performances and see if you can learn anything. Okay. Yang Chaoyue was fascinated by the first episode. Jiang Yang got up and went to the bathroom, washed his hands, stood on the balcony and looked out, then returned to the living room to watch the show with Yang Chaoyue. The neon lights on the street are dazzling, but in the house the only sound is the clinking of chopsticks hitting bowls. Yang Chaoyue came to her senses and found that Jiang Yang had fallen asleep on the sofa at some point, covered with her thin quilt. There is still half a mouthful of rice in the bowl left. What a waste of food. Yang Chaoyue muttered softly and continued watching the TV series. The air conditioner outside the balcony was humming, and Jiang Yang was sleeping soundly with even breathing. An English textbook was pressed on the edge of a blue and white porcelain plate of stewed mullet. 3 pairs of chopsticks were placed alternately on a small plate of pickled radish. The rising heat casts a hazy mist on the iPad screen. The dishes and the bowls are all specialties from my hometown of Yangcheng. The ceiling light in the living room cast a circle of warm yellow above Yang Chaoyue's head. She held a white porcelain bowl, with half a piece of chopped green onion on her cuff. The hot steam from the bowl filled her eyes. Suddenly, Yang Chaoyue felt like he was back in his hometown, eating, watching TV, and doing homework like when he was a child. Comfortable, peaceful, and warm. This was something she had never felt in her numb life in the Magic City over the past 2 years. We can't let Brother Yang down. Let Brother Yang know that it is worth training her. I can't let others take away such a good job. Resisting the urge to continue watching The Journey of Flower, Yang Chaoyue turned off the screen of his iPad and placed it on the sofa to charge. I quietly cleaned up the dishes and took an English textbook back to my room. After reviewing the phonetic symbols Jiang Yang taught her, she opened the list of words for the compulsory course 1. Yang Chaoyue sat cross-legged in front of the bedside table, holding a pen, and wrote down the words in a roundabout way. Exchange, 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 exchange. It's so hard to remember. I don't even know if I read it correctly. I'll ask Brother Yang to check it later. He's sure he understands. I'm going to stay up all night memorizing words. 10 minutes later, Yang Chaoyue felt sleepy, his fingertips still loosely holding the pen, and the tip of the pen spread a blob of ink on the word exchange. Half an hour later, Yang Chaoyue was so sleepy that her head was twitching like a chicken pecking at rice, and the English textbook had slid askew onto her thigh. She suddenly shuddered, shook her head violently, and slapped her cheeks with her palms. I can't sleep, I can't sleep, I have to study hard, I want to become a college student. An hour later, Yang Chaoyue was sleeping like a dead pig. Jiang Yang slowly woke up and lifted the thin quilt covering his body. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, the coffee table was cleaned, the lamp in the side bedroom was on, and the light inside was on. When I walked over, I saw Yang Chaoyue sitting cross-legged in front of the bedside table with his head resting on it, sleeping soundly. The loose hair covered the teaching materials. The pair of cotton slippers, which were several sizes too large, were placed crookedly beside her thighs. You made so much noise when you were sleeping, you rolled out of bed. Jiang Yang didn't wake up Yang Chaoyue. He draped the thin quilt that Yang Chaoyue had used to cover him over Yang Chaoyue. He took a tissue, wiped the saliva from the corner of the girl's mouth, and threw it into the trash can with disgust. Seeing that the window was closed, he gently pressed the remote control, turned on the air conditioner in her room, and blew warm air. The cotton slippers Yang Chaoyue wore were too big and could easily cause her to sprain her ankle, but the girl didn't even ask for a new pair. You can buy a pair of polyester rubber cotton slippers for 10 yuan at the street stalls in the night market. They have a very hard texture. This is the style Jiang Yang wears himself. Never mind. Don't go to the night market, go to the supermarket and buy a pair of better quality shoes. After all, he is counting on Yang Chaoyue to make money for him in the future, so he can't be stingy. He squatted down, measured the length of Yang Chaoyue's feet with his bony fingers, and closed the door on his side when he went out. Jiang Yang remembered that he fell asleep while watching The Journey of Flower with Yang Chaoyue. I watched the TV series The Journey of Flower in my previous life. The reason why I was willing to watch the show with Yang Chaoyue was, of course, to try to see if I could learn some of his acting skills. After all, I had reminded Yang Chaoyue that when watching a show, he should pay attention to learning the acting skills of the actors in it. Open the control panel and take a look. Expectations dashed. Didn't get the acting attribute. It seems that Yang Chaoyue can't learn any acting skills just by watching TV dramas. A. Wrong. How to add other attributes. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's English vocabulary has increased. You have received feedback and your English vocabulary has increased by 1. When did I teach her to memorize words? That doesn't make sense. Chapter 31. You work so hard. You will definitely be popular. Jiang Yang picked up an English textbook on the coffee table and turned to the vocabulary list. Just take a look and feel the attributes you get from Yang Chaoyue. Most of the densely packed words above are all imprinted in my mind. I don't need to look at the Chinese translation, as if I can understand them naturally. If he were to take a high school mock exam now, he wouldn't dare to answer the multiple choice and close questions on the English test paper. After all, they test grammar. But reading comprehension is definitely understandable. I took out my cell phone, checked the time, and found that I had received 3 WeChat messages from my dad. All 3 are voice messages. The first one is, the rent for that kind of house in Shanghai must have been incredibly expensive. When you left, you only had 4,000 yuan in your bag. I'm afraid it wouldn't even be enough for food for a few months. Your daughter must have been the one supporting you. Then comes the second one. I don't have to argue with you too. I've already sent you the textbooks. But even if you're pretty, you can't be a gigolo and live off others. Pay back the money I spent on your daughter. In the previous WeChat video, his father clearly thought that he was having an affair with Yang Chaoyue outside. Even his silly sister thinks so. Plus, since he didn't want to go back to school, it was normal for his dad to be angry. Out of consideration for his face, he finally said, if you have the guts, don't ever come back to this house for the rest of your life. It would be a waste if you die outside, and hung up the phone. A sharp tongue but a soft heart. I guess after cursing, I felt regretful, so I sent these 2 voice messages. Jiang Yang clicked on the 3rd voice message from his father. If you want to study on your own in another place, then study hard. If you need anything, just tell me. You must come back during the Chinese New Year. Just by listening to this voice message, Jiang Yang seemed to be able to see the complex expression on his father's face with deep nasolabial folds. I guess when he saw the textbooks he bought, the densely packed phonetic learning notes on the draft paper, and the requirement that he need to mail the textbooks, he felt that his learning attitude was still good. I knew I wanted to study on my own and didn't want to go back to school. I was also afraid that I would continue to argue with my dad when I got home, which would affect my studies, so I didn't force him. There is an unread message in the SMS list. It's a transfer notification from the bank. Received 50,000 yuan, transferred from my father. Not long after Jiang Yang closed the door of the side bedroom, Yang Chaoyue woke up. My legs are numb. He clutched the thin quilt wrapped around him, felt the warmth from the air conditioner in the room, and looked up at the closed door. Brother Yang came to my room. Yang Chaoyue stood up and stuffed his feet into Jiang Yang's pair of cotton slippers, which was several sizes larger than his own. He subconsciously checked whether his clothes were clean and tidy, and then felt a sense of guilt. After interacting with Jiang Yang for some time, she deeply understood that Jiang Yang was not that kind of person. Different from those boys with non-mainstream hairstyles and driving ghost fire motorcycles on the streets of the factory area. She stood up and stretched her numb legs, then sat on the edge of the bed for a while, still locking the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening outside, Yang Chaoyue stuck his head out and looked, and found that it was Jiang Yang who came back from outside. Brother Yang, you went out. I bought a pair of cotton slippers. If you keep wearing my oversized ones, you'll sprain your ankle easily. You won't be able to participate in the extras of Go Fighting, and the company will have to pay you back. Do you think they fit you well? Jiang Yang closed the door and threw a pair of yellow cotton slippers in front of Yang Chaoyue's room. Bought it specially from the mall. The materials are solid. The sole is made of EVA, with clear texture, moderate depth, and strong anti-slip properties. Pink bow shape. What a cute bow. Yang Chaoyue tore open the plastic packaging and smiled. It feels strange to put your little feet in there. She also has a pair of cotton slippers in her hometown, which she bought for 10 yuan at a street stall in the county town. They are made of ordinary rubber and there is a noticeable vibration when she walks. The pair of shoes I'm wearing now feels like I'm stepping on a very elastic sponge pad. There is a slight bulge on the sole of the foot, which fits the arch structure of the foot very well. The upper is made of fabric with a delicate texture, soft and smooth touch. When you put it on, it feels like being wrapped in warm clouds. It is both skin-friendly and comfortable. She paced back and forth in the room. It fits my feet perfectly. It's very comfortable to wear and keeps me warm. I love it. It's good to keep you warm. If you're not comfortable wearing it, you can go to that store and return it. Jiang Yang went to the bathroom to wash up, and soon the sound of running water was heard. Yang Chaoyue was walking around in the living room wearing the cotton slippers bought by Jiang Yang. The more I wear it, the more I like it. There is enough space in the toe box for the toes to stretch freely without squeezing them. The heel area also wraps the heel well, keeping the foot stable inside the shoe. Most importantly, it's lightweight while keeping you warm and comfortable. The flexibility is very good. Much more comfortable than the pair of cotton slippers she bought at a street stall in her hometown. Yang Chaoyue suddenly noticed a logo on the side of the shoe, UGG. I once saw this brand on the shoes of a female boss who drove a BMW in a textile factory. Yang Chaoyue's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something. Search for UGG on your phone. Baidu Encyclopedia shows that it is an Australian imported brand with stores in many countries, and is also an iconic brand in the fashion industry. Yang Chaoyue's heartbeat quickened. Seeing Jiang Yang coming back to the living room after washing up, he asked cautiously, "Brother Yang, these shoes are very expensive, aren't they?" "It's just a pair of cotton slippers. How expensive can it be?" "How much is it?" "About 600. Yang Chaoyue's throat choked. More than 600. Yang Chaoyue suddenly felt that the cotton slippers he was wearing became hot. She curled up her toes in panic, her knees clenched together, her knuckles clenched white, and her whole body felt very tense. Look down at your feet. More than 600 yuan for a pair of cotton slippers? Is the upper made of gold, or is the sole made of gold? The living room was quiet for a few seconds, and then Jiang Yang asked, "Don't you like it, hello?" It can be seen that Yang Chaoyue is very sensitive to the price of this pair of cotton slippers. "I like it, but..." Yang Chaoyue suddenly realized what was happening, looked up and smiled. "Hey, you're learning my hometown dialect again." "Alo means daughter, that's how my dad calls me." "I thought it meant your nickname." Sorry. Jiang Yang laughed. He continued the previous topic. "Are the shoes comfortable?" "I've never worn such comfortable cotton slippers." Yang Chaoyue hesitated. "It's the company's money, not your salary, so why are you so nervous?" Jiang Yang said slowly, "You work so hard, you will definitely be famous. When you have the chance to make a lot of money in the future, buy your dad a better pair." The words fell. Yang Chaoyue's eyes trembled as he met Jiang Yang's face with a particularly beautiful smile. My heart was beating even more violently. I think of my father's feet, which got frostbite in the winter, but he still wore cheap Liberation shoes and worked on the frozen ground at the construction site. On cold and wet rainy days, Dad's pair of Liberation shoes would sink deep into the mud, and every step would make a dull squeaking sound. Her throat moved. "Yeah, I'll try my best." Chapter 32, The Turning Point of Destiny. Late at night, Yang Chaoyue, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. She clenched the corner of the quilt until her knuckles ached. In the dark room, she was stunned for several minutes. I felt a little relieved only after confirming that there was no roar of textile machines and no smell of engine oil. The sweat on the neck made the loose hair sticky into clumps, sticking to the spine. Yang Chaoyue sat up and turned on the light. When she looked up, she saw the air conditioner blowing the heating mode, the English textbook spread out on the bedside table, and next to the pillow was an A4 paper with English words she had written down. "Check the old, threadbare backpack in your closet. Both contracts are in it. One is the artist contract signed with Jiang Yang, and the other is the extra contract signed with Sanching Company." She leaned over to look at the bedside, and the pair of GUU bow-shaped cotton slippers still made her pupils feel hot. My fingertips unconsciously rubbed the cotton slippers logo. I just dreamed that I was back on the cold iron bed in the dormitory of the textile factory, repeating the textile processes with no future in sight every day, such as cotton cleaning, carding, drawing, and spinning on a fixed assembly line. It feels extremely unreal. It was as if I was afraid that everything I was experiencing now was a dream. Open the door, wash your face, and go to the balcony. The cold wind blew across the iron clothesline, making a sharp whimpering sound, and gradually turned Yang Chua's nose red. Looking at the factory where I used to live and found it was far enough away from me, I gradually felt at ease. I will work hard. I don't want to live the hopeless life I had before. I just want to make my family's life better through my efforts that still have hope. Learn Mandarin. Learn phonetic symbols and memorize English words. Learn acting. Pass the college entrance examination and become a college student. If it doesn't work this year, try next year. If it doesn't work next year, try the year after. These are all efforts that you make for yourself that bring you hope. Since I have a good boss, I must study seriously. Hold the opportunity to change your destiny firmly in your own hands. Memorize words all night tonight. I can definitely hold on. Yang Chaoyue washed his face with cold water to wake himself up, and returned to his room to memorize words. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound as it scratched across the A4 paper, and the incandescent light blurred her furrowed brows. Survey, 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 survey. Upset, 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 upset. Yang Chaoyue read and wrote silently, afraid of disturbing Jiang Yang in the next room. He pressed his index finger hard against his temple, as if he could nail the letters into his chaotic brain. 10 minutes later. I can't think straight, and the more I recite, the more sleepy I feel. Yang Chaoyue's eyelids drooped as if they were glued to lead. 20 minutes later. Words are really hard to remember. There's a reason why I used to fall asleep in English class. Yang Chaoyue closed his eyelids for a few seconds, and unconsciously closed his eyes for a short while. He patted his cheeks, pinched his base with his fingertips to force himself to stay awake, and continued to memorize. 30 minutes later. Forget it. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll definitely stay up all night to memorize words tomorrow. Less than half a minute after the lights went out, Yang Chaoyue's tired snoring was heard from his side. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's English vocabulary has increased. Your English vocabulary +1. Jiang Yang was sitting at the desk in the master bedroom, holding a pen in his hand. He was looking at the Chinese list of words for the compulsory high school English course and writing out the corresponding English words. The rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper continued. I can write out half of it from memory. That's enough. After all, I only got 1 point of English vocabulary from Yang Chaoyue before. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Yang was in such a good mood that he drove to the mall, randomly picked a brand store, and bought a pair of cotton slippers for Yang Chaoyue. It is to make Yang Chaoyue walk more comfortably at home. It is also a reward for Yang Chaoyue. Now, hearing the system voice suddenly ringing in his mind, Jiang Yang, who was originally a little sleepy, suddenly felt no longer sleepy. Is Yang Chaoyue really excited? He stayed up late to memorize words. If I had such perseverance in my previous life, I wouldn't have to find patriotism as an excuse for my poor English grades. Glance again at the word list on the table. The words that I didn't know before now seem particularly familiar. Just by looking at the Chinese translation, Jiang Yang can spell out each word very smoothly, including the phonetic symbols, and even read the pronunciation accurately. We have been reborn. Who can't remember English words? At 12 o'clock in the evening, Yang Minute came out of the office and seemed to suddenly remember something. What were the names of the 2 extras in the Overlord noodles that Tang Shuliang mentioned on the phone earlier? After thinking for a few seconds, I couldn't remember. I only remember that there was a man and a woman. It's such a small matter, I'm too lazy to call Sanching in person to communicate. No matter how good the acting of extras is, how good can it be? Go Fighting is a satellite variety show, not a satellite TV series. Just let the external producer take care of it. There is a lot to do. Half a month passed in a flash. December 10th. In the morning, I asked Brother Yang to dictate words to me so that I could learn grammar and Mandarin pronunciation. Watch variety shows in the afternoon and learn how the extras perform. Study other courses in the evening. Yang Chaoyue feels that she is busier than when she was a factory girl in a textile factory, and she can see more hope than when she was a factory girl. As for the news from Sanxing, Jiang Yang did not mention it, and Yang Chaoyue did not ask. You can have a comfortable living environment, air conditioning, free meals, and even buy your own ingredients and cook the specialties of your hometown. What's more, the notification from Sanxing may come at any time. I have the opportunity to appear on TV and also the opportunity to become a college student. As long as you follow Jiang Yang and work hard, you will have a bright future. Until today, the sun rose outside the window, the morning frost on the ground had not yet dissipated, and ice flowers condensed on the glass. Yang Chaoyue had just got up and went to the bathroom in a daze to wash up. The door opened and Jiang Yang pushed it open with a chilling chill. He placed the breakfast he had bought on the coffee table and took out 2 documents from his pocket. These are yours, keep them safe. They are from Sanxing. I received a call early this morning and went out. Turn on the air conditioner, it's really cold outside. What is this? Yang Chaoyue turned up the air conditioner temperature, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and leaned over to look. The plastic hard packaging shell contains her headshot and name. When she saw the Sanxing logo on the ID card clearly, her sleepy eyes suddenly opened wide. One is for work permits, and the other is for identification. I'll need them when I get to Shangshan Film and Television City to connect with the production team of Go Fighting. They'll help me distinguish between extras signed by Canqing and those from the local guild at Shangshan Film and Television City. Jiang Yang took a leisurely bite of his bun and spoke in a slower tone. The extras from Canqing will have more scenes and lines, and the pay is higher. We'll have to rehearse once we get there. The extras from the Shangshan Local Actors Guild will mostly serve as human props, so we won't get any special shots. Are we about to go shoot? Yang Chaoyue held the ID card and checked it over and over again, almost sticking his nose to it. Yes, the production team of Go Fighting arrived at Shangshan Film and Television City a few days ago. We've already coordinated with the locals and will book part of the city for filming today and tomorrow. It's a big deal. The flights have been booked. You should eat quickly and pack up before we leave. We are setting off so soon. Yang Chaoyue's fingertips trembled. We've been waiting for half a month. It mainly took a long time to coordinate with the production team and the Shangshan Film and Television base. It rained heavily and lightly there for the previous week, making filming inconvenient. Otherwise, we would have gone there earlier. Fortunately, it will be sunny today and tomorrow. Jiang Yang crossed his legs and leaned sideways on the armrest of the sofa. Are you nervous? I'm not nervous. What should I be nervous about? I've been prepared for a long time. Yang Chaoyue shook his head vigorously and clutched his ID tightly. This is not only a certificate, but also a turning point in one's destiny. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. Chapter 33. Speak politely and respect your boss. Yang Chaoyue's heart beat faster and faster. I have never been on a plane, nor have I been to Ningbo, nor have I been to a film and television shooting base, nor have I had contact with any staff from the variety show crew. After becoming a contracted artist of Jiang Yang Company, she has only spoken to Director Tang and Director Jiang of Canqing Company in this industry. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to be on TV. After the filming is finished and I get the money, I can buy my dad a second-hand smartphone. There might even be a chance for Dad to see me on TV. After signing a contract to become an artist of Jiang Yang Company, I am willing to wait for a year, let alone a month, for this announcement that will change my life. I have nothing, but I have plenty of time. Yang Chaoyue grabbed 3 steamed dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth without even bothering to dip them in the chili sauce. He turned around and lay on his side, his forehead hitting the vertical edge of the door frame with a bang. Judging from the noise, it shouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Yang sat up a little straighter and asked, "Is your little head okay?" "No problem at all, very smart." "You seem to be in a lot of pain. How about taking a rest for a day and going again tomorrow?" "No, it doesn't hurt at all. Let's pack our luggage now." Yang Chaoyue covered his red forehead and hurried into the room to pack. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. Your acting skills +1. Yang Chaoyue swallowed the bun in his mouth in big gulps, and the frequency of his chewing increased, causing his esophagus to squeeze out the air and make a gurgling sound. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. Eat slowly. The contract has been signed. If someone chokes and can't go to the shoot, I'll have to compensate Canqing. Jiang Yang reminded him calmly, letting Yang Chaoyue pack his things in a hurry. Even if something big happened, he would still finish his breakfast comfortably. Jiang Yang finished eating the fried rice that Canqing packed for him, but his stomach was still not full. He saw a cup of soy milk that Yang Chaoyue had half drunk left on the coffee table. He didn't mind. He pulled out the straw, threw it into the trash can, and inserted a new straw to drink. Lie on the sofa and check today's news. The first one is, the 7th Macau International Film Festival held an award ceremony, and Zhao Liang won the Golden Lotus Award for Best TV Actress for her role in The Journey of Flower. He glanced again at the 2 documents of his placed on the coffee table. I don't know when Yang Chaoyue wiped it with a tissue, but the edge is smooth and clean enough to reflect light. Haven't you finished packing yet? Jiang Yang's peripheral vision would occasionally track Yang Chaoyue's busy figure. Continue to read the next news. Zheng Shuang and Hu Yanbing's curtain kiss was photographed and exposed, causing the Weibo server to be paralyzed for half an hour. Brother Yang, I'm ready. Yang Chaoyue was still wearing the chiffon skirt that had been washed several times. She tied her hair into a high ponytail and put a pink hairpin in it. The thighs were bare, straight, slender and snow white. Perhaps because of working in a factory, there are obvious muscle lines on the outside of his thighs, which are slightly raised, forming just the right curve. Only wearing leggings, no thermal stockings. This was the best outfit she could muster. Jiang Yang sighed. He had wanted to take Yang Chaoyue to buy a new set of clothes for a long time, but he always forgot because he was busy. He also mentioned this matter to Yang Chaoyue, but Yang Chaoyue always shirked it by saying it was a waste of money. This needs to be written down in the memo. I need to be more attentive to my employees. I'll take Yang Chaoyue to buy it directly later. Otherwise, what will happen if Yang Chaoyue gets frozen and can't get the properties? Did you bring your ID card? I brought it, but I'm not an adult. Can I take the plane? You can do it even without becoming a spirit. Jiang Yang packed up his 2 documents, went into the room and came out carrying a briefcase. Yang Chaoyue has an impression of this briefcase. When Jiang Yang was interviewed at Starbucks a month ago, he was carrying this briefcase. He had seen it several times, but he still felt subconsciously scared when he saw it this time. Open the door. The cold wind suddenly blew away the heat in the living room. Yang Chaoyue's legs were trembling and he got goosebumps from the cold. Jiang Yang looked back at Yang Chaoyue's bulging backpack and said, "You've brought so much stuff. It's like you're going to the battlefield." Just some daily necessities. When I first came to Shanghai from my hometown in Yangcheng to find a job, I brought more things with me. Yang Chaoyue said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yang about to close the door, she looked at the coffee table on the floor and suddenly called out, "Wait a minute, Brother Yang. Forgot something again? Hurry up." "No. I'm a little reluctant and want to take a picture." "Reluctant? After all, I've lived here for a month." Yang Chaoyue's eyes wandered around the empty rental house. "I often lie on the sofa and eat at the coffee table. I also learned English vocabulary and Mandarin pronunciation here. We'll be back in 2 days, and this place will be the same. Nothing will change. It's different. It feels different. Take a picture." Jiang Yang turned his head and looked towards the elevator. The creaking sound of the steel cables rustling away faded away, and he took out his cell phone. The elevator is going up, and it won't come down for a while. Yang Chaoyue took out her old flip phone Nokia 6650, and the spring sound of the mechanical shutter was heard. Click on the photo to view. In the photo, the morning sun shines through the balcony sliding door and slants into the empty living room. The bacon sent by Jiang Yang's mother was hung on the clothesline on the balcony, and the fat reflected golden spots. The air conditioner is turned off, the fan blades are folded, and the balcony outdoor unit no longer makes a humming sound day and night. Jiang Yang was too lazy to take the IPAD on the sofa, so he unplugged the charger. There was some dust on the floor that was not cleaned up in time. The quality and details of the photos taken by the 2-megapixel camera are naturally not as good as the ones taken by Jiang Yang with his iPhone 6 behind him. That's right. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Yang also took a photo. In addition to the high-definition photos taken by the 8-megapixel camera, the photos also include Yang Chaoyue, who is wearing a pink chiffon skirt, bare thighs in the middle of winter, and carrying an old, bulging school bag. Jiang Yang put away his phone. "Can we go now?" "All right." "What did you call me?" "Isn't Aluo your nickname? I heard your dad call you that last time." Yang Chaoyue turned around and patted Jiang Yang. "What's that?" "I told you last time. Alo is what my father in my hometown calls his daughter." "Oh, right, I forgot. Next time, pay attention. The Yangcheng dialect and the Wuju dialect are very different. In my hometown, daughters are usually called Yaonu or Maya. If you are addressing your own daughter to someone else, you would say, 'My daughter's Maya.' My sister next door." Yang Chaoyue imitated Jiang Yang's tone. "Go press the elevator." Jiang Yang handed the briefcase to Yang Chaoyue. "You can't even speak Mandarin properly. Why are you learning Wuju dialect? Wuju dialect isn't that easy to learn." "I'll say one more thing." "What will it be?" Yang Chaoyue picked up his bag skillfully, took a few quick steps, and pressed the elevator button. "You're such a jerk." Jiang Yang's mouth twitched when he heard the shrewd dialect. Happy is a swear word in the fog. But Yang Chaoyue didn't pronounce that tune. His tongue wasn't curled enough and his voice wasn't high enough. It sounded really weird. Where did Yang Chaoyue study? If you think about it, there are plenty of opportunities to learn. Every time he talks to his family on the phone, he gets scolded from time to time. Especially his father, when he heard that he was starting a company outside, he was always worried that he was involved in pyramid schemes and would be cheated. Yang Chaoyue, speak nicely and show some respect to the boss. You idiot. After Yang Chaoyue finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's ability to speak the Fog City dialect has improved. Your Fog City dialect level increased by +1. Although I was scolded by my own employees, I accidentally got some attributes. A. Wrong. This attribute is useless. Do you really need to learn your hometown dialect from Yang Chaoyue? I got scolded for nothing. Chapter 34 My Little Flower. Only I can bully her, no one else can. After a few jokes at the elevator entrance, the elevator door slowly opened with a ding sound. Inside was a delivery guy wearing a Matewan uniform and a woman in pajamas pushing a baby stroller. The elevator announcement was playing a KFC Crazy Thursday commercial on repeat. The first floor button is lit. Yang Chaoyue pressed the one floor button out of habit, but Jiang Yang pressed it twice to turn it off. "Aren't you driving, brother Yang?" There was obvious doubt in Yang Chaoyue's voice, and his fingers unconsciously picked at the edge of the loose thread on his school bag. "We are going for 2 days, and the airport parking fee is very expensive. Sanqing only reimburses the airfare. Even if we have money, we can't waste it like this." "Oh." The elevator cable rubbed against each other as it went down. Yang Chaoyue's throat moved. "Which bus should I take? Brother Yang, I'm familiar with all the bus routes around here. I know which stop is the fastest. Taking the bus to the airport takes too long. It's crowded, and I have to change buses. The subway station is far away, and I have to change lines. I don't have enough time, so I'll take a taxi later." "Oh." Yang Chaoyue caught a glimpse of his blushing cheeks in the mirror. "I also noticed that the delivery guy and the middle-aged woman in the elevator were looking at me." She lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. "I have never been to the airport, so I didn't know that there is a parking fee at the airport. I once heard from my supervisor that the starting fare for a taxi in Shanghai is 15 yuan, and it is 3 yuan more expensive at night, which is enough to buy 2 meals at a fast food restaurant. So when I occasionally travel with my colleagues from the textile factory and the distance is far, we will just take the bus because it is the most economical. If I had known this earlier, I should have taken a taxi to the airport in advance to adapt to the situation." In this way, Jiang Yang would not see this unfamiliar side of himself and give others the opportunity to replace him. Jiang Yang noticed Yang Chaoyue's awkwardness. "What's wrong? Are you worried that the taxi will cost you your salary? The company reimburses it." "No, I just think that I should plan for such a small thing as traveling." Yang Chaoyue said timidly. "When you called me happy just now, you were much more confident than you are now." "I'm just kidding." Yang Chaoyue shrank his neck. "You haven't experienced this before, so you'll naturally need to learn. If you want to plan, go call a taxi later. Director Tang just sent me some notes, so I'll take a look." "Okay." Yang Chaoyue stood up straight as if by reflex. The elevator door opened and a cold wind blew in. Yang Chaoyue shivered, and the bulging old school bag made a rustling sound like instant noodle crumbs. Before Jiang Yang could teach Yang Chaoyue how to use the taxi app, Yang Chaoyue grabbed his briefcase and ran out first. "I'm going to call a taxi, brother Yang." Looking at Yang Chaoyue's back, who was breathing out white air and shrinking his neck, Jiang Yang smiled. He knew all about Yang Chaoyue's little thoughts. Even though he was carrying so much luggage and was shivering with cold, he still worked actively. "Why? Is it because you like him?" Of course not. No girl who has experienced the hardships of society is love-brained. Most likely she wanted to let him know that she was valuable. For such an employee, Jiang Yang can give Yang Chaoyue full marks for his attitude, regardless of anything else. In the rental house, she does housework like washing clothes and cooking beautifully. Sometimes I would even argue with him in a boastful manner. But when going out, I feel very timid, especially when it comes to spending more than 20 yuan. I seem inferior and cowardly. Don't be in a hurry. Cultivate slowly and learn slowly. Many of the perceptions I had as a factory girl before could not be erased in just 1 month. The more aspects Yang Chaoyue can cultivate, the more attribute values Jiang Yang can gain. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre attribute values, and there will always be one that can be used. I remember telling her a few days ago to buy herself a pair of warm flesh-colored stockings. They'll look good with her chiffon skirt, and I'll deduct the money from her food allowance. Why is this girl so determined to save money for the company? She makes me look stingy. Jiang Yang was afraid that he would forget again, so he simply opened the memo on his phone and wrote down the item of buying clothes for Yang Chaoyue. Not only should you buy a coat, you should also buy warm innerwear. Otherwise, at the next announcement, Yang Chaoyue might wear a chiffon skirt with leggings and go out with bare legs in order to make a good impression on the program crew. Just like the outfit of the interviewer who was waiting for him at Starbucks that day. It's okay to have a good attitude and be able to endure hardships, but the key is who will work for him when he falls ill. When we arrived at the gate of the community, the breakfast stalls had closed one after another, and the remaining aroma of oil was very strong. There was a pickup truck parked opposite, its cargo box filled with tangerines shipped from Guangxi, and it was hawking loudly with a horn hanging down. Not far away, a mint green taxi slowly stopped at the platform. The doors have Volkswagen taxi stickers. 2 passengers got out of the car and took their suitcases from the back seat. The driver, Hu Peng, is a local man in his early 30s with a flat head and a Shanghai styling. He starts driving at 6 a.m. and faces great competition. He is very dissatisfied with the current industry regulations and contract management system. After all, there are many taxi companies in Shanghai now, including Johnson, Volkswagen, Jinjiang, Heibo, and Yinjian, all competing with each other for customers. Fortunately, the housing prices in Shanghai change every month and increase faster than wages, which makes me, as a local and a homeowner, feel a lot more at ease. He had just sent his child to elementary school and came to this area to pick up a passenger. He turned the passenger sign on the dashboard to empty car and saw a girl with a high ponytail waving at him at the entrance of Fuli Community. Hu Peng drove over and rolled down the passenger window. "Where are you going?" Yang Chaoyue listened to the other person's thick Shanghainese accent and dug her fingertips into her palm. "How much is it to go to the airport?" "What airport are you talking about?" "Are there several airports in Shanghai?" Yang Chaoyue was a little surprised, remembering Jiang Yang telling her not to show shyness in public, and tried hard to hide her surprise. Hu Peng looked at Yang Chaoyue carefully. The girl was wearing an old chiffon skirt and carrying a faded, no-name school bag with broken threads, but the briefcase she was carrying was brand new. A migrant worker from out of town. If you've never been to an airport, you definitely don't know the prices. How about giving it a try and making some money? After so many years in society, I am no longer as soft-hearted as I was in school. Anyway, it's not your family that's being slaughtered. The new year is coming soon, so you might as well make more money and save it for a prosperous year. Hu Peng understood immediately. He turned off the meter and grinned. The distance from here to Pudong Airport and Hongqiao Airport is about the same, a total of 600 yuan. 600 yuan? It shouldn't be that expensive. Yang Chaoyue's thick eyelashes fluttered. My intuition told me that I was being ripped off. The problem was that I hadn't done any travel planning beforehand, so I didn't know the taxi prices or even the distance between the two airports. Time is running out and there is no chance for bargaining. I can't let Brother Yang know that I can't even do this. You're going to do it. Aramado is a local. How could he deceive you? A little less, 550 yuan. Yang Chaoyue's thick eyelashes trembled violently a few times, and he tried hard not to show any fear. Hu Peng said impatiently, "How can we earn $50 less? We don't even want to recoup the cost of fuel and maintenance. Are you leaving or not? If you don't want to get in the car, just keep waiting." This rhetoric is very effective. It was obvious that the girl was in a hurry and didn't know the price. Normally, migrant workers from other places usually take the bus, while those who take taxis are white-collar workers. Hu Peng urged and saw a tall, broad-shouldered boy wearing a turtleneck sweater and a long nylon suit walking towards the entrance of Fuli Community. The morning sun, like broken gold, streamed down Jiang Yang's face, lengthening his shadow and holding up an invisible umbrella for Yang Chaoyue. "Why don't you get in the car, Chaoyue? It's so cold outside, your ears are turning red." The taxi driver said it would cost 600 to go to both airports, but I bargained it down to 550. Yang Chaoyue's words stopped Jiang Yang from opening the car door. Is Yang Chaoyue negotiating the price with the taxi driver? This is normal. There are many illegal taxes in small cities these days, and you need to negotiate the price when taking a taxi. As a first-tier city, Shanghai's taxes have become increasingly standardized, and Yang Chaoyue doesn't understand the ins and outs of it. There is fierce competition among taxi companies, and after the introduction of the Magic City taxi management regulations, supervision has been strict. You can call 12328 to make a complaint at any time, and the effect will be better with video recording. It's just to cheat migrant workers like Yang Chaoyue. The little flower I raised can only be bullied by me. No one else can. Jiang Yang said softly, "From now on, when you take a taxi in the Magic City, there is no need to negotiate the price." He glanced at the painted words Volkswagen Taxi on the car body, glanced at Hu Peng, and spoke in Mandarin with a Shanghai accent. "Are you a Volkswagen Taxi?" Jiang Yang's pronunciation is very heavy. His nasal sounds are not obvious, and his finals are not fully developed. This is the pronunciation of the Shanghai dialect. Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue's eyes widened in shock. If I hadn't seen his ID card, I would have thought Jiang Yang was a native of Shanghai. Chapter 35, just work hard and leave the rest to me. Hu Peng knew that Jiang Yang was an expert when he heard his accent and the questions he asked. His Adam's apple rolled, he nodded, and said nothing. "Hongqiao Airport, can we use the meter?" Jiang Yang asked. Okay, get in. I've opened the trunk for you." Hu Peng muttered. It doesn't matter whether this young man is from Shanghai or not, he definitely knows how to handle him. If a taxi does not use the meter, it is an illegal taxi. Under the increasingly perfect system in the industry, a small matter of making a complaint and getting scolded by the supervisor will mean that your trip today will be in vain and your performance bonus for this month will be deducted. After putting away the suitcase and getting into the car with Jiang Yang, Yang Chaoyue noticed the red meter on the center console. The starting price is 15 yuan for 3 kilometers, and the price per kilometer is unknown. Yang Chaoyue took out his mobile phone and searched it, and found it. During the day, the fee is 2.4 yuan per kilometer after 3 kilometers, and 3.6 yuan per kilometer after 10 kilometers. A simple calculation of the distance to Hongqiao Airport shows that it will cost less than 100 yuan at most. The driver really ripped her off. Brother Yang saw it at a glance. After looking at the phone for a few minutes, I felt a little dizzy. Hu Peng was driving very fast, braking and accelerating continuously. His driving skills were much worse than his boss's. Yang Chaoyue put away his cell phone and looked at the rusty red iron sheets of old factory buildings passing by outside the window for a while. He tried to roll down the window, but the cold wind made him shiver and squint, so he quickly rolled the window up. After recovering a little, she whispered to Jiang Yang beside her, "Brother Yang, you must have been in the Magic City for a long time. You even speak the Magic City dialect. Want to learn?" "Yeah. Next time you take a taxi, pretend to be a Shanghai local. It can save a lot of trouble and save the company money." Jiang Yang really likes employees like Yang Chaoyue, who always think about saving money for the company. In fact, he doesn't know much Shanghai dialect. In my previous life, I often came to Shanghai to expand business, visit customers, and participate in exhibitions. I needed to communicate frequently with local dealers in Shanghai, which led me to learn some Shanghai dialect. To put it bluntly, it can't actually be considered Shanghai dialect. It's mainly Mandarin with a Shanghai accent. It was the local dialect of Shanghai, and he himself didn't understand how to pronounce it. The taxi drove into Minhang district. The scenery outside the window was no longer low-rise factory buildings, but corporate office buildings with glass curtain walls rising from the ground. The Bund Clock Tower appears in the distance. There was a long line at the breakfast stall in the alley. "My name is Yang Chaoyue." Jiang Yang spoke in Mandarin with a Shanghai accent. Start calling from this sentence. Fortunately, Yang Chaoyue had been taught Mandarin before, so he could pronounce the front nasal sounds, back nasal sounds, and flat and retroflex tongue sounds skillfully. It won't be difficult to learn. Jiang Yang slowly teaches. The pronunciation of the word A is closer to Wu, with the tongue retracted when pronouncing it. The pronunciation of the word Jiao makes IO more like IA. The pronunciation of the initial CH in the word Chao should be closer to C, and the pronunciation of the final O should sound more like A. The pronunciation of the word U should make UE sound like. Jiang Yang spoke slowly. The tone is relatively steady, without the obvious ups and downs of standard Mandarin. He taught me word by word. Yang Chaoyue studied very seriously, his thick eyelashes blinking, full of curiosity, and he didn't even bother to look at the scenery outside the car window. After a while, Yang Chaoyue said, "I am Yang Chaoyue. Brother Yang, does what I said sound right?" Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's Magic City dialect proficiency has improved. Your Magic City dialect proficiency level +1. I got the attribute. Jiang Yang felt the newly acquired attribute values in his mind. The 5 tones of the Shanghai dialect, Yinping, Yangping, Shangxing, Tsuxing, and Ruxing, as well as the continuous tone change rules became extremely familiar at this moment. Jiang Yang also mastered words like Nong, Allah, Yi, which were handed down from the ancient Wu language period, as well as Longtang and Baixiang, which are very characteristic of Shanghai. None means you, Allah means we, and Yi means he or she. Jiang Yang smiled at Hu Peng and said, "Master, did you hear that? Does Yi Gang speak like Shanghainese?" The taxi drove into the intersection of Changning District and Minhang District. While waiting for the traffic light, Hu Peng looked back at Jiang Yang with a rather depressed look. Yes, he said it was very similar, and you said it was even more similar. Are you the Magic City Ning?" As the taxi sped along the asphalt road, the magnificent outline of Terminal 1 became increasingly clear in Yang Chaoyue's eyes. "We are here, get off." Jiang Yang took out his wallet to pay. "Okay." Yang Chaoyue pushed open the car door and the biting cold wind made her shiver. After skillfully taking the luggage out of the trunk, Yang Chaoyue looked up at the huge building in front of him, a little dazed. The huge glass curtain wall reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight, causing her to squint subconsciously. Taxis, private cars, and airport buses shuttled back and forth in an orderly manner. A traffic director wearing a reflective vest stood at the intersection, waving his command post skillfully and blowing his whistle from time to time. At the entrance of the terminal stood several security personnel wearing dark uniforms, police hats, and walkie-talkies on their waists. Yang Chaoyue's heart beat faster and faster. Jiang Yang got out of the taxi. She turned around and looked at the taximeter, which showed 92 yuan. It's only 92. The driver initially agreed to 550. You'll have experience next time, right? Jiang Yang walked towards the terminal gate. Yeah, I got it. Yang Chaoyue nodded vigorously, shrank his neck, and followed Jiang Yang. The moment I stepped through the automatic door, the warm air mixed with the smell of disinfectant hit me in the face. The steel-structured arch dome comes into view. Flight information kept flashing on the huge electronic screen. Multiple languages echoed alternately in the broadcast. Business travelers in suits and ties walked past with their suitcases, and the wheels of the luggage carts made crisp sounds as they hit the marble floor. The glass curtain wall reflected countless Jiang Yangs carrying briefcases, and myself shrunk into a smaller dot. In a trance, I couldn't tell which side was the real world. The airline staff, dressed in neat uniforms, smiled as they processed the passengers' paperwork. They looked at Yang Chaoyue, gave him a professional smile, and said, "Hello." Yang Chaoyue immediately lowered his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Her ears turned red as she took the briefcase from Jiang Yang's hand. "Brother Yang, let me help you with the bag. The airport is bigger than I imagined." "Are you afraid of getting lost?" "A little." Noticing that Yang Chaoyue was as uneasy as a young elk about to get lost, clutching his briefcase tightly, Jiang Yang gently asked, "If you're not used to it, how about I help you with the registration procedures?" "I can do it myself." Yang Chaoyue shook his head vigorously, his voice low and his tone unusually firm. "I have to learn it eventually. When I grow up, I will bring my family to the airport again. My father raised me by farming, working tirelessly in the fields. Compared to my peers in the city, he's aged very quickly. Every time I go home for the new year and see my dad getting old, I feel so sad. My dream now is to save money to buy a plane ticket. I want to take my dad on a plane, fly into the blue sky, and look through the plane window with him to see what our hometown, Yangcheng, looks like. He will be proud of me." Jiang Yang looked at Yang Chaoyue's high-spirited expression and seemed to see himself in his previous life when he just entered society. "You will achieve your dream, Chaoyue. Just work hard, and keep up." Jiang Yang smiled, walked towards the check-in hall, and silently repeated the unfinished sentence in his heart. "You just work hard and leave the rest to me. I'll follow you." Yang Chaoyue carried Jiang Yang's briefcase, looked around the airport hall nervously, and followed Jiang Yang closely. Chapter 36. Getting Strange Attributes. The check-in hall is just a few steps away. When they arrived at the check-in counter, Jiang Yang touched his ID card on the sensing area, and a prompt sound immediately popped up on the screen. Yang Chaoyue followed Jiang Yang's steps, put his ID card on and waited for a few seconds. The boarding pass did not come out, and the machine suddenly issued a shrill warning sound. "Did I break the machine? Do you want to pay compensation?" Yang Chaoyue didn't dare to say a word. Hearing the footsteps of the passengers queuing behind her approaching, she frantically scratched her red ears. "Brother Yang, take a look. The ID is just turned upside down." Jiang Yang took the boarding pass and came over, reaching out to turn Yang Chaoyue's ID card over and straighten it out. "Oh. It's okay. It happened to me the first time. It's normal." "Really?" Yang Chaoyue raised her head and met Jiang Yang's smile, and her tense expression finally relaxed a little. "I followed the on-screen process without any problems." The moment the boarding pass clicked out, she clenched the paper. "Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's ability to handle emergencies at the airport has improved. You have received feedback, and your ability to handle emergencies at the airport has increased by +1. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Jiang Yang knew that his air ticket money was not wasted. Yes. Which media company would reimburse extras' air tickets? Even if they are special guests, they would not go to this extent unless they are making a friendly guest appearance. The reason why Jiang Yang did this was because he knew that Yang Chaoyue had never been on a plane, so he deliberately created an opportunity to take advantage of him. Sure enough, I successfully got the attribute. +1 for the ability to deal with emergencies at the airport. Strange and bizarre attribute values have been added again. What is the use of this attribute? Jiang Yang's mind moved and he felt it slightly. A moment. Jiang Yang went through all the airport's passages, emergency exits, lounges and other locations in his mind and understood them clearly. This attribute ability may not be useful to me now, but it will be very helpful when I become famous in the future or encounter a crisis at the airport. If you encounter an emergency, you can quickly find a safe place to hide or evacuate and stay calm. Communicate effectively with staff and fans, clearly express your needs and ideas, and avoid making wrong decisions due to panic, which may lead to misunderstandings and conflicts. This is a skill that you must possess after becoming famous. While waiting in line for security, Yang Chaoyue would occasionally stand on tiptoe and look around. Jiang Yang glanced at the time on his phone, There's still more than an hour before boarding. We'll still make it. I just feel that the people here are very different from the people who waited for the bus with me before. Yang Chaoyue's ponytail brushed across the back of Jiang Yang's hand, carrying the jasmine scent of shampoo. Most people here wear neat and tidy formal clothes, carry laptops and briefcases, and pull exquisite suitcases. Some open their laptops and work while waiting, speaking industry jargon that I don't understand, but it's not noisy at all. Jiang Yang looked around and found that it was exactly as Yang Chaoyue said. The little girl studied the boarding procedure very seriously and observed the environment very carefully. Yang Chaoyue recalled the scenes of himself waiting for the bus home. Where I used to wait for the bus, many people were like me, wearing wrinkled and dirty work clothes, carrying woven bags filled with specialty agricultural products, talking loudly on the phone, spitting everywhere and wiping it off with the soles of their shoes. Where did you wait for the bus before? Bus station. Jiang Yang whispered. I used to spit everywhere when I was waiting for the bus at the bus station. Really? Yang Chaoyue opened his eyes wide. There are only clean tiles here, and there are cleaners watching. I am too embarrassed to spit when I have phlegm, so I can only wrap it in paper and throw it in the trash can. Brother Yang, it turns out that you are not a human being when you lack quality. What? Jiang Yang frowned slightly, feeling as if he was being scolded. Yang Chaoyue quickly corrected himself. I was wrong, please don't misunderstand me. What I meant was that you are also a person without quality. Jiang Yang still felt something was wrong. There was no time to chat further as it was their turn to go through security. Put the documents in a frame and put them on the conveyor belt with the briefcase to be checked through the X-ray machine. Jiang Yang passed the security gate, and while waiting for Yang Chaoyue, he did not forget to take his briefcase. It's impossible to let Yang Chaoyue do such small things. That would be too much of an order. It was quite funny to see Yang Chaoyue looking as nervous as if he was taking an exam when facing the security personnel holding a metal detector. Are you carrying any prohibited items? The security officer habitually asks. Yes, there are 6 in the small bag. Do you want to take them out? Yang Chaoyue was so nervous that he blinked faster. Jiang Yang couldn't laugh for a moment, and didn't even bother to pick up the briefcase that came out of the conveyor belt through the X-ray machine. Chapter 37. The numb days in the textile factory become distant. Did Yang Chaoyue bring contraband? Drugs? Guns? Ammunition? That's impossible. Yang Chaoyue basically stays with me every day, so where would he get these things? Under the vigilant gaze of the security personnel, Yang Chaoyue took out 6 yuan coins from a small bag, stacked them neatly in her hand and showed them to the security personnel for inspection. That's okay. The security officer relaxed a little. Yang Chaoyue took out another Xiaomi power bank. Here is this one. Realizing it was a small capacity power bank, the security officer waved his hand and urged Yang Chaoyue to leave. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't block the people behind you. Jiang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I made an exception and brought Yang Chaoyue on board, originally wanting to create an opportunity to take advantage of her. I almost thought that I would be dragged down by this girl and become a bad artist. Brother Yang. Yang Chaoyue came over with a grin on his face. Just as he was about to say something, a uniformed staff member passed by. Yang Chaoyue subconsciously stepped aside to check if he was blocking the passage, then continued, Brother Yang, I'm through. It's just boarding a plane, but you're making it sound like you're ascending the throne and I'm getting nervous too. Jiang Yang urged, come on, let's go to the terminal area and rest for a while. Sit down in a high back chair in the waiting area. Noticing that Yang Chaoyue seemed to be relaxing and was staring blankly at the vast airport runway outside the window, Jiang Yang took out his wallet and said, by the way, Chaoyue, you've been here for a month, right? Including today, it's been exactly 1 month. Yang Chaoyue came back to his senses. She didn't know why Jiang Yang suddenly asked this. The next second, I understood. Because Jiang Yang took out the 5,000 yuan he had prepared from his briefcase and handed it to her. I've paid the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund for you extra. Keep it. Yang Chaoyue's eyes lit up and he accepted the money excitedly. The thick calluses on the fingertips rubbed the edge of the banknote, making a slight rustling sound. She subconsciously wanted to count the money, but stopped herself and stuffed the money into her bag. Thank you, boss. How do you say that in English? Yang Chaoyue thought for a moment and said, I thank you, boss. Jiang Yang didn't hear the system prompt sound in his mind, but he knew that there was probably something wrong with Yang Chaoyue's spoken English. He had learned some English vocabulary from Yang Chaoyue, and his vocabulary had expanded a lot, but he still only knew the basics of grammar. After pondering for a few seconds, I realized what the problem was. It's thank you, boss. You confused thank with think. Oh, yes, yes. Yang Chaoyue suddenly realized and asked, "What does thank you, boss mean?" "It means, I miss you, boss. Did you get it?" "Yeah, I got it." Yang Chaoyue seemed to be lost in thought. Jiang Yang was still waiting for the system in his mind to remind him that he had obtained the attributes from Yang Chaoyue. A few minutes passed and the system was as silent as a mute. Open the control panel and check the attribute values. There is only the Shanghai dialect attribute that I picked up in the taxi earlier. It shouldn't be. Didn't Yang Chaoyue just learn it? Is Yang Chaoyue playing him? Impossible. Even if you play him, you can still get the attribute value. Did I teach it wrong? Jiang Yang entered the sentence he had just taught Yang Chaoyue to translate into Youdao translation, but the result showed that it could not be translated. He glanced at Yang Chaoyue and found that Yang Chaoyue was checking his QQ space updates on his mobile phone and was not looking at him. Jiang Yang then safely deleted the translation page and never mentioned the matter again. In fact, Yang Chaoyue didn't care whether what Jiang Yang had just translated for her was correct. At this moment, her mind was on the 5,000 yuan salary she had just received. I live in an air-conditioned commercial apartment in the community, eat fresh vegetables and poultry bought from the vegetable market every day, and cook the special dishes of my hometown. I also learned a lot of knowledge that I can use in the future, and I no longer live in a hopeless state. This kind of dream life was something I never dared to hope for in the textile factory before. I can even save all my 5,000 yuan salary to buy my dad a good mobile phone. I am so lucky to have a good boss. In my QQ space, I saw Sister Yang's update. I got my salary. Including perfect attendance, I got 3,800 this month. If I don't treat myself to a grilled fish meal, I'll feel bad for stepping on thousands of loose threads this month. The accompanying picture is a photo of a stack of cash spread out on the rusty iron bed in the dormitory. Several former roommates liked it. Here's a comment from a former factory colleague. "Sister Yang, my salary is 100 more than yours. Ha ha ha." Sister Yang replied, "Let's go out tonight and drink draft beer." In the past, every time we got our salary, Sister Yang, a few close colleagues and I would go out for a meal. Sitting on the street in the factory area with a sour smell, eating barbecue, returning to the factory dormitory filled with the smell of engine oil at night, and falling asleep listening to the humming of machines. Yang Chaoyue subconsciously typed the next line of comment. "Sister Yang, my salary is 12,000 more than yours. Ha ha ha." About to send it out. My fingers suddenly froze, and the buzzing sound outside the window suddenly drifted away. I looked up and saw an airplane accelerating on the runway outside the window, leaving the ground and rushing into the sky. Yang Chaoyue stared at Sister Yang's post for a few seconds. The sounds of mechanical keys rang out one after another. Yang Chaoyue deleted all the words he had typed, and just liked Sister Yang's post without commenting. Looking back on the time when I was in the textile factory dormitory, we had to spread mats on the iron beds in summer, and at night the sound of slapping mosquitoes filled the air. Before turning off the lights and going to bed, I would chat with my roommates about the latest celebrity gossip. Sister Yang's cell phone ringtone Love Business is very catchy and all her roommates can sing it. In fact, only a month has passed, but it feels like those 2 years of simple numbness, ignorance, and confusion are becoming distant. After a while, the boarding announcement sounded. Sitting in the window seat, as the plane's engine roared and the feeling of excess weight as the plane climbed squeezed his chest, Yang Chaoyue clutched his seat belt tightly. She watched the runway outside the window getting farther and farther away from her, and the bustling skyscrapers in the magic city shrank little by little, until it became so small that she could not find the factory area where she used to live. Finally, it became as blurry as an ant. The plane broke through the clouds. Yang Chaoyue suddenly felt unreal. After landing, he was picked up by a bus arranged by the program crew and taken to the film and television city in Xiangshan County. Only after being led by the stage manager and reunited with a dozen extras arranged by Canqing did Yang Chaoyue gradually come to his senses. I really came to the film and television city. The bus went through the west gate of the film and television city. There was no bustling street market. It was quite desolate, and I didn't see any other crews along the way. Everyone traveling with us wore a Canqing ID. Most of them were young people like Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue, with middle-aged and elderly people being a minority. They then all came to a small rehearsal room of dozens of square meters. There was no one inside. The area is more than 50 square meters, with light-colored walls, simple props, tables, and chairs. There is a Gree air conditioner in the corner of the ceiling, and the fan blades are closed. Incandescent bulbs cast bluish-white shadows on the plaster ceiling. The stage manager asked everyone to sit down and wait for a while, then left. As everyone sat down, 20 plastic chairs made a squeaking sound as they rubbed against the floor tiles. The atmosphere was a bit dull. Some people repeatedly adjusted their belts, while others used their fingernails to pick at the scratches on the armrests. "Brother Yang, are you nervous?" Yang Chaoyue asked in a low voice, with a slight tremor in his tone. I wouldn't say I'm nervous. I just feel a little urgent to pee. I have an audition coming up soon, so going to the bathroom right now probably isn't the right time. Jiang Yang looked around to see if there was a bathroom in the rehearsal room. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to the bathroom with you while we were waiting to claim our luggage after getting off the plane. Audition. Yang Chaoyue only paid attention to the unfamiliar word Jiang Yang said. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, her shoulders slightly shrugged, and she felt uneasy. Chapter 38. Adapt to circumstances. I am not afraid of embarrassment. Jiang Yang didn't see the bathroom in the rehearsal room, but he did see a middle-aged man outside the window with a walkie-talkie on his waist and a shooting plan in his hand. He was directing the prop masters and art team of the program group and assisting the construction workers in finishing the scene construction. Seeing the face, Jiang Yang recognized the man. Yang Minute, the chief director of Go Fighting. Yang Minute not only gave orders, but was also busy carrying materials, laying carpets, and hanging drapes. He was so busy that the sparse hair on his forehead was soaked into clumps by sweat. Brother Yang, didn't we already audition at Sanqing half a month ago? Yang Chaoyue asked doubtfully. That was an audition at Sanqing half a month ago, not a test for a role. Seeing Yang Chaoyue's confused look, Jiang Yang explained. The audition is mainly based on appearance and performance in front of the camera. Actors only need to show some simple movements and expressions, and dialogue fragments. The audition focuses on the actor's understanding of the role, the ability to interpret it, and the comprehensive application of acting skills. Yang Chaoyue understood. The audition was much more difficult than the one half a month ago. What happens if the audition doesn't go well? It's likely that I'll be assigned a marginal role with little contact with the MC guest, and my screen time will be very limited. Hearing this, Yang Chaoyue's heart skipped a beat. No, I must get a role that allows me to interact more with the MC guests so that I can have more screen time. It has nothing to do with the remuneration. After all, the contract has been signed and the remuneration will definitely be obtained unless there is a strike. But with more shots, there are more opportunities for people to know you. Brother Yang, are there any tips for auditioning? Just adapt to the situation. Don't be embarrassed. You've already signed the contract. The half-closed door of the rehearsal room was pushed open, bringing in the cold wind from outside. A man in his early 30s wearing a baseball cap, a headset around his neck, a walkie-talkie on his waist, and a vest with many pockets came in. The brim of the baseball cap cast a shadow on his face, and only the metal edge of his work badge reflected the glaring spots. It read, Assistant Director, Kang Wen. Kang Wen held a list and a thermos in his hand. He picked up the air conditioner remote control on the table by the window and pressed a few buttons, then placed the thermos on the table. I've been here for so long. Why hasn't anyone turned on the air conditioner? I'm Kang Wen, the assistant director of the program team. Sanqing. Before he could finish his words, someone stood up and greeted him respectfully. Director Kang. Seeing that others were about to stand up, Kang Wen raised his hand to suppress them, signaling them to sit down and not interrupt him. Don't waste time. Let me make this short. MC guests Luo Zhixiang, Zhong Isen, and Sun Honglei are on flights tonight. By then, you should finish your rehearsal so the production team can give them a rough outline for their improvisations. Sanqing has only arranged for you guys this time. Come on, everyone. I'll call, and those whose names are called, just stand up. Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang stood up and nodded to Kang Wen. Kang Wen glanced at Jiang Yang and continued to look at the next name on the list. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He raised his head again and looked at Jiang Yang intently. His eyes swept across Jiang Yang's facial features like a searchlight, and he looked up and down at Jiang Yang's body. Her looks and figure can easily surpass Zhong Isen, so why would she be an extra with this appearance? Not very good. It is easy to steal the limelight from the MC guests. How does Sanqing choose them? Kang Wen frowned and tapped the registration form with his script roll. You signed the agency contract with Sanqing, and was Sanqing forced to come in? The air suddenly froze. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Yang. Yang Chaoyue didn't dare to move. He didn't understand what was going on. He just had a bad feeling that Brother Yang seemed to be in trouble with Director Kang. Can Brother Yang handle it? How can I help Brother Yang? What can I do? Yang Chaoyue's mind was in a mess, and his fingers subconsciously twirled the corner of his clothes. Chapter 39. What he said was my words. Jiang Yang breathed steadily, his expression calm as he gazed at the triangle between Kang Wen's eyes and nose. Director Kang, I don't have an agency contract. I just passed the interview and audition for the extra role in Go Fighting, and was arranged by Sanqing to come here. Who got you through the interview and audition? Kang Wen's tone was clearly wrong. The person who interviewed him was Tian Xiwei, the casting director of Sanqing, and the person who auditioned him was Jiang Xin, the coordinator. Seeing that things were not going well, Jiang Yang certainly wouldn't say anything that would bring bad luck to these two people. He smiled and said, "What's wrong, Director Kang? My audition profile says I can act ugly." Oh. Kang Wen opened Jiang Yang's audition information and took a look. It records that Jiang Yang knows how to control the camera and can use props to make himself look ugly within a limited time so as not to overshadow the MC guest. He is young but has a lot of experience and understands the art of variety show shooting. Unfortunately, there are a lot of handsome people in this industry. If they don't have resources to act as extras, they can only be special guests at best. The minimum requirement for actors to have roles is to graduate from a professional college. You can pay special attention to the audition later and see how the performance is arranged. Kang Wen finally nodded and said, "I don't mean anything special. I just heard that Sanqing is signing artists recently, so I just wanted to chat. The boy is quite handsome and has the demeanor of a military art school idol." He lowered his head to look at the extras' information, his smile faded, and then he looked up at everyone. The incandescent light shone on the brim of his baseball cap, casting a darker shadow on his face. Next one, Yang Chaoyue. Who is it? Yang Chaoyue stood up timidly, clutching the hem of her skirt. Her drooping bangs were like a black curtain, barely covering her flushed cheeks. She bowed respectfully to Kang Wen. He had clearly made ample preparations, but when the words reached his lips, his carefully prepared words shattered into intermittent breaths, and he stammered, "Director Kang, hello, hello." Kang Wen glanced at Yang Chaoyue and knew what was going on. She has a simple temperament and outstanding appearance. All the MC guests are men, so there is no upper limit on the appearance requirements of the female extras. The more beautiful the better. Kang Wen began to read out the name of the next extra. Yang Chaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, stood there not daring to move or look at Jiang Yang, and his breathing gradually stabilized. After calling out the 10 names on the information sheet on the first page and having a brief conversation, Kang Wen had a rough impression of the images of these people. The main purpose of his calling the roll before the audition was to review the image and temperament of the extras and then assign them roles. After all, the variety show scene built this time is quite grand, with many different characters. Extras who look plain and simple tend to be assigned farming roles, such as Yang Chaoyue, the second person named. Extras with a bookish air tend to be assigned roles like scholars and talented people, such as Jiang Yang, who was the first one named. As for those extras who have no experience, have a relatively simple image and temperament, and cannot convey the special features that fit the role at the first time, they need to be assigned roles based on their performance in auditions. He brought his own styling team and costume team with him, so he was extremely strict with the audition process. The extras were well chosen, the roles were arranged reasonably, and the show was filmed effectively, which reflects his vision and ability. In the next season of Go Fighting, he might be able to add people to his team through styling and costume guidance to increase his visibility in the industry. When my team expands to a certain size, I will have the opportunity to shoot other variety shows independently. After all, there is a lot of hot money in the circle now. The atmosphere was extremely solemn even though the roll call lasted only 3 minutes. Inexperienced people like Yang Chaoyue would get so nervous that their legs would shake, they would repeatedly check their clothes, or they would keep looking at their phones to relieve their emotions. Those who are experienced will think about what the next audition content will be like. No one from Sanqing is late this time. Don't worry, everyone will have a role. It's just that the interactions with the MCS will be a little different. I'm so thirsty from the roll call. Kang Wen unscrewed the thermos on the table and was about to drink. Just then I remembered that this was the cup of the chief director Yang Minute, and I would prepare it for Yang Minute later. There is steam rising from the rim of the cup, and it is filled with wolfberries. Kang Wen put down his cup. This variety show is themed on the 3 kingdoms. I'm sure Sanqing has already told you about the basic background and storyline. I won't waste time, so let's get straight to the point. Variety show auditions are different from film and television drama auditions. The acting requirements are not as high, but the performance requirements for verbal interaction with the MC guests are very high. Kang Wen gestured for everyone to sit down and cleared his throat. Those who can speak dialect fluently, please stand up. Be honest. If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Leave a good impression on me. I know some dialects from different regions, and I can hear them. 3/4 of the people stood up at once. Kang Wen looked at Jiang Yang with scrutiny. Which dialect do you speak? From the Magic City. Just a few words. That little bastard is a rude fellow. Meaning, this little guy is very naughty. The pronunciation of the initials and finals was clear and standard, and the tone was very characteristic of Shanghai. Kang Wen took notes on Jiang Yang's information and said, "You're from Shanghai, right?" My hometown is in the Foggy City. You also know the Fog City dialect. Kang Wen was a little surprised. Not many people can speak two dialects, mainly because Wang Zun, one of the MC guests of Extreme Men's Gang, is also from Wuju. Knowing the Wuju dialect is a plus, so you can speak more. I've been waiting for so long, my mouth is dry, and I can't even get a bottle of water. The Yang Ping tone value in Jiang Yang speech is converted into a low tone, and the word order and modal particles are very consistent with the characteristics of the Wuju dialect. The language is very strong in Fog City dialect, which is sufficient for interacting with the MC guests. It doesn't matter whether Mandarin is tested or not. Kang Wen smiled. There will be water to drink later, and lunchboxes after the audition. Do you know any other dialects? No, Jiang Yang only knows these two. Judging from what Kang Wen said, it seems that the more languages you know, the better. I can speak the Yangcheng dialect of Jiangsu. Oh. Kang Wen became interested. He actually knew 3 dialects. Speak a few words and listen. Yang Chaoyue turned his head and looked at Jiang Yang. Does Jiang Yang speak Yangcheng dialect? How is that possible? When I first met Jiang Yang, he didn't even know what Dewey meant. Jiang Yang thought for a second and spoke calmly. The tone of the first sentence was somewhat anxious and indebted. Daddy, I hope you won't work too hard and take a break. When I make enough money, I'll take you to live in a big city. It means, Dad, don't work too hard and make sure to rest. When I make money, I will take you to live in a big city. Yang Chaoyue tilted his head. What Brother Yang said was very good, but it sounded familiar. Jiang Yang's second sentence was urgent. Yang, get up now. The morning tea is already on the coffee table. It will get cold if you don't eat it. It means, Brother Yang, get up. Breakfast is on the tea table. It will get cold if you don't eat it. The veins on Yang Chua's forehead twitched a few times. Isn't this what she often said in her rental house when she came back from buying breakfast and knocked on Jiang Yang's door? Jiang Yang's third sentence feels like an employee complaining to his boss. Where can you find a boss as lazy as you? I even have to wash your pants for you. What it means is, how can there be a boss as lazy as you who even has to wash your underwear for you? The front and back nasal sounds in the 3 sentences are mixed up. The flat and retroflex tongue sounds are not distinguished. The pitch is relatively low compared to Mandarin, and some sounds are pronounced in short bursts. Jiang Yang didn't really know the Yangcheng dialect. After all, he didn't get any of the Yangcheng dialect's attributes from Yang Chaoyue. Just imitating. During the month I spent with Yang Chaoyue, he would always speak a few words of Yangcheng dialect from time to time. There was no problem in learning a few of them properly. Very good. Kang Wen nodded in appreciation and picked up the pen to write something on Jiang Yang's information. Yang Chaoyue on the side pursed his lips and pulled his lower lip inward. Brother Yang is fooling people. He knows nothing about Yangcheng dialect. What he said were all my words. Chapter 40. Learning and using it immediately. She even revealed that she helped Jiang Yang wash his underwear. How embarrassing. Don't bosses need to care about their employee's face? Kang Wen seemed to have discovered a talent, and he was very interested. He then asked, Do you know anything else? The more the better. No. Kang Wen patted Jiang Yang on the shoulder and said, Sit down first. We'll go outside and perform a scene with the MC guest. Yang Chaoyue sat there nervously, looking at Kang Wen who was writing something on Jiang Yang's information. Just from the smile on Kang Wen's face, you can tell that Director Kang must be very satisfied with Brother Yang's performance. In other words, the more dialects you know, the better. I originally thought that knowing more dialects would only allow me to pretend to be a local and avoid being ripped off when paying for things, but I didn't expect that it would also be convenient for me to audition for a variety show. Yang Chaoyue suddenly remembered what Jiang Yang had said to her before. She is not afraid of losing face, but is afraid of not seizing the opportunity. The intercom on Kang Wen's waist buzzed with electricity, and Yang Min's voice rang out. Director Kang, come here, there's something wrong with the design. Everyone wait a moment, I'll be right there. After saying this, Kang Wen hurried out. The rehearsal room was filled with whispers from the extras. Yang Chaoyue pointed his finger at Jiang Yang and said, Brother Yang, you are so bold. You stole my dialect. What if Director Kang finds out that you can't speak Yangcheng dialect? Being exposed is nothing more than humiliation. You lose nothing, but if you fool people, you are likely to have more opportunities. Jiang Yang has an 18-year-old body, but he's in his 30s. He has no shame at all. Even if I have to pretend to be rich, I must seize this opportunity firmly. Yang Chaoyue lowered his head slightly, thinking, I understand, I must seize the opportunity, even if it means bluffing my face and pretending to be rich, and fooling people first. Under your training, Yang Chaoyue's ability to deceive has improved. You have received feedback, and your ability to deceive has increased by 1. Weird feedback has increased. Has Yang Chaoyue's ability to deceive improved? Has Yang Chaoyue learned to fool people? Did I accidentally teach Yang Chaoyue some bad ideas? Kang Wen pushed open the door of the rehearsal room. The cold wind blew away the heat in the room, and the extras quieted down. Kang Wen continued the process and looked at Yang Chaoyue. Which dialect do you speak? Yang Chaoyue hesitated for a second, mustered up his courage, his heart pounding with nervousness. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look Kang Wen in the eye. From the Magic City. What? The corner of Jiang Yang's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Really learn and use it right away. 2 hours ago, in a taxi, he was still teaching Yang Chaoyue Shanghai dialect. Now this girl dares to deceive Kang Wen by saying that she can speak the Shanghai dialect. Yang Chaoyue seemed to have learned bad things from him. Maybe I will have to clean up Yang Chaoyue's mess soon. Yang Chaoyue felt cold sweat oozing from his lower back, the fabric sticking to his skin, and the lies that came out of his mouth made his tongue taste bitter. You can speak Shanghai dialect too. Let me hear you speak. Kang Wen raised his eyelids. I support Yang Chao. What I mean is, my name is Yang Chaoyue. These words that rolled out of her lips automatically were what Jiang Yang had taught her in the taxi earlier. It is also the only sentence of Shanghai dialect she knows at present. I was so nervous and worried. Raise your head and speak. Kang Wen leaned forward, and his pen made a dull tapping sound on the glass table. Yang Cho's throat rolled, his shoulders shrank slightly, and he looked up at Kang Wen, but his eyes were still a little vague, and his nails made dents in his palms. Tell me, what is the difference between the pronunciation of Shanghai dialect and Mandarin? Kang Wen asked. Chapter 41, I Feel Numb. With the surprises brought by Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue, Kang Benwen thought that the language skills displayed by the extras later would be equally excellent. It's a pity that the performance was mediocre. They can speak most of the dialects, but none of them are suitable for the MC guest's hometown. Their Mandarin is also average. They either cannot pronounce the retroflex sounds or cannot distinguish between the front and back nasal sounds. This is a normal behavior of extras. The language stage is over, and the next step is the performance, which is the highlight. Kang Wen took off the intercom from his waist, switched to the station management channel, said a few words, and then said to everyone, from now on, I'll assign you parts. You'll follow the stagehands, who will take you to the set one by one. Just act it out for the on-set assistants. They'll adjust your performance based on how you act, adding or subtracting details, and adjusting your character's gait, language, and facial expressions. You can tell who the on-site assistant is by looking at his/her ID card. It's easy to identify. After finishing work, you can get a boxed lunch at lunchtime. After rehearsing the styling, you can go to the hotel to rest. Kang Wen assigned roles to the extras one by one. There are vegetable farmers walking around the market with baskets of vegetables, shopping, and bargaining. There are stall owners selling snacks and small accessories. There are maids and servants of rich young men. It wasn't until the stagehands brought in a box of mineral water that Kang Wen finished assigning everyone's roles. Finally, his eyes fell on Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue. Have you two acted in any TV dramas before? This question is usually asked when arranging auditions for extras. Just tell the truth. Jiang Yang was about to say that he had no acting experience when Yang Chaoyue said, I have. Jiang Yang was completely paralyzed. He saw Yang Chaoyue's hands behind his back, pinching his dress, his knuckles turning white. His Adam's apple rolled half a circle, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What does it mean that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? That's it. Tell me, what roles have you played? Kang Wen became interested. I played the leading female role in The Time I Loved You. Yang Chaoyue straightened his slightly hunched back. The female lead. Kang Wen was a little surprised and took out his mobile phone to check the TV series that Yang Chaoyue had improvised. Having played the leading female role in film and television dramas, you now want to be an extra in a variety show? The nanny had a scene of mopping the floor. Yang Chaoyue's speech speed suddenly increased. Kang Wen understood and put down his phone. Anything else? I also played the fourth female lead in the costume drama, The Vermilion Blood Feast. Female for what? A maid in the fourth courtyard. Yang Chaoyue bit his lower lip, and a half-quick breath escaped between his teeth. I knew it. Kang Wen waved his hand. Okay, I understand your situation pretty well. Seeing that Kang Wen did not doubt him, Yang Chaoyue's shoulders suddenly slumped, as if a taut string suddenly broke. Now, new extras definitely have greater advantages than experienced extras. Even for female workers who had applied for positions in textile factories, supervisors would prefer to hire those with more experience. I should have a higher impression in Director Kang's mind now. Brother Yang will definitely exaggerate his performance experience, just like he did when he spoke in the dialect before. She stole a glance at Jiang Yang and found that he was staring at her knuckles, which had not yet relaxed, with a half smile on his lips. Kang Wen's eyes fell on Jiang Yang. What about you? What movies and TV series have you appeared in, and what roles did you play in each? I haven't acted in anything, Jiang Yang said frankly. That's the new guy. Hearing this, Kang Wen didn't react much, just picked up the pen and wrote something. Yang Chaoyue opened his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, felt something was wrong, and his pupils dilated slightly. Did I do something wrong unintentionally? I have a general idea of your situation. Honestly, out of all the extras, I have the highest expectations for you two right now, so the auditions I've assigned to you will be more difficult. Kang Wen came to the door and looked at the half-finished street for a few seconds. He took 2 bottles of mineral water from the cardboard box at his feet and handed them to the two of them. He pointed out the window and said, "There's a noodle stall outside." Yang Chaoyue took the water with both hands and looked out the window. At a glance, I saw the noodle stall that had just been set up across the street. There were deep and shallow cracks on the wooden stall cart. The indigo apron hanging on the pillar swayed gently in the wind. The chili oil in the coarse porcelain bowl had an amber luster, and sporadic fires shone through the cracks in the coal stove, flickering in the cold wind. I saw it. Director Kang. Yang Chaoyue nodded heavily. Jiang Yang's gaze swept across the noodle stall and fell on Yang Minute, who was sitting in the corner of the window with a walkie-talkie on his waist and a scene construction design drawing in his hand. On the same street as the noodle stall is an inn that is still constructing the set details. Yang Minute put down the design drawing of the inn in his hand, frowned, stood up and walked towards the inn. Jiang Yang then turned his head and asked Kang Wen, "Director Kang, what do you mean?" Tomorrow, Wang Zun's solo story mission will involve him passing through this street. As you know, the guests on our Go Fighting only have one main storyline and no script, but the production team can tell them which extras and NPCs they interact with. If the extras perform well, they can retain the MC guest and naturally get more screen time. Kang Wen explained the performance assignment for the two. You two go to the noodle stall now and think about what you're going to act out. I'll pretend to be Wang Zun and talk to you. If you can keep me company for half a minute, you'll pass. That's what I said. There was a sudden electrical noise coming from the intercom on Kang Wen's waist. Then came the voice of Chief Director Yang Minute. "Director Kang, the inn's mural is in the wrong place. It's the clue to Huang Bo's solo mission, so it can't be placed too conspicuously. Also, these small ornaments aren't obviously aged well enough. Come take a look and have the prop director plan to replace them with some that reflect the ancient charm. If there aren't any, hurry up and go to the prop shop in the film and television city to purchase some." Yang Minute must be busy arranging props, mixed with the clinking sounds of hammers outside the window. Coming, coming. Kang Wen responded quickly, and then said to Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue, "You two hurry up and think about it. I'll be back to check it out in a moment." That's right. Kang Wen hurried a few steps, turned back and said to Yang Chaoyue, "You have acted in film and television dramas. Even if your role is not large, at least you have experience. He is a newcomer. You should teach him more." Chapter 42. Super Leap. You be the protagonist in this scene. After saying that, Kang Wen ran out hurriedly. The other extras had already left. The door was open, and the cold wind blew in. The styling room suddenly became quiet. "Brother Yang, are we the most valued among all the extras?" Yang Chaoyue asked in a low voice. "What do you think? The other extras have assistant directors on set, but we have the assistant director directing us personally." Jiang Yang turned off the air conditioner, unscrewed the bottle cap, drank a sip of water, and walked out. "Teacher Yang, please teach me how to act." "Ha ha." Yang Chaoyue hurried to catch up, feeling nervous, excited, and even a little scared. As they stepped out of the rehearsal room, the cold wind blew against their faces. Jiang Yang chuckled softly. "You're quite bold. Not only did you learn the dialect and use it immediately, but you also fabricated your own acting experience. If Director Kang finds out you're faking it, have you considered the consequences?" Yang Chaoyue paused slightly. Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Chaoyue thought about the consequences. "I am an artist signed by Jiang Yang's company. If I am found to have committed fraud, Jiang Yang may be implicated. So when I think about it now, I feel scared. At that time, I was more concerned about seizing the opportunity and acting on impulse without giving it too much thought." Yang Chaoyue clenched his nose and sniffed the tip of his nose, which was red from the cold wind. "I'm sorry, Brother Yang. I won't dare to do it again next time." Jiang Yang smiled and said, "Many extras tend to exaggerate their abilities during auditions. It's okay if they get exposed." Yang Chaoyue raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Jiang Yang continued. As long as we come up with a good plot and perform well enough to satisfy Director Kang, even if he knows you don't speak the Shanghai dialect and your acting experience is fabricated, it doesn't matter. He will still let us play extras with lots of screen time and opportunities. Really? That's good. Yang Chaoyue could tell that Jiang Yang's tone did not indicate any blame towards her. Will you dare to do it next time? I don't dare. It's too risky. Yang Chaoyue kept shaking his head, his hair brushing across his red cheeks. But I was secretly muttering in my heart. I'll dare to do it again next time. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's acting skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your acting skills have increased by +1. After receiving the system reminder, Jiang Yang understood. Yang Chaoyue is no longer the Yang Chaoyue who was nervously interviewing at Starbucks a month ago. Now he is playing tricks. The more tricks like this you use, the better. The more opportunities you have to gain attributes. Yang Chaoyue looked at the noodle stall opposite. Right now, the most important thing is the subsequent performance of the plot. How to act. I have no idea at all. When we arrived at the noodle stall opposite the rehearsal room, we found that the stove was already filled with red-hot coals, and the pungent smell of sulfur was very strong. Put the pot on the stove and add water to cook the noodles. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. The director of photography arranged the filming equipment not far away to obtain the best shooting position. The seasonings at the noodle stall were rich in flavor. The coriander, green vegetables, and braised meat in the porcelain bowls were all fresh, and the green rusted copper coins in the cash box were pressed against yellowed silver bills. The copper coins were warmed by the fire. Flour can be kneaded into dough by just dipping it in water. Brother Yang, how should we act? Yang Chaoyue's earlobes were numb from the cold wind, and his eyes followed Kang Wen's back as he disappeared into the inn. I was completely confused about the next performance. Brother Yang taught her Shanghainese and Mandarin. Even high school English vocabulary is taught. I was also taught some acting styles and techniques, but they were very unfamiliar to me, and I was completely confused about how to interpret the plot. Asking her to improvise the plot was even more confusing. Fortunately, I was able to cooperate with Jiang Yang, which made me feel more at ease. When Yang Chaoyue turned around, his lower back bumped into the noodle stall pillar. Jiang Yang instinctively protected the soup spoon hanging above Yang Chaoyue's head with his palm and asked, "Do you know how to knead dough?" "No, I just ate." "Then I'll knead the dough. I need to use the props." Taking off the coarse cloth apron stained with years of oil from the pillar, Jiang Yang tied it with difficulty and walked to the front of the stall. "Don't worry, there's still time. I'll tell you the key points next. Remember as much as you can. If you can use half of it later, you should be able to pass." "Yeah." Yang Chaoyue nodded vigorously. "Give me half a minute to think it over." Jiang Yang was not idle while thinking. He took the basin out of the grid, poured in flour, added a pinch of salt, cracked an egg into it, and dug a small well in the middle. His movements were clumsy. After all, he didn't know how to use flour and noodles to cook noodles. He only knew some basic theoretical steps. This is not a good thing. Because he was going to play the role of a noodle stall owner, if his technique was not familiar, the audience would easily be able to tell what was going on. The production team would reduce his shots, and as a result, Yang Chaoyue's shots would also be reduced. When it comes to kneading dough, practice makes perfect, and it's impossible to learn it in a short period of time. Unless there is a system. Jiang Yang used a wooden ladle to scoop water and slowly poured it in, stirring it evenly with chopsticks as he poured the water. The steps for kneading the dough aren't difficult. Just mix the flour and water evenly, then cover with a damp cloth and let it rest. Then, use a rolling pin to roll the dough into a thin sheet, fold it, and cut it into noodles of even width. Sprinkle with dry flour to prevent the noodles from sticking. Remember that. Yang Chaoyue grabbed his sleeve and listened very attentively. Every word Jiang Yang said formed a picture in her mind. She nodded thoughtfully. "I remember it. I remember it. But something feels wrong. Why do you remember this yourself?" She wanted to know how to act next, but Brother Yang was teaching her how to knead the dough. Did Brother Yang teach it wrong? No, Brother Yang can't possibly teach me wrongly. I will learn whatever Brother Yang teaches me. No one else can get such an opportunity even if they ask for it. Under your care, Yang Chaoyue's dough kneading skills have improved. You have received feedback, and your dough kneading skills are +1. Trick Yang Chaoyue into learning dough kneading skills and successfully get the attributes. Jiang Yang felt the newly added properties, including the choice of flour type, the quality of water, the control of the flour-water ratio, the kneading technique and strength, and all these details became concrete in his mind. After a while, he played the role of the noodle stall owner with ease. The attributes that should be obtained have been obtained. Just by looking at Yang Chaoyue's silly look as if he wanted to question him but was hesitant and didn't dare to speak, you could tell that Yang Chaoyue was very anxious. Time is tight. The veins on the back of Jiang Yang's hands rippled with his kneading movements, and he got straight to the point. In the next performance, since we are going to cooperate, we need to highlight the main and secondary roles. Who will be the protagonist in this scene? Brother Yang finally got to the point. Who is the protagonist? When Yang Chaoyue heard the word protagonist, his heart trembled. Who doesn't want to play the leading role? Yang Chaoyue subconsciously thought of himself, but quickly rejected the idea. I don't know anything, so how can I be qualified to be the protagonist? Brother Yang is much better than me. Under Brother Yang's training, I now have many more skills than I did a month ago. If it weren't for Brother Yang, I wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Before Yang Chaoyue could answer, Jiang Yang's eyes fell on her. Chaoyue, you will be the protagonist of this scene. Chapter 43. Retirement? From childhood to adulthood, whatever I raise dies. Me. I'm not worthy. Yang Chaoyue paused for a moment, bit his lower lip unconsciously, and shook his head repeatedly. Because you can't act yet, your reactions aren't realistic enough, so I, the supporting actor, have to guide you in this play so that you can perform well. So, the supporting role needs more acting skills than the main character. In some cases, that's the case, like our upcoming performance. Yang Chaoyue felt that his understanding of acting had been overturned. I understand. I will be obedient. In improvisational performances, which are short and fast, the best way to make them exciting is to meet several key points: intensity, reversal elements, and the emotional intensity of the characters. The plot should be designed based on these 3 points. As Jiang Yang spoke, he stirred the flour into flocks. The veins on the back of his hands were faintly visible as he kneaded the dough, and the fine white flour fell onto the wooden table. He spoke in a very serious manner, but in fact he himself had only a vague understanding of this aspect. I learned all of this from the book An Actor's Self-Cultivation. Everyone knows how to learn from books, but it is extremely difficult to integrate it into reality. Jiang Yang is different. He has a system. As long as Yang Chaoyue can understand a little bit of knowledge in this area under his influence, he will be able to grasp the attributes in this area and learn it immediately. Now is a good time to cultivate Yang Chaoyue's knowledge in this area. Yang Chaoyue didn't quite understand, but he still listened carefully. Now let's set up the characters. Since I'm the noodle stall owner, your character's identity had better conflict with mine. A maid accompanying her master, a singing girl in costume, a peasant woman selling her own vegetables, a chivalrous woman with a sword on her back. Jiang Yang's mind flashed with many roles that Yang Chaoyue could play. It needs to fit the theme in a short period of time, have twists, emotions, and be down to earth, and it also needs to be a role that Yang Chaoyue can play, but there are not many of them. Jiang Yang thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you just play a female beggar?" A female beggar. Yes, you came to my stall to eat noodles without paying, and you often stole my side dishes and coins. As soon as I saw you approaching my stall, I cursed at you. You were afraid of me, but you would also talk back to me stubbornly. Jiang Yang put the kneaded dough in a basin and covered it with a wet cloth to let it rest. He slowly and methodically told Yang Chaoyue the general plot of the performance, trying to make it easy for Yang Chaoyue to understand, and ideally to allow Yang Chaoyue to immerse himself in the character and feel the emotions of the character. Today, I found you crouching near my noodle stall again, trying to steal my hard-earned money. I scolded you as usual, but I didn't feel as disgusted with you. Because I was delivering noodles to a customer a few days ago, I passed by your alley and saw your seriously ill father lying in bed. Your mother starved to death a long time ago. You have no money to treat your father's illness, and you are too weak to make money. A brothel madam asked you to sign a contract to sell your body, but you refused. However, you also knew that you couldn't hold on for much longer. You were desperate for money to save your family, even if your life would be tortured and you would only have a few years to live. Jiang Yang did not finish speaking all at once. His tone was low, slow, and full of emotion. It tells the story of a beggar woman who eventually signed a contract to sell herself to a brothel madam, but ultimately failed to save her father. She herself was manipulated by officials and wealthy gentry to the point that she could no longer receive customers, and died alone in a dilapidated rammed earthhouse. There are no relatives around her, only the memories of her childhood. Yang Chaoyue's eyelashes trembled when he heard this. At first, I just tried hard to remember the story that Jiang Yang was telling, but as I listened, I became more immersed in it. The eye sockets are red and the pupils are sparkling. This female beggar looks very similar to me. I am also working hard to make money and give my family a good life. But her luck was better than that of the female beggar. She met Jiang Yang and was no longer a factory girl. Through Jiang Yang's narration, this female beggar seemed more like a living person with flesh and blood. Yang Chaoyue could no longer simply hold the mentality of a spectator, and unconsciously developed empathy. In other words, from that day on, the noodle stall owner was willing to help the beggar woman, and her fate also changed. That's it. Jiang Yang nodded. If Yang Chaoyue still couldn't understand, Jiang Yang planned to enrich the social environment in which the female beggars lived, explore the culture and human nature behind it, and analyze how the feudal ethics of society gradually destroyed the lives of the lower classes at that time. Since Yang Chaoyue already understood, there is no need to say more. While Yang Chaoyue was in high spirits, Jiang Yang talked to him about the plot that would be performed next. It is impossible to really improvise. It is too difficult for Yang Chaoyue, who has zero experience in this area. If Jiang Yang hadn't gotten a lot of attributes from Yang Chaoyue, he wouldn't have been able to do it himself. So we can only take shortcuts. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the lines that Yang Chaoyue was going to read later, and asked Yang Chaoyue to write them down. Look at Yang Chua's clothes again. It's still the chiffon skirt that was removed from the shelves in the county town. Jiang Yang gave Yang Chaoyue money to buy her a new set of clothes, but Yang Chaoyue was reluctant to buy it. Not to mention clothes, I can't even bear to part with warm stockings. So much so that even though it has been a month since Yang Chaoyue was signed, I still haven't seen him wearing stockings. Chaoyue, do you think you can, in just a few minutes, not only memorize all the lines but also deliver them with great emotion, and portray the beggar woman's tough exterior but tender heart? Yang Chaoyue spoke hurriedly, but his voice got stuck in his throat. I can't do it now, I'm sorry. If she was facing Kang Wen, she might even lie and get away with it. But looking at the way Jiang Yang was staring at her, Yang Chaoyue couldn't lie. Brother Yang knows himself too well. She avoided Jiang Yang's gaze, holding the manuscript in her hand, a few strands of hair tremblingly drooping on her forehead, the tip of her nose red, and she replied confidently, I will definitely be able to do it in the future. In a few minutes, maybe Director Kang will come for an audition. My acting skills won't improve in a short time, so I might as well focus on my appearance. In terms of appearance, beggars' clothes aren't that clean. Dirty your clothes, mess up your hair, and try to look like a real beggar. But if you do that, your image won't be as pretty as it is now. Are you willing? I'm not that pretty. Yang Chaoyue looked down at her chiffon skirt. I bought it from Sister Yang for 300 yuan. It was the most impressive piece of clothing she had ever worn. Even if it is a second-hand item, it means a lot to me. Now I have to dirty it. Yang Chaoyue stood by the noodle stall, her eyelashes casting tiny shadows on her eyelids. The cheap chiffon skirt was blown close to her calves by the cold wind. Her throat rolled, and it took several seconds for her to utter a trembling sound. I do. Jiang Yang's fingers sank deeply into the dough, and the fine wheat flour fell with the rise and fall of the blue veins on the back of his hand. He smiled and sighed. I really want to make you famous as soon as possible, so I can take a cut of your announcement fee and use it to support my retirement. From childhood to adulthood, whatever I raise dies. Yang Chaoyue said seriously. Jiang Yang's smile froze. Chapter 44. Is this Yang Chaoyue? I don't even recognize him. Time was running out, so the two stopped arguing. Jiang Yang talked about the changes in makeup. Makeup, hair, clothes, these all need to be changed. We'll talk about behavior later. Jiang Yang himself is not good at beggar styling. By guiding Yang Chaoyue, he can become good at it. Let's mess up the hair first. Good. Yang Chaoyue untied the rubber band that tied her high ponytail, and her soft and shiny hair fell over her shoulders. Your hair is too smooth and shiny. We need to find a way. I can do it, Brother Yang. Yang Chaoyue grabbed the old dust from the corner of the wall and rubbed it on his hair, dimming its luster. Then grab a handful of flour and mix it with the dust to make your hair rough. Finally, tie your hair loosely with a black headband to create the effect of not having taken care of your hair for a long time. Under your care, Yang Chua's ability to create a female beggar's makeup has increased. You have received feedback, and the female beggar's makeup ability has increased by 1. Brother Yang, I don't know how to do beggar makeup. Time was running out. Yang Chua's knuckles turned white as he clutched the script, and the hem of his cheap chiffon skirt was blown close to his calves by the cold wind. Is your makeup case in your bag? Here I am. You memorize your lines. Seeing Yang Chaoyue taking out the makeup box from her bag and opening the foundation and eyeshadow boxes, Yang Chaoyue was quite surprised. Brother Yang, do you know how to put on makeup? If you don't memorize your lines fluently, no matter how good your makeup is, it will be useless. Yang Chaoyue stopped disturbing Jiang Yang, closed his eyes, and even breathed very lightly. While silently reciting her lines, She only felt Jiang Yang applying light foundation and brown eyeshadow on her forehead, eye sockets, cheeks, chin, and around her nose. Lower your head. Jiang Yang suddenly pinched her chin and ran his thumb, stained with grey-brown eyeshadow, across her cheekbone. Beggars don't hold their heads high. Oh, okay. Yang Chaoyue responded, lowered his head slightly, and even breathed very lightly. He could only feel Jiang Yang's hot breath mixed with the aroma of flour and wheat blowing behind his ears. Tiny bumps instantly appeared on her neck, but she held her nerve and didn't dare to move away, for fear of affecting Jiang Yang's makeup application. After opening his eyes and looking at himself in a small mirror, Yang Chaoyue discovered that his entire face looked dirty as if he had not washed it for a long time. His eyes looked sunken than usual, hungry and tired, with a blank and confused look to them. Brother Yang really knows how to put on makeup. Were you a cashier in a cosmetic store before? Jiang Yang squatted down and used a velvet brush dipped in foundation and eyeshadow to apply on Yang Chaoyue's thigh, simulating the shape of a stain. The palm of the hand touched the white skin of Yang Chaoyue's thigh, which felt smooth, soft, and itchy. It's a pity that this snow-white skin will soon be stained. Yang Chaoyue lowered her eyes and saw flour on Jiang Yang's eyelashes. When the makeup brush swept across the inside of her thigh, Yang Chaoyue subconsciously bent forward, her heart beating faster and faster. She suddenly remembered the workshop director on the textile factory assembly line who always liked to take advantage of the female workers by giving them instructions. But Jiang Yang's touch was dry and warm, with a reassuring strength. Then there were a few tearing sounds. The hem of Yang Chaoyue's chiffon skirt was torn into several irregular pieces. Then she lifted the skirt up and tied it at the waist with a hemp rope from a noodle stall, making the skirt look like a short beggar's outfit, revealing her dirty legs. Then tie the remaining hemp rope around the wrists and ankles. Beggars in ancient times would never have access to a cotton coat to keep warm, and in winter they could only tie these hemp ropes made of straw around their bodies to keep warm. How do you remember the lines? I remember. Yang Chaoyue recited the lines written by Jiang Yang fluently. Kang Wen hasn't come out of the inn yet. He must still be busy setting up the props. There is still time to prepare. Finally, it's about the beggar's manners. I'll just tell you the key points. Remember as much as you can. The beggar hasn't had a full meal in a long time and is weak, so when he walks, he hunches over and drags his feet. At the inn not far away on the same street, Yang Minute stood in the middle of the lobby paved with rough stone slabs, watching the main door replaced with a double wooden door and the windows replaced with closely spaced mullion windows covered with white paper. These are doors and windows that are consistent with the Three Kingdoms period. It's too new. Can we get old doors and windows? And the window ladder sections are so shiny that you can see people's reflections in them. Where did the people of the Three Kingdoms get the tung oil for polishing? Yang Minute took off the walkie-talkie and talked a few words to the prop instructor, then asked Kang Wen, who was looking at the plaque design drawing on the side. Director Yang, it's really too late. Kang Wen had a bitter face. The filming starts tomorrow, time is too tight, and I haven't even finished auditioning for extras yet. How about making some holes and stains look old? This simple aging process is not realistic, and the audience will feel less immersed. Yang Minute frowned. We are not shooting a movie, so we don't need to be so picky about the details of the props. It's too expensive. Kang Wen was really helpless. He was called over, and after tidied up the furnishings in the inn, he followed Yang Minute to check the tables and chairs in the lobby. The wardrobes in the guest rooms should be replaced with double-leaf wardrobes, and the iron pots, spatulas, spoons, and other kitchen utensils on the earthen stove in the kitchen must be free of rust. These furniture items that are typical of the Three Kingdoms period may not all be included in the filming process. It's no wonder that the production crew of Extreme Challenge is always short of funds. With such strict requirements, it costs a lot of money. If it were any other variety show director, he would have gotten away with it long ago. Who would go through so much trouble? Wouldn't it be nice if we could all share the money we saved? This is Yang Min's style of directing variety shows, paying great attention to the audience's senses. You say I'm nitpicking. What's wrong with you? Yang Minute glanced at Kang Wen. He wrote down a few key points for the set designer, then turned around and said to Kang Wen, your standards for selecting extras are much higher than mine. Isn't it a waste of money to spend on extras? That's different. The audience is watching the interaction between the characters. The interaction between the MC guests and the extras is also a big attraction. The two extras signed by Tsanqing today are very good, one male and one female. They are waiting for my audition at the noodle stall. Which noodle stall? It's the noodle stall on this street. They don't use a wood stove, they use coal. Anyway, you can't see it when you take the photo. Hey, go, stop talking so much. Go and try your part. I've heard you say it several times. Come over here as soon as you're done. Yang Minute waved his hand and drove Kang Wen away. Turning back to watch Kang Wen walk out of the inn, he pondered. During the Three Kingdoms period, affected by the war, ordinary people had few ways to run businesses. Were there any noodle stalls? Yang Minute took out his cell phone to look up information. If it doesn't conform to the historical background, the noodle stall must be removed. Kang Wen wouldn't go against him on such a small matter. Kang Wen just stepped out of the inn and looked towards the noodle stall. His expression seemed to be suddenly frozen and his eyes widened. The two extras found bricks and wooden boards from somewhere and set up a table for diners in front of the noodle stall. The water in the pot has boiled, and steam is rising in the cold wind. Jiang Yang was wearing an apron and standing in front of the stall with his sleeves rolled up. The muscles of his forearms rose and fell with the rolling pin, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his skin, skillfully rolling out the dough. At first glance, he is obviously playing the role of a noodle stall owner. There was a small bowl of cooked noodles next to the stove. It is worth noting that Jiang Yang's face is dark and his skin is rough, as if he has been exposed to the wind and sun outdoors for a long time. She was so clean just now. Has the makeup artist been here? Definitely not. The makeup artist won't do makeup for extras easily because they haven't passed the audition yet. They don't have the time. In other words, it was Jiang Yang and the girl named Yang Chaoyue who tinkered with it. It really took some thought. The dough for rolling out the noodles has been proofed and is placed on a floured chopping board. Jiang Yang is rolling it into thin sheets with a rolling pin, trying to roll it as evenly as possible. It seems this kid really knows how to roll noodles. As they got closer, Kang Wen was quite absorbed in watching. If Jiang Yang were dressed in ancient clothes, it would look very natural. What about that girl? Why is Jiang Yang the only one here? Only then did Kang Wen notice that a figure walked out from the propped-up dining table, near the alley. He was hunched over, his steps were unsteady, and his hands were dirty. His clothes were tattered, especially the cuffs and hems, which were torn into dirty black strips of cloth. His wrists and ankles were tied with hemp ropes, and his hair was disheveled and tied into clumps. The face was unclean and looked dirty. Is this the girl named Yang Chaoyue? If Kang Wen had not carefully looked at Yang Chaoyue's stained thighs several times to confirm that he was not as skinny as a beggar, he would have thought that Yang Chaoyue, who was timidly walking towards the noodle stall, was a beggar who had sneaked into the film and television city. No way. Makeup and hairstyle can be changed in a short time, but body shape cannot be changed. Kang Wen was quite surprised that Jiang Yang and Yang Chaoyue's makeup could be completed to such an extent in such a short time, especially Yang Chaoyue. Kang Wen narrowed his eyes and stared at her fingernails, where there were real vegetable leaf scraps stuck in the crevices of her nails. The knuckles were an unnatural bluish white from being curled up for so long. This must have been done with makeup. Being able to notice such details made Kang Wen even more curious about what the performance of the two would be like. Kang Wen put his hands behind his back and walked over slowly. He met Jiang Yang's gaze and asked, "What are you selling?" "Sir, I'm selling noodles. A bowl costs 2 cents. You can add any side dishes you want. For 3 cents, you can get minced chicken." Jiang Yang folded the roll dough and grinned at Kang Wen. "Give me a bowl of the cheapest clear soup noodles. There's constant war and no crops can grow in the fields, so how can we afford to eat meat?" Kang Wen responded. Yang Chaoyue, who was hunched over and pretending to peek at the cash box of the stall, felt his wrist tremble slightly, especially when he noticed that Director Kang passed by, sat down at the propped-up table, and was looking at him sharply. Yang Chaoyue knew that the audition had begun. Chapter 45. It's just a rehearsal. Are you addicted? Don't be nervous. Just follow the lines Brother Yang gives you. Don't be nervous. Yang Chaoyue kept comforting himself in his heart and didn't dare to look at Director Kang's eyes at all. Fortunately, he was playing the role of a beggar and was stealing with a guilty conscience, so he needed to deliberately avoid the eyes of others. Yang Chaoyue walked to the noodle stall with light steps, his eyes secretly looking at the cash box or the pocket of the noodle stall owner, while his body trembled slightly. While Jiang Yang was bending down to clean the dishes, she grabbed a handful of vegetables from the porcelain bowl of the noodle stall next to her, squatted down with great force, and stuffed them into her mouth to eat them raw. The raw vegetable stems made a crisp sound between the teeth. The throat bulges when swallowing. This is how Jiang Yang taught her to act. It can show a state where one does not care about the taste and only wants to fill the stomach. Just close your eyes and chew it. Kang Wen watched the scene silently and nodded slightly. It really fits the behavior of a beggar. Just based on this point, this female extra has already passed half of the audition in his opinion. We need to take another look. There must be some interaction between the noodle stall owner and the female beggar. Jiang Yang put the bowl and chopsticks on the chopping board. Hearing the noise, he looked over, picked up the rolling pin, and shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" "No. Nothing. I just dropped my chopsticks." Yang Chaoyue recited the lines instinctively at first, but when he looked up and met Jiang Yang's angry eyes, he shuddered with fear and staggered back. Her throat rolled, and she swallowed the letters hard, spreading her dirty hands. I didn't steal anything from you. It's you again, hanging around the stall for 2 days. Jiang Yang stared at Yang Chaoyue with a squint, then suddenly clenched his rolling pin and took 2 steps forward, the wood grain deeply embedded in his palm. Yang Chaoyue screamed in surprise, drawn into the situation by Jiang Yang. However, he did not forget to adopt the posture of a beggar, his hunched back almost parallel to the chopping board, and his rag-like cuffs rubbed against the pillars as he retreated. I really helped you pick up the chopsticks. Her voice was trembling, not only because she wanted to fit the role, but also because she was scared by Jiang Yang. He casually pulled out a pair of chopsticks from his pocket. The chopsticks were covered in mud and cracked, and with a trembling wrist, he placed them on the noodle stall. Here you go. If my chopsticks were this dirty, how could I continue my business? Jiang Yang threw his coarse apron around his waist, and the steaming white mist twisted and rose between the two of them. Yang Chaoyue stumbled back a few steps, subconsciously glancing at the cash box of the noodle stall next to him. He didn't dare to take out the money. He turned around and was about to run when he heard Jiang Yang's tone slow down. Don't run this time, eat the noodles. Yang Chaoyue paused, his pupils suddenly dilated, a few strands of grass stuck among his dry and yellow hair, and he looked over sideways. Jiang Yang had returned to the noodle stall, rolled up his sleeves, held the rolling pin and continued to knead the dough. The bowl of noodles on the noodle stall was moved in front of her. Yang Chaoyue looked at the bowl of plain noodles in front of him with some disbelief. It had cooled down a bit, but there was still some hot steam spreading in the cold wind. She swallowed, but didn't dare to move, and spoke in a whisper, Give it to me. Jiang Yang didn't even glance at Yang Chaoyue. He worked on his own, skillfully pressing the dough into sheets. The veins in his forearms bulged. Have it while it's hot. I meant it for me, but you got it for free. As Kang Wen watched, his back couldn't help but sit up straight. I particularly noticed that the female beggar's little finger curled up unnaturally when holding the bowl. This is the beggar's instinctive reaction, and great attention to detail is paid. The degree of interaction between the characters was shown, and there was no problem in passing the audition. Judging from the performance of the two, there seemed to be plot twists and suspense. The plot design is good. Kang Wen didn't stop, but watched with interest. The intercom at his waist began to crackle with electricity, accompanied by Yang Min's voice. Are you done with the audition? Come here. I'll be there in a minute. I'm busy right now. I've never seen you put so much effort into auditioning extras before. This time is different. Kang Wen didn't want to listen to what Yang Minute said next. He turned the knob of the intercom and changed the channel. Yang Minute frowned and poked his head out from the inn, seeing Kang Wen sitting in front of a noodle stall about 10 seconds away, sitting upright and concentrating on rehearsing 2 extras. If you didn't know, you would think it was an acting class. This is not the casual look Kang Wen usually has when he auditions extras. It's just a tryout. Are you into it? Yang Minute walked closer and found something wrong. The actor who plays the noodle stall owner is not pretending to knead the noodles. He really can do it. The dough was kneaded until it was smooth and elastic. Next to the muscular forearm, there was a wooden basin covered with a wet cloth where the dough was resting. If I didn't know that the noodle stall was a temporary one, I would have thought someone had pushed a wooden stall cart into the street scene that the program crew was building. It's a solo audition. This guy's acting is really good. No wonder you've been watching for so long. What plot is he performing now? Yang Minute sat down next to Kang Wen, his eyes falling on Yang Chaoyue. Why don't you move away from this beggar? Where did he come from? He's disturbing their performance. This one is also an extra, playing a beggar who steals food from the noodle stall owner. Rivalry. Yang Minute looked at Yang Chaoyue again. The hair is messy and dull, mixed with dust and grass debris, and there is obvious oiliness near the scalp. If you don't look closely, even he can't tell that the dirt on his face is made up. Even the traces of dried snot on his philtrum are very realistic. Not to mention the cuffs that were torn into strips and the stains between the fingernails. The mildew on the beggar's clothes was very lifelike, as if he had really been curled up under a leaky eaves for half a month. It is impossible for the makeup artists of the program team to put makeup on the extras. Even if they do, the details probably won't be so detailed. Her steps were unsteady, her back was hunched, and only after a closer look at her facial features could I vaguely recognize that she was a female beggar. They put on their own makeup, Kang Wen explained. And their manners, I didn't teach them. Let's talk about it later. Yang Minute made a hushing gesture, stopped talking, and watched silently. Out of the corner of Jiang Yang's eye, he saw Yang Minute coming over. He managed his expression very well, still immersed in his role. He sliced the dough and looked up at Yang Chaoyue. I won't bother with you about stealing. Eat quickly and help me with my work after you finish eating. Yang Chaoyue stood awkwardly in front of the stall, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. His eyes moved from the cash box to the bowl of noodles. After a while, he revealed an ugly smile and squeezed out 3 words from his throat. Thank you. She picked up the bowl of noodles, grabbed the slightly hunched noodles with her stained fingers, stuffed them into her mouth, and her sleeves rubbed against the pillar, leaving a cloud of dust. Don't dirty my noodle stall. Jiang Yang scolded. Sorry. Yang Chaoyue tried his best to wipe the panel with the clean part of his sleeve. Don't wipe it. It gets dirtier the more you wipe it. Use chopsticks to eat it. Well. Yang Chaoyue reached out to take the chopsticks she had placed in the food area, but found that Jiang Yang had replaced them with a clean pair at some point. As for her pair of chopsticks, which were made of tree bark and covered in mud and of varying lengths, Jiang Yang threw them into a basin of cold water to wash them, making a splashing sound. Come and eat here. Jiang Yang patted the side of the noodle stall near the fire. It's warm here, and there are stools. Being warm is just an excuse. The main reason is that this position is close to Kang Wen and Yang Minute, allowing them to see more clearly. It's enough for me to squat. The stools will be dirty if I sit on them, and the guests will still have to sit on them. Yang Chaoyue glanced at Jiang Yang nervously, picked up the chopsticks, held the bowl, squatted down, huddled by the fire, and slurped the noodles. The noodles had no seasoning, no minced meat or vegetables. They were just warm and tasted bland. Yang Chaoyue followed Jiang Yang's instructions, stuffing the food into his mouth, choking and swallowing. Delicious. In this scene, the female beggar is the protagonist. The girl's acting is a little deliberate, but it is quite spiritual. Kang Wen said in a low voice. Sure. Yang Minute made another shushing gesture. My requirements for extras are far lower than Kang Wen's. It is completely sufficient for extras to have such acting skills. I remember that Tang Shuliang from Canqing called him specifically and said that there were 2 outstanding extras this time and asked him to pay attention. What were their names? I really can't remember the name for the moment. Forget it. Let us continue watching the performance of these 2 extras. Seeing Yang Chaoyue finish half a bowl in a short while, Jiang Yang slowly put the cut noodles into the pot, turned his head and said to Yang Chaoyue, I was delivering something to your house today. I passed by your house and chatted with your father, who has a bad back. He was really worried that you would get beaten up outside. Don't look at me because I'm thin. I fight to the death. Yang Chaoyue looked up and muttered something, with the corners of his mouth slightly turned down. Have you found the money for your father's medicine? Jiang Yang gently stirred the noodles in the pot with chopsticks and glanced at Yang Chaoyue. When Yang Chaoyue met Jiang Yang's gaze, he was slightly stunned.